like to acknowledge the dignitaries that are present here with us, and of course, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, who is present here, and also, the members from the private sector advisory group, the British American Tobacco Foundation, and quite a number of other distinguished ladies and gentlemen that have made the time to join us this morning. At this point, without further ado, would like to start with the national anthem. National anthem, please. Thank you very much. And at this point, we'd like to call on the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security for the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Abubakar Kyari, to please give us the keynote address. Honorable Minister, sir. Nduka, can you see the Honorable Minister?
No, please.
Okay. So they said they can't see him in the room. No. So please just give us a minute. Nduka, I think we can sort this. I'll join Nduka. I'll join our technical person to the call so we can talk with him. Okay, as with most things technical, we see that the Honorable Minister's office is they're trying to ensure that you use this speech. Oh, okay. Here he is. You're welcome, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir.
Can you see me?
Morning, sir. No, we can't see you yet, sir.
I'm trying to see how I can get the video on. Oh yeah, I am okay. Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Can you
You're
see me
welcome,
now?
sir. Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
So I can go ahead.
Sir, by all means, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. The chairman and members of the board of the Business Day Media Foundation, the entire members of the Private Sector Advisory Group, PSAG, as well as other strategic implementing partners of the Business Masterclass for 2024, distinguished guests, esteemed farmers, partners in progress, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to stand, or rather sit before you today as we underscore the strides we're making in transforming our nation's agricultural sector and outline critical steps necessary to methodically chart a new course for the conceivable future of Nigeria's agriculture. The theme of this gathering, planting the seed of innovation, opening pathways to agricultural transformation, is not only apt and timely, but also central to our mission of ensuring food security, economic prosperity, and sustainable development for Nigeria. Let me commend the leadership of the Business Day Media Foundation and the entire members of the Private Sector Advisory Group, as well as other strategic implementing partners of the Business Masterclass for 2024 for your continued commitment and support to the development of agriculture in Nigeria. Interestingly, any novel investment in agriculture will contribute to sustainable agricultural development in Nigeria. On that strength, I made bold to say that our gathering here today is a step in the right direction, as this will further accentuate our collective quest for the development of agriculture in Nigeria. Our nation is blessed with abundant agricultural potential. We have the land, the resources, and most importantly, the people, our hardworking farmers, who have carried the agricultural sector on their shoulders for generations. Yet, we know that traditional methods can no longer carry us into the future. Innovation is the new seed we need to plant and must plant to nurture and grow if we're to realize the full potential of the Nigerian agriculture. Upon assuming office, His Excellency Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, declared a state of emergency on food security. Typical of him, in prioritizing agriculture and food security, President Tinubu has clearly demonstrated his commitment to embracing various concepts and innovations aimed at sustainably developing and promoting the growth of the sector. Effective agricultural transformation begins with a robust policy and institutional reforms. This recognition elicited in us the salient need to create an enabling environment that supports agricultural growth. This consists of, but not limited to, improved land access reforms to ensure secure land tenure, policies that promote investment in agriculture, and institutions that facilitate access to credit and markets. Strengthening agricultural institutions and governance structures are crucial for implementing and monitoring these reforms. Today, I am proud to highlight the remarkable strides we have made in transforming agriculture, empowering our farmers with the essential inputs and infrastructure, they need to thrive. During the 2023 wet season, over 52,000 farmers across 5 states, Niger, Kano, Jigawa, Kebbi, and Sokoto, received critical inputs such as fertilizers, improved seeds, and agrochemicals, which were deployed to beneficiary farmers on ICT platform using electronic wallets. As a result, we are already seeing increased yields and improved productivity. Through initiatives like NAGS, which is the National Agricultural Growth Scheme, Agro Pocket program under the 8 ATAPS 1, we have so far reached 14,000 farmers with the goal of supporting over 65,000 farmers by the end of this year. This speaks to the power of collaboration between government at various levels and our rural communities in driving this progress. On the infrastructure front, with a deep understanding the vital importance of infrastructure development for agricultural transformation, we have embarked on several projects with critical implications for the development of the sector. This includes building and maintaining roads, rehabilitation and revamping of irrigation systems, storage facilities, and market access points. Improved infrastructure reduces post-harvest losses, enhances market access, and lowers transportation costs, making agriculture more profitable for farmers. Have made significant investments that are transforming farm access and market connectivity. We have constructed farm access roads, bridges, and solar-powered boreholes, while developing irrigation systems that ensure year-round farming. These efforts are giving our farmers the tools and resources they need to reach new heights. Our collective efforts are delivering tangible results. The increased agricultural productivity has contributed over 4.7 billion to the Nigerian economy thanks to the improved yields in rice, cassava, maize, and sorghum significantly due to the adoption of modern agricultural technology. This includes the use of high-yielding and drought-resistant crop varieties, mechanization and precision farming techniques, extension and advisory service that is delivering optimally in educating farmers about these technologies and how to use them effectively. We are deploying e-extension platforms that is integrating meteorological and market information using geospatial technologies. Access to finance is a major constraint for the smallholder farmer in third world countries, and in Nigeria is not an exception. To mitigate this challenge, the Bank of Agriculture is being restructured and recapitalized to enhance its ability to develop tailored financial products that cater to the needs of the farmers. The Nigerian Agricultural Insurance Corporation is undergoing repositioning. These two former institutions will drastically incentivize agricultural productivity when the reforms are completed in such areas as microloans, insurance products, and savings schemes. Modalities are equally in place to encourage subnational governments and development partners to also provide guarantees and subsidies to encourage lending to the agriculture sector. Additionally, through reforms on value chains development and market access, we are focusing on agro-processing and value addition. With the new rice aggregation centers, cottage mills, and cassava processing centers, we have produced production worth of assorted agricultural products ranging from rice to cocoa and poultry. These policy options evidently are yielding outcomes such as linking farmers to market through cooperatives, contract farming, and public-private partnerships. Strengthening value chains is ensuring that farmers receive fair prices for their produce and reduce the influence of middlemen. These initiatives are not only enhancing productivity but also driving economic growth and diversification in agriculture. We are making deliberate efforts at entrenching sustainable agricultural practices, which are key components of agricultural transformation. Practices such as conservation agriculture, agroforestry, and integrated pest management help maintain soil health, conserve water, and reduce the environmental impact of farming. These practices also make agriculture more resilient to climate change. Building the capacity of farmers through education and training is essential. This informs our ongoing efforts at repositioning our universities and colleges of agriculture in the areas of retooling their curriculum with the view of making them more practical and vocational training oriented to deliver on tailor-made formal education, vocational training, and farmer field schools for smallholder farmers across the Federation. As we all know, that educated farmers are more likely to adopt new technologies and practices, manage their farms more efficiently, and engage in value-added activities. In line with the inclusivity agenda of Mr. President as encapsulated in the Renewed Hope agenda, which places high premium on ensuring gender inclusion in agricultural policies and programs, we are deploying calculated reforms targeted at more youth and women participation in agricultural and agro-allied enterprises in Nigeria. Women play a significant role in agriculture in Nigeria. This surely has a predictable outcome, which includes providing women with equal access to resources, training, and decision-making processes. Empowering women and youth will lead to significant improvements in agricultural productivity and household welfare. Climate change poses a significant threat to agriculture, and with the realization of the perennial impact of climate change and on agriculture and its attendant devastating effects on food and nutrition security in Nigeria, it becomes imperative to mainstream climate change adaptation and mitigation strategies into our agricultural food systems. To this end, we are developing and implementing essential climate smart agriculture practices. This includes adopting resilient crop varieties, improving water management, and implementing early warning systems for extreme weather events. It will interest you to know that for the first time, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security engaged the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET, on its annual rainfall prediction and went further to sensitize farmers with radio and television jingles and leaflets in various local languages at the onset of the rainfall, dry spell cessation of rainfall, and other weather information to guide the farmers, among other climate-induced challenges. Together, we are sowing the seeds of innovation and paving the way for sustainable agricultural transformation that will benefit our farmers, our communities, and our nation for generations to come. The future of Nigerian agriculture rests on the seeds of innovation we are planning today. From digital farming technologies to climate smart practices, from improved access to inputs to robust infrastructure, we are building a future where Nigerian farmers are more productive, more resilient, and more prosperous. In conclusion, agricultural transformation in Nigeria requires a multifaceted approach that addresses policy, infrastructure, technology, finance, market sustainability, education, inclusivity and gender balancing, research, and climate change. By focusing on these critical pathways, Nigeria can achieve a sustainable agricultural growth, improve livelihoods, and drive overall economic development. Our goal is to create an agricultural sector that feeds our nation, creates jobs, and contributes to the economic growth. We cannot achieve this alone. We must continue to forge strong partnerships with international development organizations, the private sector, and most importantly, our farmers themselves. Together, we can unlock the full potential of the Nigerian agriculture, ensuring that our nation is food secure and our farmers thrive. Thank you, and may the seeds we plant today grow into a bountiful harvest for the future. God bless Nigeria and God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We understand that you have to leave at this point.
I have to leave immediately. I have a program, the Young Farmers Club, being the induction of the Young Farmers Club with association of the Renewed Hope initiative of Her Excellency Oluremi Tinubu, CON, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. program starts at 10 o'clock and I have to be there in 15 minutes.
All
So
right.
I would like to apologize for this, but I would leave behind my special assistant, Jide, who would carry on with the meeting from this point forward. So thank you very much for this opportunity. It's my pleasure. And I look forward to probably in the near future, maybe physically meet and then discuss some of these issues because there are pending issues and challenges facing agriculture today in Nigeria. And we would like to hear more from the practitioners and from the general public on those issues and then the solutions that we can see because we are looking at it from different angles. Some are looking at it from the policy angle, some are looking at it from the government. And then the private sector is there and looking at it differently. So we want to get the feel and see how we can collaborate and partner with all of us so that we can achieve what we
Thank
want
you
to.
very much, sir.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
very
sir.
much.
Yes, sir. And just before you go, there is an opportunity. I understand that you're trying to get young people more involved in agriculture. So there are members of the private sector advisory group, the British American Tobacco Foundation in Nigeria that has involved loads of young men and women every year. Every year they have programs that encourage young men and women in agriculture specifically. I think that we'll take you up on that, on the opportunity to meet with you to discuss this in more detail so that
Fantastic.
we'll be able to get them right from, at the point where, so they don't need to look for other jobs. They can find jobs.
Yes.
We believe that
Yeah.
this is one way to get young Nigerians employed, gainfully employed. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, without further ado, would continue with the program. Thank you, Honorable Minister. You just heard his keynote address, the Honorable Minister of Agric and Food Security of our country, the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And so at this point, we would be going to the goodwill section, the segment of this lunch session. And the very first goodwill message will come from a representative of the private sector advisory group, Dr. Maurice Atoki. She is the CEO of the Africa Business Coalition of Health. She would be proceeding with the goodwill messages. She'll be the first of the goodwill message right now. Dr. Atoki, please.
Well, thank you so much, Ime. And I think a good place to start is to, first and foremost, appreciate the organizers of this very important event and also observe protocol, distinguished guests, the Honorable Minister now in absentia, the esteemed, other esteemed speakers and all the participants that are here today. As introduced by Ime just now, my name is Maurice Atoki, and it is my pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all of you on this fourth edition of the Business of Agriculture Masterclass. As we gather virtually to explore the vital theme of planting the seeds of innovation, opening the pathway to agricultural transformation, I am indeed honored to address you not only as the CEO of African Business Coalition for Health, otherwise known as ABC Health, as introduced by Madam Ime, but also in my capacity as the head of the working group at the Private Sector Advisory Group, PSAG, on the Sustainable Development Goals, where we are steadfast in our commitment to harness the power of innovation, to collaborate, and to catalyze growth in critical sectors such as agriculture. And this year's masterclass theme, Cultivating a Rich Future Through Agriculture, could not be more timely and it couldn't be more relevant. As we face unprecedented global challenges from climate change to food security, And also even looking inwardly in our country, Nigeria, agriculture stands at the forefront of solutions. According to the SDG, I mean, you could directly align agriculture to SDG 1, to end hunger, to end poverty, SDG 2, and so on and so forth. However, to truly cultivate that rich future, we must reimagine and revolutionize our agricultural systems through innovation. Innovation means to think outside the box. Innovation means to harness our resources, our capacities locally, and be able to come up with our own solutions to be deployed to our local issues. Now, the topic, planting the seeds of innovation, opening the pathway to agricultural transformation, encapsulates the essence of what we must achieve. Innovation is the seed from which transformative changes occur. And by planting these innovative seeds, be it technology advancements, sustainable practices, or novel business models, we can nurture a new era of agriculture that is more productive, that is more resilient, and of course, equitable. The transformation is not just about increasing yield or profit, as perhaps most farmers and agripreneurs would like to focus on. It is about creating pathways that are sustainable, that will ensure food security, that will ensure environmental sustainability, economic empowerment for our youths and rural communities. It is about building bridges between small-scale farmers and the global market. It is about breaking new grounds. The pathways we're opening, we can say, is multifaceted. We said technology pathways, leveraging digital tools, artificial intelligence, and biotechnology as a nation, and leveraging it early. We're already late in the game to be able to enhance our productivity and build resilience. We must also consider financial pathways. We must create new models for our agricultural investments to be attractive to the global community, as well as risk management. There's also the pathway of knowledge. We must improve agricultural education. We must create the right level of awareness to agriculture and make it attractive in extension of services. And the last pathway is on markets. We must connect farmers more directly with consumers and value-added opportunities. As the Chief Executive Officer of ABC Health and the head of the working group of the Private Sector Advisory Group on the SDGs of Nigeria, I have witnessed firsthand the power of innovation in driving progress towards our sustainable development goals. The agricultural sector, with emphasis, holds immense potential to contribute to multiple SDGs simultaneously, from zero hunger to climate action, to decent work, and to responsible consumption. In particular, we must focus as a nation on how digital tools, and especially with this masterclass opportunity that we have, and data-driven solutions can optimize agricultural value chains, can address inefficiencies, and can create scalable and sustainable farming practices that benefit smallholder farmers and large-scale producers alike. The power of digital health, and you will notice that I am emphasizing on digital health. I'm a big advocate for digitalization, for the digital market, and for Nigeria as a nation to embrace, through its entire value chain, digital progress. Because it monitors, and if in agriculture, it will improve nutrition and strengthen resilience against climate change as a critical area that we must as a nation explore in this journey of transformation. As a member of the private sector, the organized private sector, we play a crucial role in shaping the future. And by investing in innovative technologies and partnerships, we're able to enhance productivity, to reduce post-harvest losses, and foster inclusive agricultural systems, the kind that ensure that no one is left behind. And this in turn supports several sustainable development goals, as earlier alluded to. Again, we all know ending hunger is pertinent in a country like Nigeria, cascading to a continent and the highest, most populated country in a continent like Africa. Now, unlocking these potentials requires a concerted effort, the type that this masterclass offers from all stakeholders. We must collaborate, we must support this process. But we also need policymakers to create an enabling environment for agricultural innovations. We need government support. We need them to hear, we need them to see the efforts in order to join us for public-private partnerships to scale. We need researchers and technologists to develop solutions that are customized to our unique challenges in this part of the world. We need financial institutions to provide the capital and to trust the returns on the capital that they provide, which is necessary to scale these innovations. And most essentially, we need farmers. With the true innovators on the ground are the farmers to be able to embrace and adapt and trust these new approaches. The masterclass, again, this year provides a crucial platform for all of these stakeholders to come together to share insight and forge partnerships. I would like to encourage all of us to actively engage, to listen, to hear, to learn and to unlearn, to challenge assumptions and to think boldly about how we can collectively transform agriculture. I will once again like to commend the organizers for creating this platform to spotlight the intersection of innovation and agriculture. Events like this are crucial in an economy like that of Nigeria, as they serve to empower stakeholders with the knowledge, with the tools, and the network required to lead the transformation that we envision. As we go on in this day of learning and collaboration, I would like to remind us that the seeds of innovation we plant today will grow into the transformed agricultural landscape of our future. A landscape that not only feeds our growing population, but also nourishes our planet and provides prosperity for all of us. I thank you for your commitment to this vital cause, and I look forward to fruitful discussions and groundbreaking ideas that will emerge from this esteemed masterclass. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Toki. Thank you for that very insightful goodwill message. And at this point, we would call on Mr. Dare Odusanya, the General Manager of the British American Tobacco Foundation, Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Madam Ime, and good morning to everyone. Thanks to Dr. Marisa Toki. I think she's done justice already. I'll probably just be speaking for very few minutes. I think she has spoken on behalf of the Private Sector Advisory Group, which we all hear, and I've seen the great work that is being done. I'll be speaking as, of course, I'm the General Manager for the British American Tobacco Nigeria Foundation, BATN Foundation, and also privileged as a co-chair for Cluster 5, actually hosting this event under the United Nations Private Sector Advisory Group. So permit me to stand on all existing protocols and just to go very quickly into our short goodwill message as we progress in our session today. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be here on this auspicious occasion of the fourth edition of the Business of Agriculture Masterclass series, organized by the Private Sector Advisory Group, Cluster 5, to discuss pathways to make a living through engagement in agribusiness or in agriculture as a business. I'd like to start by appreciating members of the Private Sector Advisory Group and recognize our special guest, who, despite their very busy schedule, and as you can tell, majority are not even currently in Nigeria, but have found time to still join us despite the time difference and all of that. So we thank you so very much for giving this priority ahead of other schedules that you have. Today's theme, cultivating a rich future through agriculture, could not be more timely or relevant as we collectively strive to position agriculture as a cornerstone for a prosperous and sustainable future in Nigeria and beyond. This we can overemphasize, as you have heard, in statements and in speeches that had gone ahead even of me this morning. Just to put in context, while the private sector advisory group Cluster 5 hosts every year the Business of Agriculture Masterclass series. The rationale behind this masterclass is to achieve awareness and develop capabilities in the business of agriculture. The series aims to awaken a social consciousness of the opportunities that abound in the agricultural sector, to invoke a renewed interest in the industry while accelerating the access to a myriad of resources that exist, to establish and to strengthen young and established agripreneurs in the sector. Just to put words around what we also do as a foundation, as we also support the cause of agriculture. At the BA10 Foundation, we share a deep commitment to empowering rural Nigeria for a sustainable future and empowering smallholder farmers as well as women and youth through agriculture, which has seen us contribute to the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, with emphasis particularly on the 1, 2, 6, 8, 10, and 13, of course, gravitating around the no poverty, zero hunger to climate actions, as it were. I would like to also extend our gratitude to the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Federal Republic of Nigeria, and other dignitaries present here today for your unwavering support in advancing agriculture in Nigeria. Your presence today reinforces the critical importance of collaboration between the government, the private sector, key industry stakeholders, and even farmers in driving the agricultural revolution that our nation so urgently needs. Not to bore us and to speak more, I will directly go to participants and to say to all participants here today, and to many who will join in the other sessions that we have, from crop production, to animal husbandry, to aquaculture, to processing, to logistics, exports, and the likes. I want to urge you to seize the wealth of knowledge and experience being shared during this masterclass. As you know, these are industry experts whom you might not have the privilege to meet on a normal day. But by virtue of this platform, you will get that opportunity, not just to meet with them, not just to hear them speak, but also to interact with them. The future of agriculture lies indeed in your hands, and the strategies and processes you need to adopt and determine yourself in terms of growing in this sector would also be demystified in this session. Together, we would like to encourage us to say, let us cultivate a rich future for agriculture and contribute to a sustainable Nigeria. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for making time out to participate in these sessions. God bless you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Odusanya. Thank you for that. And at this point, we would take a recording of Mr. Segun Awolowo's speech. He was unable to make it because he had to travel, and then also had asked that his deputy represents him, but it so happens that his deputy too has traveled. So our technical team will put in will play the recording. Mr. Awolowo, as we all know, Mr. Segun Awolowo is the national coordinator of the Committee on the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Office in Nigeria. Nduka. So while Nduka tries to get that recording, quite a number of issues were raised in the course of the Honorable Minister's speech. There was the climate change, and all of that. These are important issues that will be raised in the course of this masterclass. So I see the recording is up now. Nduka, please feel.
Good morning, everyone, and I bring greetings from the Nigerian AFCFTA Coordination Office. It is an honor to deliver this goodwill message at the Business of Agriculture Masterclass, organized by the Esteemed Business Day media platform. Particularly, the National Coordinator from the Nigerian AFCFTA Coordination Office sent his warm regards to every single participant at this great event. I commend all the aspiring and established agro entrepreneurs present seeking strategies to succeed in agriculture as a profitable venture. You are the true champion of African renaissance, driving the future of our continent. As one of the flagship initiatives under the African Continental Free Trade Area called AFCFTA, prioritize agriculture as one of the 4 key sectors set to catalyze our economic revolution, with agriculture and its products central to African growth. We have an unprecedented opportunity to transform our agricultural practices and value chain. I encourage everyone here to embrace agriculture today. To succeed, I offer 3 key recommendations. 1. Innovate and integrate. This is the time for us to begin to have a new innovation with technology driving the productivity of our agriculture, adopting precision farming, mechanization, and digital tools to boost productivity. Secondly, leverage the AFCFTA. AFCFTA is a market. As a matter of fact, I like to call it market. That is to tap into this African unified market of 1 billion consumers and expand our reach, expand our scale, expand our productivity, and of course, by extension, ensuring that African continent begin to leapfrog into a better productivity. Thirdly, is the issue of sustainability. Sustainability is key. That is, we need to commit to a sustainable farming practices that enhances soil health and environmental conservation. Essentially, we can say there are some issues of challenges, but I can tell you we should not allow challenges to define us. Challenges will always be there. As a matter of fact, a wise man has even said, what is life without even challenges? It is for us to solve these challenges, and in the context of agriculture, whatever the challenges, let us come together to solve it. Let us come together to ensure we are able to use agriculture as a tool and then revolutionize our continent. Let us plant the seed of innovation and unlock African agricultural transformation. I leave you with the word of that great man. If you think you can, and if you think you cannot, you are right. Henry Ford. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Segun Awolowo, or Mr. Representative of Mr. Segun Awolowo, Mr. Segun Olutayo himself. Now, at this point, we would like to call Mr. Ibrahim Isiaka. Mr. Ibrahim Isiaka is a food systems specialist in the Food and Agriculture Organization. Mr. Isiaka.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, distinguished industry leaders, fellow agri-food systems practitioners in the house, and the aspiring agro entrepreneurs. My name is Isiaka Ibrahim, and I hold the food system and nutrition portfolio of the FAO, that's Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. This morning, I am not here representing FAO, but I'm also representing myself as a youth. And also congratulations to me for participating and being a part of this noble event. I am honored to be speaking at this year's Business of Agriculture Masterclass program with a theme cultivating a rich future through agriculture with the youth in focus of this crucial theme. My message is meant to let us know some insight into how we, the youth of this blessed country, Nigeria, can tap into the opportunities in agriculture and food systems, leveraging innovation and technology, and why the agri-food sector is itself a vital to our future. Now, agriculture remains the backbone of Nigeria's economy, as we all know, and it contributes approximately 25% of the total GDP and employing over 70% of the rural population. The sector is diverse. Like other speakers have stated, ranging from crop production to livestock farming, fisheries, agro-processing, and value-added activities that form a critical part of the food supply chain. Nigeria has significant potential in the agri-food sector, but there are still gaps in productivity, infrastructure, and technological advancement that needs to be addressed. These gaps create an opportunity for us as youth to be well engaged. So that while we import cell phones and other accessories from other countries, Nigeria can leverage our nutritious cocoyam tubers for export and thereby growing our economy. And I see the youth taking part in that. Now, agri-food system holds immense potential for the youth because of the demographic advantage. As you know, Nigeria has one of the youngest population in the world, with over 60% of us under the age of 25. This represents a large, energetic, and adaptable workforce that can be channeled into agriculture. It also creates jobs. The agri-food system offers diverse opportunity along the value chain, from us as youth farmers to our involvement in logistics, storage, processing, packaging, marketing, and even export. These opportunities provide a pathway to reduce youth unemployment in the country. Technology as a game changer, with advancement in agri-tech, where drones, data-driven farming, mobile apps for farm management are now in use, young people can modernize agriculture, making it more attractive and profitable. Food security and export markets is another potential. And as the world faces food security challenges, there is increasing demand for agricultural products. As Nigerian youth, we can position ourselves to meet both local and international demands, especially for organic and value-added products. Don't forget that in another 25 years from now, the world's population will be more than double, and we will need to produce additional 100% of what we are currently producing to be able to feed ourselves. And as earlier reported by FAO this year, about 32 million Nigerians are food insecure and facing severe hunger between May to August of 2024. If you put this side by side with the recent flood crisis and rising food prices, coupled with insecurity, we are in more crises that you could ever imagine. Now is the time to challenge ourselves as youth into becoming more of the solutions that our country seeks to effectively and efficiently address its developmental bottlenecks. And now to the question often being asked, how can youth overcome the challenges and seizing opportunities outlined by various speakers here? And this is time for me to focus on our industry leaders and government stakeholders in the room. The youth needs access to finance, because while funding is often a barrier, the government and private sector have continued to initiate programs such as the different proclamation from the new administration promising to roll out youth-targeted grants across the country and microfinancing scheme. More can be done to ensure youth have the access to capital to start or scale agribusinesses. Now, events like this masterclass are essential for equipping young agro entrepreneurs with the knowledge and networks they need to succeed. Mentorship from seasoned professionals will provide youth with the practical know-how to navigate challenges in the sector. Partnership is also key. The first speaker spoke very well around collaboration with universities, research institutions, and agribusinesses experts will enable our youth to access best practices, research-driven innovations, and market information to grow our ventures. And now this is a call to action to my fellow youth, to the young and aspiring ones in the house. The time is now. Agriculture is not just about farming. It is a high-growth business with the potential to transform lives. I urge you to take full advantage of the knowledge shared during this masterclass and see yourself as the next generation of leaders, transforming Nigeria's agri-food system landscape. And to industry leaders and stakeholders in the room, we must continue to create an enabling environment for youth through policy support, infrastructure development, and access to finance, very key. Let me conclude by saying that agriculture is Nigeria's future, and our youth are the key to unlocking the potential. By embracing innovation, entrepreneurship, and collaboration, young people like myself can not only transform their lives, but also drive the nation towards sustainable economic growth. Let us work together to build a thriving agri-food system sector that ensure food security, create jobs, and position Nigeria as a leader in global agricultural market. Thank you so much, and I wish you fruitful deliberations as we progress.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Isiaka, and thanks for that call to action. For all the young people and those that are young at heart, those that believe in that country and in the opportunities that agriculture presents to us, from the entire value chain that exists in any other sector exists here, as Mr. Isiaka has listed out to us. Whatever it is, technology, HR, medicine, all of it is possible within this sector as well. Thank you so much. And at this point, we're making progress. We're starting the masterclass in earnest. This is still part of the lunch session, but this panel is made up of quite a number of people with very seasoned professionals coming with diverse perspectives that will further enrich the discussion today and set a tone for the entire set of the masterclass that we'll be having in the next 3 days. To moderate this very distinguished panel is Mr. Dare, Mr. Dare Odusanya, the General Manager of the British American Nigeria Foundation. I must get it right this time. And he would be moderating this session and taking us through what would be a very insightful and very educative session. Thank you, Mr. Odusanya.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Ime, and good morning once again to everyone. Very quickly, we'll be jumping into the session. I would just like to encourage you, if you have questions for us, there will be a time when we'll have the opportunity to take your questions. So you can just use the option of the Q&A aspect to drop your questions as we go in this session. Please note this opening session is it's just a tip of the iceberg, right? It's not specific to any of the value chains. It's just going to be a general conversation that helps you build and prepare you for the sessions that are going ahead. Of course, our session theme for this particular plenary would be planting the seeds of innovation and opening the pathway to agricultural transformation. So without further ado, I would just like to, bring to the fore our distinguished panelists. Again, like to reiterate and to thank them for being on this call. They are from various locations, as I would say, or various continents, but they are here just because of you and because of me to ensure that, Nigerian agriculture is significantly improved. So in no particular order, I would like to recognize the presence of His Royal Majesty, Oba Dokun Thompson. He is the Oloni of Etioni, Osun State, and he is the founder, International Cocoa Diplomacy. Good morning, Your Royal Majesty. Thank you so very much for being with us.
Good morning.
Awesome. Also, I would like to recognize the presence of Mr. Taiwo Oyaniro. He is a partner, agribusiness services of PwC. Thank you so very much, sir, and you are welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Oludare.
Awesome. And I will go very quickly to another big elephant in the room, as they like to say, Madam Folusho Olaniyan, OON. She's an independent non-executive director, Odua Investment Company Limited. She's the chairman of Sultry International and also a technical committee member for the British American Tobacco Nigeria Foundation. Madam Folusho, good morning. You're welcome.
Good morning.
Thank you very much. And the last but not the least, I would like to also bring in another guru in this space, Mr. Wakil Olaiwola. He's the group head social performance, Dangote Cement. And to let you know that Dangote is also a co-chair to the private sector advisory group Cluster 5. So, Mr. Wakil, good morning. You are welcome.
Good morning. Good morning.
Awesome. So we're going to go very quickly, and I'm just looking at my time to ensure that, we're able to run very quickly. So the question and the narrative around agriculture and agribusiness, as it were, it's a conversation that has been going on for quite some time. And very recently, looking at the aging population and the infusing of young people into agriculture, has come to the fore on a number of occasions. So a quick question I'd just like to pose first to Oba Dokun Thompson would be, what would you say is the current state of agriculture in Nigeria? And where do we currently sit as we progress? Oba Dokun, this is directed
Thank you
to
very
you.
much.
Okay, awesome.
Okay, yes. Okay, thank you very much. I'll just quickly go to the theme of this whole masterclass, which is planting the seeds of innovation, opening the pathway to agricultural transformation, which actually responds to your question. I'll tell you why I'm saying that. We're at a stage whereby we are not practicing agribusiness. We're practicing agriculture in a subsistence manner. And that is why we keep on going about and around in circles. When we talk about innovation and we talk about the seeds of innovation, each time the last 3-4 speakers have spoken, they've spoken a lot about technology, application of digital solutions, the AI and stuff like that. Only once did I hear one person mention one particular word, which I see as actually the seeds of innovation. And that's what would help us to be able to plan, putting the right strategy in place, be able to interpret the problems, and also offer solutions that is we're able to monitor and also look at ways, when we're monitoring things, we need to also score ourselves and look at timelines, look at how we're doing well and scoring ourselves. And that is data. Even when the gentleman from AFAO spoke, he mentioned data once, and by the time he referred to any data, it was an international organization's data. When are we going to have our own data? That is the seeds. That is what would help us to plan, to put in the right strategies in place. And then by the time we're able to do that, we will be able to now help even this younger generation take on agriculture properly. Because when you're looking at data, you're looking at soil composition, how at different periods of the year. Just like the minister said, the first time they would also involve the Nigeria Meteorological Organization in trying to look at the climate conditions, the environmental conditions, to see when is the right time to plant and when is the right time to harvest, or at least it would help them to plant it. But this must not be about just talking. It must be practiced as the primary activity that will resolve the situation that we're all coming together to talk about. Thank you.
All right, thank you so very much, Obadokun Thompson, highlighting data and other critical things as a means to move out of where we are. Again, you stress the fact that we are still very much at a subsistence level, and we really need to do more going out of that, with data being an instrument, to doing that. So I'm going to pose this, since you talked about data, of course. Mr. Taiwo will now, I'm coming to him now because it's all about data. And my question to you would be, what would you advise we do as a nation to improve the current state of agriculture or agribusiness?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ludori. And I think just building on what the Ryandes has said, without adequate data, we might not be able to get to where we want to get to. And for me, whether you want to talk about the yield per hectare, you want to talk about the funding available, you want to talk about the number of people practicing agriculture, the contribution of agribusiness to the GDP, and what have we export earnings from agribusiness, you need data to be able to drive that. And so going back to your question around the fact that, what should we do and where are we as a country when it comes to agribusiness, I can say it's quite very unfortunate that we've not gotten to where we should be when we consider what agribusiness actually, is able to offer for us as a country. And we cast our mind back to where we were coming from, of course, where we were told in the early 60s, late 70s, into even early 80s, as to what agribusiness or agriculture was able to do, not even as agribusiness then, not going to the now where we can then transform it to agribusiness. I think we have a lot way to go. No information enough to be able to guarantee what we're able to produce, where is it able to be produced, are we going to get it to the market? There's no value addition to what we're producing. They are still in very crude form as they used to be. You see tons and tons of, for example, cocoa being produced out of Ondo State, for example. How many of it actually get refined in Nigeria and turned to chocolate bar, not just being fried and taken to the ship off to Netherlands, and we're importing chocolate bar back into the country. Paddy rice has been produced in the past. Where are we now? That suddenly we're unable to sustain what we require for local production and consumption any longer. We've not done enough around research institute to bring up new varieties of seedling. We've not been able to equally tackle diseases and pest infection. We've had instances not too far, long time ago in Nigeria, where we have the tomato Ebola, for instance, that wiped out so many farmland. So many issues to talk about. But again, the hope is not lost. I believe if we are very serious as a country and we put our mind to it, and my actual word has always been being deliberate and intentional as to how we want to proceed and seeing it as a business, and as a business indeed. Going back to why are the young people lost interest in studying agriculture in our institution. For example, if we ask people to say, what course do you want to study today, young people, everybody doesn't want to study agriculture. But I recall growing up as a young guy, you look at people graduated from school as agricultural extension officers, immediately work is guaranteed. They have new, either Volkswagen or a motorcycle brand new. They are going around the villages to educate the farmers. All of that they are things of the past. So I think we're not there, but all hope is not lost if we are committed as a country and we see it as a business and not just as agricultural practice. Let me stop at that, Mr. Oludare.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Taiwo. In your words, we need to be deliberate and intentional to be able to push this sector forward. I like the fact that you said a number of things around what you'd advise needs to be done properly for us to make progress. One of it is to see ways into improve the genetics that we have currently using our local research institutions to see how we can improve yields of basic products that we have or basic crops that we have and the likes. You also emphasize the need for us to not just produce, but to also process. These are critical conversations. I'm very sure, we'll still have the opportunity to, to tackle in the individual session. So I'm going to go quickly to Madam Olanio. And the question is this, still revolving around the conversation coming from Mr. Taiwo. They say agriculture is much more. Of course, he talked about it's not just producing, but we need to do beyond production. So I just want you to probably give us some insights. What value chain, would you consider today is the best for young people, to run into or to focus on?
Thank you. There will be several. It's difficult to say a particular one. There are cash crops that give the opportunity of earning FX, but the period it takes for the crops to mature to convert to cash FX takes a bit of time. But at the end of the day, most of the time it gives good yields and good returns. So the cocoa value chain is a good one. But for short term, I think our young people want to see progress. They want what will give quick return sometimes. I would recommend the horticulture value chain because a lot of opportunities exist for that value chain as well. It's a value chain where the cycle can be twice within a year, except if there is extreme weather. There is an opportunity to earn income twice a year and then sow the seed for the third round. So the horticulture value chain brings quick returns, and I think a lot of young people are attracted to that in the sense that you can also earn forex from it, and it can be air freighted to the customer who desires to have them once you can pay the price. So our young people like it quick, they like it nice, they like it rich. I think horticulture will be quite attractive. And I will now go to cassava value chain, which is my favorite value chain. That yields results. And when you look at the benefits from that value chain, apart from the fact that you can have 2 cycles a year, it's one of the value chains that improves food security. It contributes to it because a lot of our diet here in Nigeria, is based on crops like cassava. Most Nigerians across all geopolitical zones eat processed, they eat cassava flakes, gari. So this contributes to the feeding of Nigerians. And I'm saying this because our youth should look at the value chains from a dispassionate point when it comes to just earning money. You would look at what would give you the balance. You have horticulture, you have vegetables, they have to go with cassava for you to have a balanced diet. So what I'm throwing to them is, yes, you can invest in cassava value chain. It gives you money as well because cassava gari brings quick money, starch brings quick money, vegetables to bring quick money. So you can earn forex on one hand, contribute to food security on the other end, and feed your own household as well. Because when you produce, you can sell and then keep some for your own consumption locally. So I would say go with horticulture and cassava in the short term and cocoa in the long term.
All right. Thank you so very much. I like the part where you talked about, young people need to look at the value chain and not just be going after the immediate gain. And I like the fact that you broke it down saying for short term, look into the horticulture value chain, and then for long term, go into crops like cocoa. I know that Obadok will be very happy you mentioned cocoa because that is one of his core. So a quick one. Earlier also while you spoke, you emphasized more young people, and Mr. Taiwo also talked about the apathy for young people wanting to go into agriculture. While he said that, I laughed because I had the same kind of orientation while I was going to school. But we are those who found ourselves in agric who did not initially apply for it, but you understand the dynamics. So I'm going to go to Mr. Wakil now, and the question would be, are there more people coming into the agricultural sector? That's one part of the question. And to cap the question would then be, how do we then encourage young people, to tap into these many opportunities that we are currently discussing?
Yeah, thank you very much. To address the first part of the question, are there more people coming to agriculture? I'll say yes. But the more important question is, are they coming into agriculture through the right way? Probably not. People coming to agriculture as retirees have gotten money, and they see agriculture as the easiest thing to invest in, and they learn terrible ways that's a big mistake. So the way we should come into agriculture is through agribusiness now is knowledge-based. There's no other business that you start without going through the nitty-gritty, understanding it, except in agriculture. Everybody that has some money want to be a poultry farmer, want to be a produce merchant, without learning. So what my first advice to the young ones who want to come into agriculture, first know the area of interest. You can't be all commerce. Identify the one that resonates with you and go and learn. It doesn't have to be to go and acquire a degree in agriculture. It may be something as simple as volunteering in a well-run establishment that's into agribusiness. Of course, you have identified your area of interest, identify the business that is doing well. I'm not talking about those who offer what is not achievable in agriculture. There are some fintech now, they say, put 1 million naira in 6 months, you get 2 million naira. I'm not talking of organizations like that. I'm talking of serious-minded businessmen who have come into agriculture and they are willing to mentor. They are willing to attract young people. So if people take agric as a business, like every other venture, I'm sure that is the right way to come into agriculture. And where are people coming to agriculture? People are coming to agriculture not as primary producers. And I think they are getting that right. The value chain is so wide, you can play as input suppliers. You see a lot of people, young people, setting up agrochemical trading companies. You don't need hectares of land to do that. You are not exposed to the farmer harder problem. And on your phone, you can have a network of farmers that really need your inputs. Then you can be at the other hand, you can simply be off-taker or simply repackaging what somebody has produced. You can buy oil, palm oil in big kegs and try to put them in 1 liter kegs, approach NAFDAC and put your sticker on it. These are simple ways and the right ways. I think we can dwell more. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Wakil. I think you had very critical conversations. Agribusiness, one of the things you said is knowledge base. It's not one you go into without, everybody's going into it. Let me also go into it. So that is critical. You also mentioned the fact that For young people going into it and how to get them involved, basically is for them to first identify where their interest is. Don't run because everybody is running in there, and then go after knowledge. And your knowledge, like you define, is not necessarily going to school, but it could be even a form of, an apprentice kind of, engagement, or a volunteering kind of thing in a farm where, the skill that you really require to start your own business is. So thank you so very much for those very, very clear facts. I'll be coming back to Oba Doku now. And it is critical in the conversation that we are having that there are indeed opportunities. We've seen it all, we've heard it all from all our panelists on where young people can actually go into. So a question I want to ask you, because these are things that will resonate all through the sessions that we'll be having, is how can a young person today begin an agricultural enterprise with very limited capital? That's the first part of the question. And what are some low-cost innovations and entry points, they should be looking at as they approach this sector?
Well, the first thing first is, and I believe that's what this program is all about. There has to be a shift of the mind, a renewed mindset, just like what Mr. Olaiwola said in terms of you need to be educated. You need to have some knowledge. You also need to have a passion for a particular, like Mrs. Olaniyan mentioned. There needs to be a passion for a particular product or a particular sector within agriculture. If you look at the agricultural landscape, it's very wide. Mr. Taiwo Oyaniro broke it down into bits and pieces, because you have the primary, you have the secondary, you have the tertiary, in terms of production, in terms of processing, in terms of manufacturing. And then you have cash crops, or it could be food crops, or basically horticultural. When we're looking at, what can we do that's minimal outlay of capital that would encourage the younger generation? Number one, we also have to be considering their own needs and requirements in terms of at what stage are they in life, and what sort of funds are they looking for in terms of returns, because we have to be very, very careful. This time last year, cocoa was at $2,300, $2,500 per ton. By January, February, March, it was almost, $10,000 per ton. Yes, it's gone down to about 7,000 now, and at the same time, I can ask you to go into tomatoes, for instance, which allows you to harvest like every 6 months, every 6 weeks to 2 months, and then you package it, process. What's processing? Processing is just removing it. That's the primary processing. Removing it, harvesting it, cleaning it up, and possibly even packaging and sending directly to a hotel or a supermarket or whatever, depending. And this is where data also comes into play. So you are able to identify and tell yourself where you can dispose of these items or these particular products that you have, because you need to be able to complete a cycle. You need that market when you're talking about value addition. But I would not say this in particular, because even creating a consumption of a product, a consumption position like a restaurant or whatever, is part of it. But most importantly, what we have not been able to really do is to understand the creature of the culture around products or agriculture. And that is what would drive consumption. That consumption, as I say all the time, is what drives value. So what do you think you can do? What sort of funds? Because if I say 1 million now, you may not be interested in it. and you may have access to 10 million. So there's so many areas that you can go into. But I must say that whatever area you go into or whatever area we want to get people to go into, we must also create that culture. That culture is what helps to create that shift in the mindset of our people. And then mind you, that we also need to be looking at the incentives. Most agricultural areas are left for rural. So the younger ones are no more interested in staying in all those places. They want to go into the urban centers where you probably not have agriculture, except, of course, you're going into the hydroponics or form of farming, whereby you don't need much land and you just need water or air, and you can create nice vegetables that's easy to clean up, process. So it's I'm sure the next sets of panels over the course of the next 3 days will go further into these details to identify the different areas that can be gone. I mean, that can be invested in with little and medium-sized income. So I'll leave it at that for now. But it is very, very important that together we have to start creating incentives, even if it is just access to the market that is the incentive, or some kind of subsidies. In other parts of the developed world, the government sort of guarantees farmers' produce. In Nigeria, we don't have that. So that would encourage more farming, or at least young people going into farming, because they know that their produce, we don't even have storage facilities. We don't have the right logistics. There's a lot of issues, and each of those issues is an opportunity that can actually be worked on and turned into another enterprise that will be profitable. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Taiwo, I want you to also wade in into that question, but before you do, just to say critical things that Obadoku mentioned is the fact that re-emphasizing the fact that there needs to be passion, right? And the critical thing he said is you need to also be very, very informed before you go into anything. There are various aspects of agriculture that you can go into. He didn't give a specific one, but telling us also that there is a need to have the culture or the mindset to remain. Agriculture comes with a volume of problems. Of course, he tried to touch them a bit as he rounded up. So, Mr. Taiwo, the same question to you. You know, what are some of the low-cost innovations and entry points in the sector for young people? You're currently on mute.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I think for me, just in addition to what Israel Ernest has said, would be around how young people that want to go into the business of agriculture will be willing and ready to collaborate to the extent possible. When I talk about collaboration, I'm talking about not having the mindset of I can go it all alone, because when you do that, you're actually de-risking your exposure. Know so much of the insurance company that want to bank on insuring you when it comes to agribusiness. But when you collaborate, you are 5, you are 10, pulling resources together, and you are cultivating particular area and all of that. That part might help in de-risking your capital, because again, you just don't want to farm for one cycle and the capital is gone in the event that something happens. But through the collaboration, perhaps you take a crop product to plant, and through your coming together again, you might say we are doing 1 or 2 or 3 things again together. In the event that one fails, you can fall back on the other. That's one. Number 2, which I believe that we equally need to mention, of course, it's been said in different ways, is equally not to think about that it's going to be something that when I start today, I just become millionaire immediately. Okay, there's time for it to mature and grow, and you scale up gradually. Even if you have the loads of money in this world, or your parents are actually very rich, you're able to give you the capital, 100 million, 200 million to start. Don't just go in with the mindset, I just want to conquer the world just immediately. Yes, you have aspirations. It's good to be ambitious. It's good to have, ideas, but just scale up gradually. Number three, which I believe is key, is that ensure you do a proper route to market analysis of whatever you're going to be venturing into from end to end. You might not be able to complete the whole cycle in the value chain, but be sure that wherever yours terminates, there's another off-taker that's picking it up there. It's going to end it so that you don't have a point in time that your product then ends, nobody to take from you, and you get into crisis. And number four, that we equally tell the young people is that they should be business minded when it comes to agribusiness. Business minded in the sense that it's a business. Don't just say because we have pump harvest this year, we make good money. Then we begin to buy official cars and begin to lure people from companies, come and be my GM, come and be my executive director. We are renting houses for them in the Ikoyi and Banana Island and buying official vehicles, branding everywhere, do advertisement, advertising on. It's good to do all of that, but take it, be business minded. Have the profit and loss account of your business intact, such that if anybody wants to come and interact with you or do business with you or invest in you, you have the numbers to show. And numbers, they say they don't tell lie. And number five, because of interest of others as well to make their contribution, is equally see to it that at the initial stage, don't see yourself as owner or an emperor or an emperor. See yourself as someone that equally need to be placed on a salary scale. So if I were to be employed by somebody, be sincere and be honest with yourself. How much would I be paid for my effort? And make sure you are disciplined about that. And as you continue to grow, you can begin to give yourself fat incentive, fat bonuses, the more, but you are doing it, granularly as the company is, as the business is expanding. Those will be my initial comments and suggestions to the young entrepreneurs in agribusiness.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Taiwo. Very detailed. I think we could write a book from each of the points that you have raised. But very critical. I'm glad that there are lots of young people on this call. I know I saw someone earlier on saying, I think I'm not too sure now, joining all the way from Burundi. So this is not just knowledge, domicile for people in Nigeria. I think it's going even much global, going into the entire African continent. Quick things, that you also mentioned, again, riding on what Obadokun had mentioned, is the fact that, apart from just not being just market driven, like Obadokun said, you talked about the opportunity to de-risk, which comes with heavy collaboration in it. So collaboration is key. So I think for all young people on this call, please do not have the silo mentality that you can do it all. Learn to collaborate. As we've heard from the expert, it helps you de-risk in terms of what you are putting there. To rehash again, I think all our panelists today had mentioned it, and it's been, re-echoed again, to say that it's not a quick get quick money syndrome, as they say. It's not an MMM, for lack of better word, right? It's one that grows with time, so it's not a quick gain. Scale up gradually until you get to that point where you can say, I am like Obadokun, or I am like a Dangote and the like. So please just note that. Do an end-to-end research, have a road to market. These are some of the things he said. And then I'll just speak on, the last one that says be disciplined in your finances. Be very, very disciplined. Don't assume I have made, like, Obadokun said, January cocoa, a ton of cocoa was selling for $10,000 dollars. Anybody could come and say, oh wow, from 2005, some quarter ago, to 10,000, I can already afford to buy a house. We are learning now from the expert to say, no, grow organically, right? Don't just come up and do that for yourself. So thank you so very much for that insight. Just trying to rehash it so that a lot of our audience and young participants can, sink this into their system as they even progress in this agribusiness issue. So a quick one to Madam Folusha before I come to Mr. Wakil again. Some of the things said today by all of you as panelists, we know they are things that come from experience and from your years of being in the sector. I want you to please help, in addressing this, right? And it's going to come in two ways. The first one would be, can a young person today in agriculture, can they thrive in the absence of a mentor. That's one. The second part of that is, how can they now get this mentor? Because we know reaching people like you, if we don't know somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody, we cannot get to you. So in this shift, how can a young person, get a mentor, and can they thrive in the absence of a mentor in the agribusiness space? Thank you, Madam Felicia. You're on mute at the moment.
Thank you. So there are different ways of getting mentors. When I started out, I thought it was something impossible, but it can be quite easy. One is to attend agricultural trade shows. It's so important because at those trade shows, you see all the practitioners coming together, and some of them are panelists on some of the sessions. Some just come to look at what's on display. But there's always a part of that show where you can interact. And I always tell young people, don't underestimate the power of networking in those sectors. That's one. And then secondly, I must commend some activities of the Bank of Industry in the past. I don't know if they're still doing it. They organize business plan workshops where they get experts to train interested young people on how to develop business plans for specific value chains. And what I realized during that time is once you get the right template, there's a template for the business plan. The things that change, the variables are, the specific data for your own value chain. So at the end of it, you know exactly what your returns on investment will be. But before you go into any venture, it's important to learn how to develop that business plan. So for young people, some of them who maybe studied economics, accounting, and have the Excel knowledge can develop those business plans. But those who don't can actually get their contemporaries to mentor them on developing the templates for those business plans. And once you have that, it's now easy for you to check out which returns you want to go with, which of the value chains you're interested in. Another way of getting mentors is actually via LinkedIn. You'll be amazed because people underestimate LinkedIn, and a lot of contacts I've made with young people were through LinkedIn. They're active on LinkedIn. And then what I realized with the machine is that engine, once you connect to 3-4 people in the agri space, it recommends to you other people you can connect with. And once you take your time to look at the profiles of those people, you see those who are ahead of you in the industry. And honestly, you can actually chat with them, ask questions, and arrange meetings. Agriculture, I think, can be lonely sometimes when you're an investor, especially when with this era of climate change, where extreme weather can just change everything. You need people, you need partners to comfort you. So from the beginning, as a young person, when you're going into agriculture, you need that mentor. That mentor is like your parent. They will guide you through the process, and you'll not be alone. Even when you get stuck, they are able to help you find means of accessing more finance to improve your business. So, like I said, trade shows via LinkedIn, via word of mouth. A couple of people who will be speaking in the next few days have actually introduced young people to me on my areas of strength, and vice versa. I've done that. So you need to stay within that community and be deliberate about the contacts you go after. Another way that I think this will work, and this is to us, the private sector advisory group, is, with partnerships, set up boot camps for young people in agriculture, especially now. And if the boot camps are set up, it's an opportunity to extend this masterclass to that boot camp so that what they can't get in 2 days, they could over a period of 1 week. Ask questions, and it's so important now because I see there are a lot of willing young people, but they are lost. So they need to be handheld. And that boot camp will be an opportunity to help them. And it would have a ripple effect on the entire nation. So I think it's a
Right.
time for that, yes. And there
Awesome.
also, we can share information on smart farming, on genetic engineering. It will excite a lot of them. Some of them are studying robotics. And one asked, how can I even apply it to agriculture? And I said, in so many ways. But if they come to a boot camp and they see like 200, 250 young people with different skill sets, with different qualifications that can be applied, science, technology, financial skills, they can actually come up with different programs and applications that will make agriculture interesting. So networking, matchmake, mentor, and mentee goes a long way. And I think that boot camp would be a step further. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Madam Felicia. Very great insight. Mr. Wakil, a similar question will be coming to you, but just let me go through some of the few nuggets shared by Madam Felicia. So she talked about events. So I know a lot of young people are very social, so they go out a lot. So maybe you just want to save two of the cash or two of the funds that you have for maybe one of those musical or comedy shows and use it to attend an event. Maybe you will get the opportunity to meet Mr. Taiwo on a one-on-one basis there, and maybe the critical conversation you have with him will just help you move that your business to the very next level. So please use that opportunity to attend events. Don't just feel, oh, it's just one of those events. I think use that opportunity. Well, Madam Felicia has stressed that as well. She also talked about LinkedIn. Yeah, LinkedIn has become or is a tool, to find people. All I need to know is your name. That's all. I go on Google or I go on LinkedIn. It helps me bring out your profile. It's just a little chat. Yes, it might take 2 days, it might take 3 days for a response, but you will definitely get a response. So please try and use that as well. I know for this particular masterclass, there are opportunities for young people to be mentored or to have a 30-minute session, with mentors on this. So it's going to come as a way of question at the end if you're able to respond effectively to those questions. I don't know, but I know the moderators will let you know how, but you have opportunities to, get a 30-minute session with any of the panelists in those individual sessions. So yes, that opportunity does exist, and we're also looking to what Madame Felicia said around, creating boot camps that could further, present that opportunity for conversation. So a sequel question now to Mr. Wakil, still on this. And the question would just be, what role does networking play in building a successful agribusiness for these young people? And how can one effectively build and leverage professional networks? Yeah, so you can put your question online. We'll be coming straight to your question after my last question to our panelists. Thank you, Mr. Waki. You can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would first like to add one or two comments to the list of do's and don'ts that Mr. Taiwo Yeniro reeled out. Most new joiners into agribusiness make this mistake, and that is investing in infrastructure. As a new entrant, I would advise that you avoid that. You probably have just a little sum of money. You don't have to buy land when you can rent and produce. You don't have to buy or build a pen. You may have, for example, 10 million naira. Instead of using that to construct a pen that has a capacity of 2,500 beds, you can look around and look at any of these poultry farms that have closed down, or maybe using 1 out of 3 pens, and rent that. So put your money into production. Secondly, agric is a business that really requires your presence. Not only physical presence, presence of mind. So it's not a business you set up and start junketing around and just come occasionally. Your birds or animals don't look for you. When you plant something, it must be nurtured. Agri grows, it doesn't jump. And when it grows, you can see that it's an organic thing. So whatever you achieve through this means, most likely will be sustainable. So the role of networking, of course, is the world we live today. Networking is just something that is a must. You can't grow or produce something when there is no market for it. Nobody hawks again. But on your phone, you can reach hundreds and thousands of customers. Each of the young participants we have today, people may have 500 contacts, 1,000 contacts. That is your market. And the thing about agribusiness is you must bring solution to a problem and money will follow you. Look around where you stay, where you live, or where you work. What are people complaining about? People would like to eat snails, but they don't like to process it. They don't like the slimy nature. People want to eat certain things, but the process of getting it to the final product is what they don't like. Can you create a niche market for yourself? Simply solving that problem people are complaining about. We can spend the whole day complaining what is not right about agribusiness. But for somebody who has ideas to solve problems, solve the problem, and the market will look for you. So networking is a great tool for marketing. So the larger your network is, the better for you when you start business. What you see most of people when they put on their status these days are not value adding. Using your WhatsApp status, you can create a market. That is through those small platforms, and people begin to know you for what you produce. People put chains and things on their status for sale. They are marketing. Why don't you market what you produce? Just find something innovative, and then money will follow you. So, the networking is a tool for business. This is not just for social. You can use your huge contact on your phone. I don't have a large network, maybe 1,000 or 2 on my phone. But some of these young men have that times 2 and 3. Rather than using it for social networking alone, use it for marketing your products. That is what I would like to add. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Wakil. Also speaking on the earlier thing, very critical, do not invest in infrastructure at the start. Look for opportunities and existing facilities rather than putting your initial capital on infrastructure. Very critical. And it also, I like this word. I think I'll probably put it somewhere. I will always, say it. Agriculture grows. It doesn't jump. Wow, fantastic. So it's not the MMM scheme. It needs to grow. And you need to be there. It requires your presence, some of the things he says. So thank you so very much. So I'm seeing quite a number of questions online. Some have already been addressed, but just to also echo to a number of persons putting questions on finance, there's a session on finance, right? That will critically address all of those. So I'm not going to push those questions to my panelists this morning. Just bear with me. But I'm going to put one more question to everyone to respond to in no particular order. Climate change. Of course, we heard the Honorable Minister in his keynote address earlier on, hinging on that fact. We see Borno today is flooded. The Southwest today not having rains, as it were. July, that should be the peak, was completely blank in terms of rain. And a host of other things, around the whole climate ecosystem. How would you advise and or how can agribusiness thrive, or what do they need to do to put in place, in the wake of climate change that, we are currently experiencing. So anybody in the panel can take the lead, but would like that everybody responds on this as well.
Okay, I'll start.
All right.
I think the use of smart agriculture would help us, tackle climate change. Because with smart agriculture, you have you're pre-warned about weather and necessary pest outbreak that could come out of that weather, and what are the trends over the next few days or few weeks. I know most of our farmers are not engaging smart agriculture, except for a few commercial farms. So I think that's one way I think most of us should go now, those who are in agriculture. And then another thing is precision agriculture, because I know that one will help too. You use satellite imagery, you use drones and sensors, to navigate that space. Just like telecoms, where they have a lot of equipment that improves your voice quality, your reception. I think it's about time for the government and stakeholders to invest in precision agriculture, because that helps to optimize inputs. It helps to know when to apply your inputs, when to harvest, and in what quantities. So I think both precision agriculture and smart agriculture are things we should look at as a country, and stakeholders should see how we can rally investments in these sectors. That's my contribution.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Taiwo, you say you want to
Oh,
go
thank you
next.
very much. Just to add to what Mrs. Olani had said, we'll be around the fact that whether we like it or not is something that's come to stay with us, and we just need to respond appropriately. And so for me, information, they say, is very key. So just like you put your money in the bank, you want to know whether the bank is going to survive or not. You're constantly checking. Are they still trading? Is the share still listed? As as CBN declared they are no longer solvent. The same way you call it, be following up on information that impacts agribusiness. This is not a time for you not to be a fan of what the Nigeria Meteorological Agency is saying. You must listen and follow through. That is one. Number two for me would then be by what we know in terms of from information available to government agencies and parastatals. They always know at the beginning of every year as to what, particularly the predictable event of flooding, the general one, what like going to happen. How are they then quickly working with relevant agencies at the state level, at local government level, to get to the farmers up front and see that they avoid those areas that are going to be highly prone to effect. See what happened very recently, which allowed them in Maiduguri, Borno State. Any farmland in that pathway is gone, whether it's rice or whatever that is planted. And these are the things that actually discourage farmers from going back into the farmland. Madam talked about precision farming. We might say as a nation, it's quite very capital intensive, but maybe private sector group like people that will be here, we have to champion that and see how that can help people. There was a time I was writing a thought leadership on how we can increase rice production in Nigeria or through agri mechanization. Just in North America, Brazil, or you see Latin America rather, you see down there, and a farmer might not get to the field throughout the planting session. It's just in the office monitoring when everything has been done, who needs to do the to apply fertilizer, who need to do the harvest, and all of those things. Precision agriculture with that, you predict if I put this level of effort, this is what I'm going to get out of it. We might not have it yet as a country, but I will advise that well-to-do organizations that are really market leaders in agribusiness, you begin to think about that and perhaps render it as a service to the upcoming organizations and young farmers. And the last thing for me that I will probably be mentioning climate change is that all of this is outside of our control. And so in the event that it happens, it's not the end of the world, and for us to fold our arms and say, to your tent, O Israel. We must have an idea of how to say, how can I come back? And I go back to the risking element. Very recently, I know the board of NISA has been reconstituted, Nigeria Incentive-Based Risk Lending for Agricultural, Risk-Based Sharing for Agricultural Lending. And I think our policymakers should equally be galvanizing insurance companies to take more interest in insuring farmlands and all of those. So we put all of that together, and I believe we're able to combat the effect of climate change, as of course has come to be the reality of our time. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tayo. Yes,
What
Mr.
I would
Waki,
like
go
to
ahead, please.
add beautiful contributions from co-panelists. Is the reality. You can't control it, but we have to be prepared for it. And one of the, it may be traditional, but then it works. This is not a time to, especially for those who have expanded, this is not a time to stay put in one, a monocropping, if I use that word. There are a lot of ways to mitigate by diversifying. And if you ask me, there are already improved varieties of crops that have shorter period of gestation. There are, in the livestock space, some who are risk averse. You can do 6 instead of doing, for example, some people may choose to do layers that runs into 2 years and the rest. But if you are risk averse, do broiler 6 weeks cycle. You can do 6 cycles, 5, 6 cycles in a year. For those who are going to crops, it's just to stay glued to the sources of information. There's nothing like planting season is March, April again. You need to read the weather. I mean, unfortunately, when we were in the agri school, we were taught problems of agri in Nigeria in the 80s. When my children were in secondary school too, I taught them the same problems have not changed. Unfortunately, if I don't see the secondary school curriculum now, those problems are still there. So it's for you as businessmen to see how you adjust to the situations that we find ourselves. As a businessman, how do I thrive despite all these myriads of problems? And then for every risk, have a mitigating measure. Climate change is something that has come. We'll live with it. It's for you to now see how to navigate your business, agribusiness, to not be totally exposed as it strikes us. Yeah, precision agriculture, smart agriculture, they are capital intensive for an individual. So that is where policymakers come in. When what is being done now by the current government matures, we hope, when it matures, they will lay the foundation, and that can allow people to access credit in terms of input, in terms of infrastructure, so that I don't need to be the one that will do drip irrigation on my vegetable farm. I can approach Bank of Agric, I can approach NASA, and they, instead of giving me money, they can give me those things. And so that I can install on my farm. Then my little money will just be OPEX. Government having taken care of the capital expenditure part of it. That's what I would like to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, Obadokun, just your word on this. You're currently on mute.
Sorry about that. Like I said, I'll try and wrap this up very quickly, but it's going to be a summary of a lot of what all the speakers have said. But it takes me back to the start of this program when I talked about data. When we're talking climate smart agric or precision agric, it still takes us back to data. If we don't have the right data, we can never be able to plan or project. That is what would allow us to be able to interpret or apply certain applications, okay, to be able to even monitor and see where we're going or what's coming. But very quickly going to the cocoa industry. At some points, it started with traditional agric practices, then moved into global agric practices, and then later best agric practices. Earlier, part of the problems with the cocoa shortage in the world was had to do with, well, they said climate change and pesticides, infection, swollen shoot disease, and stuff like that. The reason why that was able to fester for so long was because of the lack of the numbers. So as soon as it started, there was not enough manpower to address it. That's one challenge. Then on the other hand, when you're in a cocoa farm, one of the best agric practices is for you to be able to prune your trees properly so that you have the sun rays coming in through, okay? And that sort of sends out the pests. But this time around, because of the climate change with the heat, people had to return to the traditional practices whereby they had to leave the trees or the branches to create the canopy to prevent the heat from destroying the crops. So you can now see how you need to be able to balance this. And that's why I said data is very, very important. And without that, we cannot do much. But what are we going to do? We've talked about precision agriculture and stuff like that. What about the research and development side of things? Yes, we have our research institutes, but are we also researching and looking at development techniques that would address these issues of either extreme weather conditions, whether it is the heat, which is basically the main problem. In Israel recently, someone said it was by accident, found that a particular crop of the cocoa seedling survived extreme heat conditions. They now started trying to research into what made it different from another. These are the sort of things that we need to look at. So at the end of it all, as Mr. Olaiwala said, when we're now looking at climate change, we're also trying to mitigate risks. So, and in mitigating risks, the easiest way is to offer or to provide ourselves an alternative source. So, which brings in multi-cropping within your farm. And that's very, very key because something like a flood is not something we can handle. What happened in Borno cannot be used as an example because Borno was an accident. But when it comes to a natural occurring situation, either heavy rainfall or extreme heat, then that's a different, there's a different way to approach or provide solutions to mitigate against the risk or to at least protect some form of earnings. So it's about livelihood at the same time of the farmers, or even to be able to address the food insecurity that we may be facing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. I'm already being told we're about 70 minutes above schedule, or 7 minutes, I beg your pardon, above schedule. So I'm just going to try and do a wrap up. I see a lot of hands coming up trying to ask questions. We will encourage you. Our panel for this morning was just to give us, a tip and just to remind us of the broader perspective of the conversations we'll be having. We'll be having more tailored conversation from those asking a lot around finance. I know finance session is coming up next. For those asking about crop production, animal husbandry, aquaculture, and the likes, you will be in those independent sessions. And you might not know some of our panelists here would even join that specifically because of you, and you can get the opportunity to also speak with them. So it's great to have had the privilege, to speak with distinguished guests. So to say thank you to Mr. Taiwo Thank you to Mrs. Alanio. Thank you to Mr. Wakil. Thank you to Oba Dokun Thompson for giving us your time. As they have said, agric is the gold mine. There are pros, there are cons that you need to know before going into it. Howbeit that there are challenges, but they are surmountable. Those are some of the conversations they have told us here today. And that's the mind we need to go into those independent sessions and even into our business at large. So once again, on behalf of myself and the entire panel, we'd like to say thank you and hope to see you in other sessions. Have a great day ahead. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, everybody.
So the next panel will be on agri-finance funding the future of agricultural growth. So please stay tuned, and we'll be converging shortly.
So this is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything. If we could only see the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key. There's treasure in the trees. The time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. This is our nation. This is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see. The time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here. There are 200 million dreams. Anyone of this is able to begin a spark and change the world. There's innovation everywhere, from Abba to Ife to Kaduna. The land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, this is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours. We have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now. The land is green, the world is here. If you take a look around, from the north to south, there are opportunities to make it. Yeah, but either you ever dream is to go overseas. Tell me how you'll ever know that wealth is here. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is our nation, this is our land. Oh, Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. So pass on that and pass on the time. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green.
Thank you very much, Ndika. Thanks for the interlude. At this point, we'd like to call on the next panel, and the panel will be moderated by Ms. Nike Alao, the Chief Research Officer for Business Day Intelligence. Nike, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Ime, for that introduction. This session is about agri-finance, and the theme for this session is funding the future, navigating agricultural finance for growth. We know that the landscape of agricultural finance offers a variety of opportunities for farmers and agribusinesses, from traditional bank loans to more flexible alternatives, as well as microfinance and cooperatives, each with its own unique benefits. I have on here my distinguished guests and panelists, Mrs. Ogogo Makinde, Mr. Henry, I beg your pardon, Shufowura, and Mr. Eze Nwakama. I'll give my distinguished panelists an opportunity to introduce themselves, which will be followed by a presentation by Mrs. Makinde. starting with Mrs. Makinde. Could you kindly unmute, please?
My apologies, I didn't realize I was muted. My name is Makinde. I'm a partner in Aluko and Oyebode. I head the business advisory practice of the firm, which provides advice to clients across all economic subsectors, which includes agriculture. I represent some of the biggest seeds companies in the world that have offices in Nigeria. I also advise social investors and financial institutions that provide funding to the sector. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Mr. Henry Shofora, could you kindly introduce yourself?
Amazing afternoon, everyone. Morning, everybody.
Great.
I'm Henry Shofora, the Chief Operating Officer for Woodall Capital, an international advisory firm located in Lagos. I'm also a trade finance specialist with over 20 years of banking experience. We do international funding for a lot of corporates, banks, and sovereigns across Africa and within Nigeria as well. So that is a brief of my resume.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Eze Inwakama, can you kindly introduce yourself briefly?
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, participants and business day. My name is Eze Inwakama. I head agribusiness and export for Union Bank PLC. There are a lot of other things I do on the side too. I'm an SME finance specialist currently, and also a credit guarantee finance specialist for not just for the bank. My previous lives have been in credit guarantee and enhancing finance and flow of finance into agriculture and agribusiness. Currently, I head agribusiness and export for Union Bank. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And now we'll take the presentation by Mrs. Makinde. You have the floor, please, Mrs. Makinde. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I thought to set the tone for our panel, and it would be nice to prepare a few slides of where we are historical and where we are on the agricultural space in Nigeria. So on the look at my first slide. Basically talking about the role that agriculture plays in the Nigerian economy. It's good that we have financial experts on the panel. So really, I'm speaking to the converted. We can all see the figures. It's a huge percentage of our GDP. A large amount of Nigerian workforce works in the agriculture sector, which is largely informal, and really that needs to change. So we can see that the sector witnessed the modest growth in Q2 of 2024, and we can see that even though that was a slight decrease from the same period in Q2 of 2023. Nigerian agricultural GDP is projected to reach 90 billion by 2026, and we all hope that the policies are put in place to ensure that this is not another hope day. In the 4-year window, we can see that the cumulative agricultural imports stood at well over 3.3 trillion naira, and that is the imports totally outpaced our exports, which stand at a mere 803 billion within the same period. That needs to change. We have arable land. We have a large agricultural sector. Is the biggest sector. Is actually the biggest sector of our economy. So these figures need to change. The sector cannot. We all agree on the panel. Is key to reducing poverty and ensuring food security in Nigeria, and also, of course, increasing our currently a negative status in exports generally. Next slide, please. So we have had multiple government policies and initiatives in the agricultural sector from way since when I was young. I mean, I didn't mention some of them from the past. It goes right back to the Operation Feed the Nation. I'm sure some people on the panel would remember that. So it's not for want of trying. Governments over time have tried to improve agricultural sector in Nigeria, and it is critical that there has to be new thinking and new strategies to ensure that this very critical sector grows. The allocation by the federal government in agriculture keeps increasing year on year on, and you can see some of the statistics that I have put on this slide. Now, just drilling down into some of the specific policies of government. This current government has brought in the zero duty and exemption. It's for a specific time period, just 6 months, and we think that it's really to ameliorate the current hardship that have been created by some economic changes in the last 8 to 10 months, and this will really help in reducing the increasing challenges around Nigerians being able to afford food. It is again the short-term strategy where we are all expecting that the longer-term strategies, which are in the following slides, start to turn the tide around as the time goes on. Next slide, please. The next two, the next three policies are more or less related. You have the agricultural production policy, which is aimed at helping Nigerian farmers access international markets. You have the zero reject initiative. There is all kinds of urban myths and stories about how Nigerian food crops are rejected abroad because of farming practices, because of insecticide and pesticides, which a lot of Western governments put in their food cycle. So you have the zero reject initiative to increase the acceptability of Nigerian agriculture internationally. Also have the presidential economic diversification initiative, which is to enhance our trade capacity in agriculture. And hopefully when all of these come together, we are hoping on the consultancy side, which is where I stand, that they ultimately work as a whole towards improving our current challenging agricultural profile, as well as critically increasing exports so that we can improve balance of a trade statistics. Next slide, please. More policies. We have the economic import promotion. I'm not going to draw a lot. Everybody knows about these policies. The CBN anchor borrows a program, the National Agricultural Development Fund. All of these are long-standing policies that predate this government, and we all have our views as to how efficient have been. Really, the core thing that I want to push through in my discussion today is the fact that we need new thinking, we need new strategies. We've tried a lot of policies and initiatives, and it doesn't seem that this knot is being cracked. And the result really is what we can see: more and more people falling into poverty and food insecurity, which is ideal. Next slide, please. Now we get into the challenges. I have a particular interest in this topic because I advise around different aspects of the agricultural chain in Nigeria, and we see some of these challenges live. It is, for me, there's a disconnect between the fact that you have farmers in Nigeria sitting on large expanse of land, particularly in rural Nigeria. But the problem is these are also the poorest Nigerians. Owning land or access to land everywhere across the world is a wealth. It's a propeller of wealth, and it's also generational wealth. So we do need to in my view, totally retool our land tenure system. We have the Land Use Act. It's an act that's over, I think, 50 years now. Maybe it is time to start looking at that legislation and how to make it fit in Nigeria of today. We need to bring rural land into the formal sector. I think I'm sure Mr. Wakama will speak to this when we do the questions. The fact is, banks need to feel comfortable lending to farmers across board, whether it's going to be banks like the big tier 1 banks, or it's going to be at the micro level, at the microfinance bank. The fact of the matter is farmers need funding. There have been all types of initiatives to ensure that funding gets to farmers, but maybe it's or maybe it's the policy formulation. There's just always been a link on getting the funding where it is actually needed. We cannot continue to have a situation where large expanse of agricultural land in Nigeria still remain in the informal subsistence sector. And what that means is that you're just not going to get a lot of interest from the community. But the financial institutions, they want to fund based on documentation, based on data, and also to ensure that funds are protected. Then I also made some comments here on logistics. I think the logistics concerns are well known. We also have a problem with storage. How do you get from farm to market? There have been improvements. It's not all doom and gloom, but for the economy size that we have, and for the population size that we have, that is projected to keep growing, we need to be more strategic in ensuring that all of these moving states come together and that there's proper funding. It's all well and good to have the government interventions from time to time, but we need to be strategic in ensuring that this sector has funding that it deserves. And that means setting in place strategies, policies, procedures, overhauling systems to ensure that it's not just a start and stop funding type situation as we've had for decades now, but it's something that is set in place and can just continue between farming and the funding community. Next slide, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Makinde, for the data-driven insights. In the light of Nigeria's food insecurity and direct link to poverty, like, how do you think policies can policy reforms, and sustainable agricultural practices can be accelerated to enhance food production and reduce the impact of inflation to some extent on household food spending in the light of food insecurity?
I think there are short-term policies that could be in place, and we have seen some by the current administration. For instance, zero and the zero duty. That is a really fast-track policy to ensure that very quickly you are able to and at least ease the and also the affordability. But we need to go beyond the short-term policy process, and we need to actually be more strategic, and we need to look at the fundamental. And I always go back to land ownership. I always go back to the fundamental for farming. How do we ensure that, for instance, the statistics show that most of our farming is still rural? Is driven by the rural communities. How do we ensure that the lands are brought into the small sector in a seamless and price effective manner, such that farming communities in our rural areas are not discouraged, or we are not just talking over their heads? Sometimes it does seem that the policies are done at the state government and also at the federal level, but drilling them down into the communities that are actually the farming communities is where sometimes you see the disconnect. So that's what I would say on the longer term strategy.
Thank you for that solid contribution. And, to the pertinent questions that, is always been asked with regards to agri-financing, Mr. Eze Iwakama, I'd like to direct this question to you. Can you, explain the different types of, financial financing options, available for agricultural ventures, especially for someone who's just starting out? We have, new agripreneurs. How do they go about accessing, capital? Because according to ResearchGate publication, many farmers still, remain challenged by access to capital and, for expansion and mechanization of farm processes. So can you just shed some light on financing options?
Thank you very much. Okay. And good morning. Good morning, everybody. You see, the topic of agri-finance and access to finance has been we've dealt with this severally in different forms, in different aspects. I hope I'm audible enough. Can you hear me?
Perfectly. I can hear you perfectly. You're audible.
Okay, that's fine. So the issue with agri-finance, I think I want to break it down in about 3 compartments. One, there's a fresh person who is getting into business. 2, there's the person that is already in business that wants to expand or that wants to remain in business. And then 3, you have those that are structurally settled in the business and they need to scale what they're doing. Now, for the person who is just starting, unfortunately, you can financing from the formal sector, it's quite difficult. Banking, as you know, is quite regulated in the sense that we call it greenfields. So for greenfields, yes, the requirements for greenfields are not what the starter is going to be able to meet up with, their collateral requirements and all that. But if we put that aside, that's looking at the bank as the source of financing. But there are other traditional sources where you can actually get financing from. And mind you, financing for agribusiness varies. It's not just liquid cash that forms financing. You can also be financed by getting inputs. So you have aggregators, those that want to aggregate a particular crop. So you have areas like the areas that are endemic for either maize, like the Kaduna axis down to Niger. You can those in those areas, people in those areas that are interested in farming maize can actually be financed by aggregators who trade in maize, who give them the various inputs. But it's taken that land ownership is assured that you have the land in which you want to farm on. You can get inputs, and at the point of harvest, a netting off happens. And most of the netting off recent transactions that I've seen have been party to. You have the aggregator buying up the maize at current rates. Now, does that really raise money for the agripreneur? I have my doubts. I have my own belief. These are personal to me, so I don't think that that's the best way, but that's still a way to start. Now, you have the microfinance banks that are also into lending, and they lend on account of your activity in the trade arena. So you're either trading commodities or you're trading inputs. If you can choose to trade commodities or choose to trade inputs. So you have those that finance, but you must be present in a marketplace where there's an identity, you can be properly identified as a participant or a trader in this local market, and then you have the market union attesting that you are a player. That's another force. That's another source of financing. Now, a lot of the initiatives, like when Mrs. Ogogo was giving her breakdown, you could see a lot of the CBN intervention funds, which was actually where funding was easy for startups. But you are aware that there's development finance is, will I use the word shut down? But so far in this administration with the new central bank governor, there is not looking at development finance in the form of development finance as it was practiced before. So you have other areas. But technically speaking, if we agree that agriculture, if you check, sorry, before I even get to that agreement, if you check the contribution of agriculture according to National Bureau of Statistics, you could see and you confirm that the contribution by agriculture has dipped from what it was from 2022, 2023, then getting into 2024, you can see a dip. And this dip is not unrelated to the fact that funding is not going into that sector as much as it's supposed to go into for primary production. Well, when you say the growth that you see that NBS reports is actually the effect of the smallholder farmers who cultivate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hectares, and they are funded. The anchor borrower system had an issue. Yes, definitely there were flaws. The design was flawed. But I believe that those flaws could have actually been corrected so that we can see liquidity injection into primary production. That doesn't exist any longer. And with the runaway the naira struggling to catch breath against the dollar, we're an import-dependent country. Fertilizer production and all that inputs associated have also been impacted negatively. So those prices have also gone up significantly. So there could be production, but accelerant of production, fertilizer and input are not like we expected. So the harvest that it will have that has already started to happen, we can see that there's possibly a dip. And then insecurity has also reduced what is happening in agriculture, which is something that has to be tackled. So specifically speaking, and in financing, sourcing finance, the traditional financial institutions like the banks look at all these factors in deploying finance. So when the aggregate agreement is that banks don't want to finance agriculture, that they see it as being very risky, I've gone to outline the things that make it risky for banks to put money in agriculture. So I think that as a country that wants to impact and also drive down the cost of food inflation, there are prerequisites, there are things we need to look at to create an enabling environment for the farmer and the would-be farmer to go into agriculture. So I'll hold my peace here as we proceed, and then we'll take this more. Thank you.
Thank you for enlightening us on that discussion. And to you, Mr. Shofu Wura, with your expertise in navigating complex financial transactions and optimizing trade financing solutions, could you enlighten us on what types of investors are typically interested in funding agricultural ventures, and how agripreneurs can effectively pitch their ideas to them?
Thank you. Thank you, co-panelists as well. Well, from what Mr. Wakama also has mentioned, you will discover that agribusiness is not any different from most of the businesses that we see, but particularly a lot of, when it comes to financing, you find out that people consider agric as a very risky business. And that's why you find out that they start and they can't finish. And looking into financing of trade, and when it comes to agriculture, it's always very important for agripreneurs to understand that at times they may have the skill in understanding the business, in doing agribusiness and the likes of that. But when it comes to financing, we have to look beyond that. Yes, you understand soil management, you understand your cycle of harvest and production, but you got to also be able to prove to funders about your business skill, because these are very important. If you cannot demonstrate how repayment will be done, how you're going to meet up periods where your production cannot meet up with your the sales of your product in the market and the likes of that. So all these things are very important. So that is why it is important for agripreneurs to understand that you might be very good one aspect of the value chain. You should then look at people who are gifted to come into the business with you, so that it will help you in getting financing for that business, which is very, very important. So a lot of people just want to do it alone. Maybe they want to maximize profit that comes to that area, and they don't want to engage experts in that in business management that will help them in coordinating this, so that they can pitch appropriately, that can encourage financing to come into that area. And for people who are seeking financing in this regard, you have to do a lot of research, ask a lot of questions. Yes, young agripreneurs are looking for how they won't spend so much and how they can bring in people. Then you can look for venture capitalists who can also want to fund you, or look at grants that are available for your sectors also that you can use. These are opportunities, are areas that are opened to agripreneurs where they can have financing coming. But you must be able to prove and show records of, okay, in low season, this is what we can do. This is what your book is showing. I listened this morning to what the Royal Highness was talking about data. And most of the time, when it comes to financing, and you cannot support it with data, it is very difficult for you to get financing in those areas. So these are areas that are very challenging to agripreneurs. They have to do better in these areas so that financing can be deployed in those areas. There's a lot of financing that can be applied through agricultural grants. A lot government is doing. Even 2 days ago, government talked about End from Soil. So a lot of things can be done to finance that transaction. So a lot of things, but they must be driven by you giving clear-cut understanding of how you want to manage this business going forward. Your low season throughout the cycle, we must understand when they're not going to be funding, where they're going to be funding, so we know how to finance you. And most financiers, those want to come in from beginning to the end, they want to see where is going to be a win-win for you, the business owner, as well as the funders themselves. So we got to be able to show that in our books, in our records. Your records must be clear, to show it clearly in areas where you want to be funded, as well as what do you want, what is the period, how long is this thing going to be for? You know, the traditional banking system cannot help in most of these areas. So you have to consider to look at cooperative societies and people who can come in to look at maybe equity contribution from other funders that can help support your business. Because some people just want to either giving you the money or help you providing the seed or the things that you will need to support your agricultural business. Those are areas where you can pitch to get funders or financiers to come into to support your funding in that area. So those are the kind of areas that you have to look at. But when you want to take it beyond just within the capacity of what we can do within the country, and like Mr. Makama mentioned earlier, that you have an established agribusiness that you now want to think about either exporting it or selling to other large corporate, then you have to look into a lot of other financing, like maybe pre-shipment financing or exporting, those kind of financing you may require, working capital financing that may be needed in that area, or you just want to you want financing to come into your packaging to make sure that your product sells. So that will drive various kind of financier to you to see how they can support you if you can provide show which area they want to fund your business. These are things that we have seen. I went to a friend's agri business, look into his business. He has all the equipment, he has all the ponds, but unfortunately, what was lacking in that business was the management skill to see how they can understand the market, who will need some of this information. They have the right equipment, they have the right pond, they have all the things that they need there, but they didn't do enough market research to be able to turn that into great profit for them. So they need good business management team to come into that system so that they can get the right funding to be able to maximize that project that they are running. So these are the areas I feel agripreneurs should pitch so that they can get funding to specific needs that will sustain their business. Thank you.
Thank you for that concrete discussion. And just a quick follow-up for you, Mr. Shifura. In your history of securing funding across sectors, can you give examples of successful agricultural ventures that have secured funding? And if Mr. Nwakama has an answer to this, he can also respond. In your history of securing funding, do you have examples of successful agricultural ventures?
Well, most of the time, my area of that I've seen for agri, I've only read about ventures in Ghana and Kenya that have secure funding, that have been supported and secure funding for their produce. But mostly in Nigeria, maybe which is what we are trying to do now, is to see how a lot of supply chain finance can come into this area. This is what we are pushing in the industry right now, to say, okay, supply chain finance can be used more, but a lot of supply chain that have been used is not in the area of agribusiness. They have been in other areas. So, but in other part of Africa, we have seen this being applied in Ghana and in Kenya, which I have read about, but I have not actually been able to fund anyone directly or seen anyone where they have done the agribusiness being funded, apart from those who are into other area that is not agribusiness.
Thank you.
Okay. To weigh in this, yes. Sometime last year, I know that Afex Commodities received some huge funding. I didn't say we were involved. I'm trying to tell you that some agribusiness companies have also received this funding. And like Mr. Henry talked about structuring is key, because everywhere, anybody that wants to invest money or put in money, there's let me use a literal explanation. And I like using this kitchen explanation to explain it. You see, most financiers, be it a bank or an individual, they are like the practical thieves. Before a thief goes into an environment to steal, he must have surveyed the place and he has plotted his routes of escape, how he will escape. So the financier thinks in that same manner. I'm going into this transaction. What are my ways or my options out of this transaction? How will I get my money back, and how will I, exit the relationship? If there is no clear path of exit, money will not go into that transaction. Because what everybody wants to see is a situation where I put in X and I'm getting X plus something that takes care of my cost of fund and takes care of my cost. So for transactions, for people that have received agribusinesses that have received money in Nigeria, they exist in Nigeria. I mentioned FX. I'm also aware that some other blockchain players have also received monies for primary production purposes. And in terms of what we do in banking, just like I explained earlier on, we also have this same lens. That's how we view it. And we look for the way out. So in terms of expansions, in terms of working capitals, I can reel out names of customers, which I know for issues of confidentiality, I will not be able to reel out names of transactions that I have dealt with. But I can assure you that with the kind of portfolio that we have in Union Bank, we've dealt with a lot of companies that are doing expansion, providing working capitals for them. But these are all transactions that you have a clear path. We're talking of the startup here. So for the startup, Nigeria, like every other development country, needs developmental finance that comes in either as grants in some areas, and those grants with willing partners like the bank, like Union Bank, for instance, where you can have a kind of blended finance that drives down the cost of funding for those things. Those exist too and are options that are available. But in terms of accessing money, yes, a lot of companies have accessed money in Nigeria for agribusiness. Thank you.
Thank you. My question to Mrs. Makinde, how can agripreneurs stay informed about new funding opportunities or changes in financial regulations that could, impact their agricultural businesses?
I think there is a lot of information out there financing natural agencies and those are actually accessible by the or I like the word we say, the agripreneurs who are savvy enough to access this type of information. If I go back to what Mr. Eziwakama had said just a few seconds ago, it's a lot of funding, but it is into, I would say, I don't have the statistics. I would guess less than 5% of farming sector need. So how do we deepen the access to? How do we bring more people into that subsector? How do we bring the smaller holders?
Mrs. Makinde, if you can hear me, I think we've lost you. Okay, well, let her come back to that question. In the meantime, still on, finding the right financial partners. Mr. Shofora, can you shed some light on how entrepreneurs, agripreneurs can identify and build relationships with the right financial partners, and tips for negotiating, favorable terms and conditions with financial partners or lenders?
Thank you. Most of the time, it's important that you also tailor your pitch or your team to the interest of the partner, whoever you want to fund you. Maybe banks, maybe investors, maybe impact investors, And then you also need to have a business plan, that can show to that effect. Because if you want me to really be have a relationship in that agribusiness, then you highlight to me, if I'm a bank, for example, I'll be looking at what's your financial stability, your payment plan, what has your loan portfolio been before. And if I'm an investor, I want to look at other areas like, what is the probability that if I get involved in your business, it will take us further. It will grow at what rate potentially, and investors want to see the business model that you have, so that it can provide you that it can provide them the kind of returns that they are envisaging. So these are the things that will give you good relationship with any financier, and you can also just have your market analysis to show that you understand the agricultural markets, the trends and competition in the market, and you can kindly explain how you make money over time with them, especially since it's a cyclical business that you are doing. All these are important, and you can then show your financial projections so that to them. And this also comes with you demonstrating transparency, professionalism in this area. Then you engage in continuous communication, which is very important. You don't wait. What we have seen is that we always wait till when we need that partnership. We can engage long before, be asking questions concerning maybe you want to change products or from what you have been involved in before. You can get a financial advice from an advisory firm or from a bank, anything that you need to do to just make sure that when the time is ready and you need to form that partnership, they'll be there with you. They'll understand your business for a while now. So it's easier for you to come into that. So continuous engagement and communication is very important. So understanding your financial leverage is key. Then you have to be sure that you have to demonstrate that you have done your own work. You know this terrain. A lot of this is very important. Then you know the season that you will be down, the season that you'll be up, and you can show that to them. This will help for you to have good, favorable relationship with any of the financial partners that you have chosen, either venture capitalists, either banks, or either impact investors, like they call them, who are just want to make a lot of impact by being part of the agricultural business. So these are the things that will create good partnership in this regard.
Yeah, thank you. So a quick follow-up question from...
I do apologize. I'm so sorry. We had a system outage here. I now have to join with my phone. I do apologize. I just got cut off.
Well, that's fine. You're welcome back, ma'am. Yes. Yes, so Mr. Shafura, so just to align with the discussion on investor, there's a question here in the Q&A session talking about funding. So the question goes, is there a means to access funding without interest for agri-business in banks? And this person is an angel investor and wants to know what other types of grants are available excluding banks, and what is the best for intending individuals willing to tap into the agriculture business as an angel investor. Grants like angel investors, rather.
Yeah, I think there are quite a lot of grants. Some of them were highlighted when Mrs. Makinde was speaking, and Mr. Eze also mentioned some. We have Accelerated Agricultural Development Scheme, we have Commercial Agriculture Credit Scheme, we have the Paddy Agriculture Scheme. We have quite a number of schemes that they can angel investors can also look at, because the truth is that except you have an agri desk or an agri business desk in a commercial bank, it is very, very difficult that you said you want to get involved without any interest. Bank is not an NGO. So if you get a bank involved in that, element of interest definitely will going to come, because it costs money to get those money. So they're going to apply that to you. So some banks have dedicated desks in that regard, and some financiers also have access to cheaper loans or cheaper funding, because don't forget, some banks are driving the SDG goals. So as a result, you can have some funds, so some grants allocated to that. IFAD is doing some things in that regard. They were able to support a lot of people during the COVID, So angel investor can look at all these kind of schemes that are available across, even today, we have a lot of them on digital platforms. Quite a lot of them. The FX that Mr. Eze mentioned is one of the private sector driven digital platform that is really doing very well right now. So these are areas where angel investors can look at, and they can also, there is farm crowding that is also available. There is Hello Tractor, that for those who just want to be involved in tractors for the farmers. There is Trade Boozer. There are quite a number of them that an angel investor, what we need to do is research on some of these things and look into government, maybe Ministry of Agriculture and other government agencies that are driving agricultural businesses in Nigeria, and you can get a lot of them. And you can even talk to private sector investors. All these are things that are possible that angel investors can look at. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Makinde, if I could beam back the light to you. Are you there? You were, I think, wrapping up your...
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, yes. So you were wrapping up your conversation about building relationships with the right financial partners before you were thrown out. Could you just wrap that up?
I could. Thank you very much for that, and I apologize again. But what I wanted to highlight is the fact that there is a lot of information out there. We need to democratize the access to the information. Sometimes we tend to find that the people who need the information most, for instance, your farmers in the rural areas, are unable to get the information that is required. We talked a lot about the funding opportunities. I represent clients who are in the social investment space, who provide funding that are much more attractive, even much more attractive than the microfinance banks or your bigger banks will provide. And it's patient capital, is either equity or soft loans that they use to drive agricultural development across Africa. I think that we need to devolve access to information. yes, the online space is good, but sometimes there's an educational part to getting information online. Maybe also at local government level, governmental offices. There has and also communicating the information in different languages as well, so that there's more access and inclusivity. And this would help farmers in getting the information that they need. Also in the educational as well, how to have better farming implements, better farming practices, and all of that to increase yield. So the help that is needed, or the help that's available, is not just on funding. There's funding help, but there's also operational day-to-day learning and expertise that's available.
Thank you for excellently wrapping that up, Mrs. Makinde. Mr. Onwakama, there are a couple of questions. I'm actually going to go right into the Q&A because it's weaving into our conversation. So I think it'll be ideal to direct some of these questions in the Q&A. So someone has asked, what are the success factors, supporting youth who are interested in the value chain development in Nigeria and Africa in general? The success factors in supporting. I think the person is trying to ask what financial success factors are in place. So,
can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So the critical success factors for accessing finance, I will list some of them. Number one, just like Mr. Henry talked about when he did his presentation, has to do with education, understanding what you're doing, and then record keeping. Record keeping. So when I look at your business, I'm able to see collections. I'm able to see those collections translate into your annual turnover, which speaks to the volume of business that you're doing with respect to the kind of money you're looking for. So what you have most times is that, and to be fair to everybody who is passionate about agriculture, the passion, if you want to fund your passion, you can fund passion easier with your money or from friends and family. But when you're talking about taking a commercial loan, it goes beyond passion. The passion is part of the things that will help you access the funding. But the structuring of the business, one, understanding the dynamics and the interplays in whatever value chain that you're playing in is key. Now, having what I call critical enablers within the value chain. So let me give you a typical example. You're into fish production, you have a fish farm, and you have a fish feed seller that gives you credit, and you have it documented that when you carry 10 bags of feed, by the next 1 week, you make payment back on account of the sales that you have made. And when you sell, you document the date and you have the sales proceeds. I look at your bank account, I can see those sales proceeds. Those things will give the sense of a business that is structured and a business that is ready for finance. But what I have seen with small businesses, it's the proprietor cannot distinguish between his personal money and the business money. I call it back pocket accounting. So the money comes in, you use that money to do other things. The business is neglected and you're looking for money again. Such will not really endear financiers to advance money to you. So the critical success factors, like I said, a structure around your business, an understanding of the environment in which you play. You have enablers. So you have feed dealers who supply you feed. There's record, so that if I'm giving you money, I don't necessarily have to put the cash in your hands. I can actually pay directly to the feed miller to supply feed to you. I understand your market, access to market, which is key because it's the market that should actually kickstart and accelerate production. So I can see the linkages from the whole end of the value chain, the production, the transportation and logistics to the marketplace, and I can see the money circling back into your account. Those are the critical factors that support. Now, people will say, well, I didn't mention collateral. Yes, some transactions are transaction-based. So when those transactions are seen, a bank can look at it and decide to ring-fence its collections and know that this ring-fencing will give me my repayment. That can lessen the collateral burden, where we can leverage other entities like the credit guarantee institutions to, give us the collateral that is required, or the cover that allows us to meet the central bank regulation on collaterals. So all these things, all these things are interplays, but primarily that business must be structured enough to answer the various questions that have to do with a structure around the business. Thank you.
If I could just add to that briefly, just allow.
Yes, please, go ahead.
I wanted to add that that's an excellent response. And we are also aware of industry and sector groups that assist with these types of training. For instance, I am part of a group where we do a series that says be funding ready or investor ready, and really it's all data driven. So you keep all your records, your business records. You're learning how to separate your personal expenditure from your business expenditure, and also just be able to keep records to show a profile of the expenses, the incomings, and the outgoings for the business. This will be used for farmers as well, joining such groups, getting such information, and the training. Because it is a business. If you want funding, you need to run your operation like a proper business, and data on all the records need to be kept properly. So these are support type training and facilities that can be available as well for farmers.
Fantastic. Thank you for sharing the matrix that agripreneurs need to track for a successful, financing in the agricultural sector. And in terms of capacity building, I think there's a gap that exists in terms of educating people. I think the question just disappeared. So basically sensitizing agripreneurs, about securing funding. Is there any form of, capacity building that exists that people can obtain knowledge from, especially with financial institutions? Do they offer any of such? This is directed to anybody. Yeah.
Okay, so so financial institutions, the way they are structured actually is not to go about carrying out trainings. But what we do is we identify some agencies and some bodies that want, to build capacity in a particular area, depending on, so if I choose a value chain I want to play in, let's take aquaculture, let's take poultry, for instance, I can work with people that do capacity building in those areas and organize those as part of our CSR in those areas. And we've done a few like that, but it's not actually where you will expect. It's not the banks that will provide those trainings ab initio. There are other agencies, other bodies whose core remit is actually to do capacity building, just like Mrs. Ogogo talked about. So those agencies, some of them also come to banks and say, we want to do this training. Can we have your customers on your database to do, to work on? We are very open to those partnerships. But like I said, it's not the core remit of what a bank does. So that training and being in the forefront is not good. So I might have it in my KPI to do one of those trainings, to do those trainings once in a year. And that's just it for me as a bank.
Okay, I don't know if I could add to that. Okay, just based on what Mr. Eze said and which is marketing, it is, for you to do some level of human capital development in those kind of area, or trying to give them more information or educate them more information. If I'm into agri-business as a bank, what we used to do is important, that you do like a customer forum for those particular set of people. When you now aggregate whatever their needs are, then you can get stakeholders in that regard to now give them enough information and education so that they can understand how to do go about their business in a way that will be profitable. So those are the kind of things that, and a lot of banks get involved in it. Just like Mr. Eze said, instead of their CSR, just wants, okay, let me put regulator here. Let me put the agripreneur people here. Let me bring angel investors into the room, and let's talk about these things. So when we talk about it, then we now see areas where they are deficient. Once they are now deficient in those areas, they now know, okay, this way, so that it can be a win-win for all of us. So I now begin to see what they will require. Then we can then bring something together that will benefit all of us. I may not be able to even provide all the money that they need, but I can bring other financiers on board, and this can help in a lot of different ways that can support their business. These are subtle areas that financiers, financial partners can come in and make sure that they help them in growing the business. But most of the time, you see that you want to do some of these things with established agribusinesses, not for young agripreneurs or those who are just starting up. That will not be an area where banks want to put their muscles, because, you know, they have short-term funding and they want to turn it around quickly as well. So, and when it comes to agribusiness, it may take 3 to 5 years or more for you to begin to see some growth in that particular area. And, you know, investors are looking for scalability, they are looking for growth, they are looking for advancement, and these are the areas that will be of challenge if you have to do that with young businesses in the area of agribusiness. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you.
If I may add,
sorry, go
I
ahead.
wanted to say that there are also agencies, some multilaterals and some bodies that actually provide training. So apart from the funding, particularly for the new entrants, there are seeds companies operating in Nigeria who provide you with advice on how to store seeds, when to plant, the best soil conditions, and all of that. And those are useful information for farmers for increasing their yield, quite apart from the financing side of things. And there are also these social investors that I had mentioned earlier, who also are able to provide training, farming implements, and how to improve yields. I think this is an area where particularly the local governments can really play, because sometimes the training is expensive. Sometimes we join these trainings, and when we are acting as facilitators to advise on issues, and it's free. But setting up training can be expensive, can spend some money, and this is where governments can come in providing the facility, providing the space to bring in, particularly your small-time farmers or your startup farmers, to come together and get the knowledge that they need. So, expecting the financial institutions to play that really, that's just not what they are set up to do. But governments can actually play in here, and I would say at the local government level, and be providing these types of facilitation.
Thank you, Mrs. McKinney, for that contribution. So I see a couple of questions here about people with special needs and disabilities, and some of the questions being asked: are there any special programs for people with disabilities who want to, tap into the agricultural space, and how is funding made easy for them? Mr. Nwakama, and could you please respond to that?
So, like I said earlier on, I don't want to be misunderstood. I don't want my answer to be misconstrued. I just want to say it as it is. So within the banking sector, we're agnostic of disabilities. What the banks look at is the financials behind what you're doing. You understand? So when you're now looking at special considerations, that's where my talk about development finance comes in. These are responsibilities that the government should carry. These are also engagements that, just like Mrs. Makinde said, at the local government level, where the effect of governance should be felt by people in the grassroots. These are initiatives And I know that in some states, the first ladies of some states have initiatives that address this. With respect to regular access to finance, unfortunately, it does not see that divide. What it sees is the financials behind what you're doing. I have a customer who also is challenged, but he's running a business. And when we discuss, what happens is that you look at so there's this product that looks at maybe a 1% or 1.5% interest cut for such people as a reward for putting in effort against the physical challenge that they have. So this happens, but is it for people who are just starting up? That was why I was talking about the effect on the role of government. Government is actually for public good versus the enterprises or the businesses that are there as, profit driven. But the CSR initiative of profit-driven organizations, mind you, cannot serve the multitude of people that have these challenges. So while the CSR exists, it might not really solve the problem of everybody that have that challenge. So there has to be a concerted effort. There has to be a concerted effort. I think the bill on disability was passed, and there are supposed to be that special consideration in terms of development finance, where you make funds available for the use of people that have, people living with disabilities. So for the banks, it's one or two, is not significant. It cannot make the kind of impact we are looking for, but it does exist. That's the best way I can try to put it. It's not something that will give you the hope that every bank has something. Banks have something, but you also know that the engagement within the year lists out the umbrellas that accommodate the people living with disabilities that you deal with. So it could be I'm just giving this instance, I'm just telling you it could be maybe Pacheli School of the Blind. You do something for Pacheli School of the Blind that goes to that. But when you're looking at businesses, as at today, the banking, the regulations, the new interest rates, the CBN tightening rates because of inflation, jobbing to curb money in the system that is driving inflation, it has actually affected the interest rates. So you don't find someone asks about single digit loans. I don't know when single digit loans existed in Nigeria since the current CBN, because all those things have actually been phased out. And when you look at it, they are not phased out because the government does not like Nigerians. They are phased out because of the effect it has on the money in circulation. So most times you find that single digits distort the system. But if you're going to put it in infrastructural development so that a lot of people can plug into that infrastructure and drive their businesses, then you will see that the gains from single digits can come in. I've been of the school of thought, this is a personal view, and I think that at some point, when CBN visits it, I would suggest that if you look at banks that are willing to fund agriculture, so Union Bank today is known for funding agriculture. That's not because I work in Union Bank, but as a statement of fact. If you look at such banks and you say to drive development of agriculture and to increase food production, instead of giving you the regular cash reserve ratio or the liquidity ratio that is required, I'm going to give you maybe 500 basis points less what other people are doing. But the effect I want is that you must divert this lever I've given you to funding either primary production or to funding logistics or to funding post-harvest loss, so that at the end of within a review session, either quarterly or half yearly, you look at how much money was this directive, how much money did you make available? How did you deploy the funding? If you deploy the funding into funding trade, I will slam you a penalty that will take all the profit you made from that money. But if you deploy the money into funding primary production, maybe logistics or what other value chain that has been identified, then that's good. That's good. To me, I think it's good monetary policy when you're targeting a particular area to drive a development. So that's the suggestion I will have to the policymakers, that this can actually happen instead of having a blanket thing that allows the level of I don't know the level of constriction you have within the system today. So if you look at the deliberate average cost of funding today, and then giving loans to agribusinesses at those interest rates, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't want to be a prophet of doom. I'm not a prophet of doom. I believe that we can actually work smartly towards achieving what we want to achieve, and then have the expectations put rightly, and then you have the banks responding positively and driving mainstreaming funds into a sector that food security and national security are intertwined. You can't remove that. So I think that there has to be something that is consciously done to drive deliberate access of funds into agribusiness. Thank you.
Thank you for the compelling insights. And I think it will also it'll be good for the attendees to also note that the organizers, the British American Tobacco Nigeria Foundation, also actually provide funding to young agripreneurs. And for more information, they can actually go to the BATN Foundation to access more information about that. So in closing, I'll just give our panelists
Denike,
yes,
just to mention something that is very also important. It may not be very, just like BOA is doing, or what Nigerian British Chambers of Commerce are doing. What is important also is that when we do a lot of research, they are not so common. We have impact investors who are basically just focusing on funding with social and environmental goals in mind. They can support people who are not able in terms of their disability in doing agribusiness. So, but this is not very common because their focus on, because the agenda is to focus on rural development, sustainable agriculture, poverty alleviation or poverty reduction. So that can come into that category, but all has to be done into researching them. Just like Mr. Eze said, these are projects for developmental financial institutions that can go from governmental agencies down to the local government. But in the part of that, there are still private impact investors that can take on these social, environmental support that will help such businesses. So these are people that they are not common, but they are available to research, through getting information from necessary government agencies that we can leverage on, they just want to support agribusiness for social and environmental impact, alleviate poverty, and also support those who are in such business because they are not, there is an unusual position. So these are possibilities in the ecosystem that can be explored as well.
Thank you for that wealth of information. As we tidy up and wrap up this session, I would like to just pose this final question across across board. If in 1 minute, please, if we can all just quickly summarize this. If you can just also share one key lesson about agri-finance that would be inspiring to our entrepreneurs, what would that be? Starting with Mrs. Makinde, are you there? Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Yes. So in closing, can you just share one key lesson about agri-finance that can inspire our agripreneurs?
I think the one inspiring message I will have is that there's a lot of help available. There are challenges, but there's a lot of help available, both institutional, financial, and governmental. So really, if you're interested in the sector, you need to get involved, get educated in and get information. There's information out there. It's not coordinated, but it's available. Get the necessary advice that you need because help is available. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shofowara, can you just share your...
In 1 minute,
Less than 1 minute, actually.
one key lesson from experience is that I understand that cash flow is king. Cash flow is king, you know. Cash flow management is vital in agriculture, in any other business. Many agricultural ventures fail, not because they lack profitability, but due to poor cash flow management. That is very important. Then I encourage young people or people who are just starting into agribusiness, you have to start small and in bits. You know, you don't need the major capital expense. Start in bits, and that will help you to do better in every area of the business. But cash flow is king. And also master financial literacy early. That will help your finance, your financial relationship with key investors. Master financial literacy early, then diversify your revenue. Don't rely on single crop or agricultural product, because if it is just single crop, whoever is doing anything in Maduguri or Bono, everything is gone. It's gone. You may never get back. So you got to learn to diversify. And finally, research funding option. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Wakama, can you please share your own 2 cents in 30 seconds?
So mine, I'm dividing it into 2. The first part is let us know that agribusiness grows. Agribusiness is not that big bang. It's not that one silver bullet that solves all your problems. So just like Mr. Shopora said, start small and consistency and consistently grow your business. My other thought goes to government. You see, in all we have said, we have been very fair to government, and I'm calling on government. You see, Bank of Agriculture exists for a purpose. Now, Bank of Agriculture, where is Bank of Agriculture in Nigeria today? Government should take this as a wake-up call. We have the young men and women who are willing to do things and add value, who are willing to stop being, asking for handouts. We need a viral and active Bank of Agriculture in Nigeria to drive on this other side, so that so there can be a meeting point and we achieve results. The population growth in Nigeria cannot support what we are currently doing. There has to be concerted and real effort to drive the use of Bank of Agriculture to develop agriculture and agribusiness in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much, distinguished panelists, Mrs. Makinde, Mr. Shofowara, Mr. Nwakama, for this thought-provoking, dynamic, and informative session. I'm sure our attendees glean with so much delight with the wealth of information. I'm very grateful for this session. Thank you, and have a fantastic rest of the day. And before our next session, there will be a quiz. So thank you, panelists. Our session is done for now.
Thank you, Mr. Eze, for meeting you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eze. Thank you, Mr. Shofowara.
Yes, thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Yes. So there'll be a quiz before we commence the next session, and there'll be an opportunity to win a 30 minutes time with the panelists of your choice. So please stay tuned for the quiz before we commence the next session to the attendees. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key, there's treasure in the trees. The time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There are 200 billion dreams, any one of these is able to begin a spark and change the world. There's innovation everywhere, from Abba to Ife to Kaduna, the land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, yeah, this is our nation, this is our land, yeah. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. If you take a look around, from the north to south, there are opportunities to make it here. But if all you ever dream is to go overseas, tell me how you'll ever know that wealth is here. Oh, yeah, oh. This is our nation, this is our land, oh. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. So pass on the baton, pass on the torch, Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. Oh yeah. So this is our nation, this is our land. Oh yeah. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key, there's treasure in the trees. The time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key. There's treasure in the tree. The time is now. The land is green. Wealth is here.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And for those still here with us, we say thank you for staying through, howbeit that you might be in a number of things in your respective place of work, school, or wherever it is you are joining us from. We just want to say thank you. We'll be going to the next session now. And the session basically hinges on the business of crop production. We've had the opportunity of the earlier session speaking to finance, and there were quite some interesting questions for a number of persons wanting to know the addresses of the office addresses of even some of the panelists. We found that quite hilarious, but of course, you can Google them, like we say, go to LinkedIn and search for them. I'm sure that, by the time you drop them one or two chats, in a couple of days, you'll get a response and you'll be able to find them in whatever branch of their organizations where they sit. But it's nice to know that, we're very interested in what is going on, particularly around agriculture. And we are more interested in how we can also benefit and be better off for it. So I know the aspect of the business of crop production will not be an exception. Without further ado, just so that we can save some time as well, I'd just like to call on our panelists in no particular order. And once all of them are fully on screen, we would then like them to just make a brief introduction of themselves. We'll please recommend that you keep it very crisp, short, and very simple. So I'd like to bring up first Favor Agbo. Favor Agbo work with NASC, Nigeria Agricultural Seed Council, as one of the research assistants that we have there. So welcome, Favor. You could just help with opening your video so that we can see your face and then we can move on. Also, we'd like to bring up Mr. Seun Solomon. He is the CEO of AgriWealth Limited. He would also be joining us in this session. You're welcome, Mr. Seun. We'd like to also see your video as well. We also have Onyaole Poku. I hope I got that right. Unfortunately, she's currently in the State House. And sometimes how those things go, all your devices get confiscated while you are there until you are out. So we're hoping that she'll be able to join us, during the course of this conversation and as we move on. So Favor, we're yet to see your face, but while that is coming up, Mr. Seun, you have a few minutes just to quickly run us through who you are, what you do, and as we go into this session, please.
Okay, can you hear me, please?
Absolutely, yes.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Mr. Thank you for this platform. Oluwaseun Solomon, I'm a farmer, a crop agronomist, and I'm into sustainable production of short-term crops, arable crops, crops like cucumbers, tomatoes, peppers, sweet corn, short-term crops in general. And I have been doing that for the past 7 to 8 years now. And I've been able to supply major markets in Nigeria, in Southwest, especially markets like my 12. I've been able to build, a agro logistic for farmers. And the summary of all I do is to add to the food production in Nigeria and to ensure food security and to ensure responsible consumption and healthy production of crops and food for everyone. So that is all I do as an agronomist in AgriWealth Integrated Farm. I'm a consultant, a coach, a mentor to many farmers in Nigeria.
I love that. A consultant, a coach, a mentor. We need to give ourselves some of these names. It's not easy to be in the agri business, but thank you so very much, Mr. Seun, for that very good introduction. Favor, Madam Favor, are you able to speak with us now? You might not have a green background. I see that your face looks very, we are finding it difficult. So if that's the case, I would just recommend that, you can take out the background and so that we can flow with you and just continue. So you can unmute yourself and please speak. Yeah, you can go on to speak. Please unmute yourself and speak. You're still muted. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Your
Yes,
background
I
is a
have,
little
but
bit.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
All right. I'm sorry. The background is a little bit noisy, but hopefully. All right.
Favor, we can't there seems to be some noise in your background. So I'll just say this for the benefit of, our listeners and the entire team. I'll just say once you're able to sort that out, you can just nudge us via the chat. We'll be able to bring you up fully and then begin the conversation. So, Mr. Sheon, so I think today you have the floor. So I'm just going to be running with you on a number of things we'll be discussing. So first, right, can you help demystify crop production? What exactly is crop production? And, for us young people, what should we be looking at?
Okay, thank you. Crop production is just very simple, just as we've called it, or as it is crop, talking about plants and talking about the entirety of planting from the beginning, the preparation, and producing, food. The process of producing food is called crop production. So it's a process. It involves different, stages. Talking about the soil preparation, understanding the selecting your crop, and bringing it into life. The process of planting to generate fruit or to generate proceed is called crop production. In agriculture, we for some people call it farming, but it is not farming. So crop production is just a part of the agricultural sector. So, crop production involves the activity or the process of planting seed and getting produce or getting yield or getting fruits or for human consumption, animal consumption, and for other purposes.
Okay. All right. Thank you so very much. So in earlier sessions, there were conversation on what young people should be going to in terms of agriculture, and I think there were lots of conversation that went around horticulture and short duration crop, and it's just coincidental that that's really like your specialty. But before we dive into that, of course, I know there could be a bias in your response because you're, of course, an horticulture farmer, as it were. But what would you say, right? In crop production, we have the very short duration crop, the ephemerals growing within 1 year or less, and then we have the perennial crops, the cash crop, as it were. In terms of crop production and young persons, really, which would you say? Now, take away your organization as an horticultural farmer and try to just respond to us generally. Which aspect, of crop production would you advise young people today to go into?
Thank, thank you. Thank you for that question. This is what many young people always ask whenever they come for my training. And as a young person, even myself in my farm, if you come to my farm, you will see many short-term crops that their gestation period is 45 days for cucumbers, 60 days, we have 90 days, we have 120, and we have 7 months. So these are the short-term crops that can give, from the last session, talking about the agri-finance, one of the speaker said something, or one of the panelists said something, talking about cash flow, having, a cash flow at the same time, starting small. So, what I would advise young people or farmers in Nigeria to start with is short-term crops. You don't take your investments, you don't put your investment on a long-term crop that will not encourage, a very, let me say, fast cash flow. It discourages many people. So, and in agriculture, in crop production, when you are coming into the business, there's one active ingredient we try to explain to people, and that is what I call patience. So it is not the day you plant, you harvest. It's not the day you harvest, you get the money. So if you want to last in this business, you want to be relevant, you want to be encouraged. So it is better you go for the short-term crop. When you get it right, you can now begin to advance into the perennial crop and go into the long-term investment. So my advice for people coming into the business is to start with short-term crops within 45 to 120 days.
All right. Thank you so very much. I kind of like your flow. Start small, start with the shorter duration crop, and then grow into perennial crops. But you said one very vital thing. I know in the last session, they had mentioned that cash flow is king. And you also re-emphasized that in your statement around cash flow. But, it dawned on me, that doing should I say long duration crop or perennial crops, as they say it, does not give you that cash flow, which is, of course, very rational in your conversation. So a quick one now to you. And, this session has to be as practical as possible. And I'm glad that you are a practitioner on the field. And those are the kind of questions, want to ask. Peradventure, if you are listening from anywhere, watching from anywhere, please, if you have specific questions, drop it in the chat. We have the privilege of Mr. Sheung still very much with us until we have some of our other panel join, so we can exhaust as many questions as we have from our audience as possible. So a quick question, short duration crop, 45 days cucumber, like you mentioned, and the likes. How much can I, as a young person, how much do I need to invest? What size of land do I need? What do I need to do to even go into this short duration crop, say the 45 or 60-day crop?
All right, thank you. Now, it's a very good question. At the same time, I want us to know that as a young person coming into the agribusiness, some 5, 7, 10 years ago, it is very easy. It is very easy starting now. If you are looking or considering the factors, many factors now, talking about the cost of inputs, talking about acquiring a land. Let me start with getting the farmland. As a young person or as a farmer coming into the business, if you cannot afford the money to buy a farmland, the first option is look for a farm estate or a farm settlement. You join them, you rent or you lease the farmland with agreement, please. Take note of that, with a concrete agreement, solid one, so you will not lose whatever you have invested on the land on the long run, or maybe during the production process. So if you cannot afford to get a farmland, lease the land or lease a farmland, you go to several farm settlement or farm estates. Now, if you start with that, it will reduce the cost of production, your expenses. Now, that will give you that leverage to come into the business. Now, I want to also say that if you want to have a sustainable, or let me say a workable agribusiness in this crop production, you must understand and you must invest into knowledge. That's another vital thing you must do. Invest into knowledge. Go to someone that knows this thing very well. Let them hold you by your hands and lead you on this pathway to success. You must understand it. And that is why I organize training most times on my farm continuously. Even some of the agri graduates from different institutions in Nigeria, I organize training for them. After your 4 years, 5 years or duration in school, you come to the farm, let us teach you, let's give you the hands-on experience needed so you can be a good agronomist. So knowledge is very important before you jump into the business. Now, talking about the cost of coming into the business, or let me say the capital or the amounts to be invested. Let me just say in a summary now, what you will need if you want to do cucumbers for let's say you want to invest in cucumbers, you will need at least 1 acre of land. But since I've said you should start small, I would advise if you can start with as small as 3 plots. I'm talking about business, not subsistence farming. 3 plots. Then you can now grow from your 3 plots. You can now begin to grow again and expand your business. Now, if you have any challenge on the 3 plots, one, you will be able to control that issue or the problem. You will be able to, you won't have spent too much on the 3 plots compared to what you'll be doing on 1 acre. Let me say this too. It is not about the size of the land, how big your farmland is. It is the GAPs. What is GAPs? The good agricultural practices. What you do. So if I'm doing 3 plots with good agricultural practices and someone is doing 2 acres with the wrong practices or not doing the right thing, the person will end up not getting the result I'll be getting. Last year, I did habanero pepper. Also this year, I did habanero pepper. Now, what I'm able to get on my 1 acre of habanero pepper is what some farmers are getting on their 5 acres. It is what some farmers are getting in the greenhouse. I did habanero pepper open field 1 acre, and I'm getting the result that greenhouse farmers are getting. What's the result 5 acres farmers open field are getting? What is the difference? The difference is just knowledge, the agricultural practices. So in a summary, you will need nothing less than 2 million naira as your capital coming into the cucumber business, because the 2 million naira comprises of, number one, your inputs. It comprises, or it's a part of the 2 million naira is the cost of leasing the land, the inputs. When I talk about the input, I'm talking about the necessary things you will need during your production. I'm talking about the seed. I'm talking about the fertilizers. I'm talking about the agro inputs, the pesticide, the fungicide, the nematicide, the stimulants. I'm talking about the necessary things you need for your seedling production and other agro inputs like watering can, your natural sprayer, and the cost of labor too. Remember to add that to it. So if I'm to summarize everything, at least for that 45 days of planting, and the 45 days is the day you'll be harvesting, not the day you are going to get back your money. Again, don't always believe that you will get the entire money at once. It will be coming gradually. So the 45 days is the beginning of your harvest. So your 2 million naira is the normal, it is the current cost of starting the business for cucumber on 1 acre. But even if you have that money, you can start with 3 plots.
Okay, very critical conversations, and already we have some questions in the chat. So I'm just going to hold on a little bit because I really want you to get to a point where I feel comfortable enough to then begin to throw questions, from the audience. So I want you to view it this way. I currently earn, say, 200,000, right? And I'm able to, say, save 50,000 every other month for 1 year. And that's about 600,000, right? If you look at it in that particular way. So my question to you is, so with 600,000, based on what you have said, which is like the low-hanging fruits vegetable I can go into, I need about 2 million to do it. So it means my 600,000 naira cannot do anything. Is there anything I can do, with my 600,000 naira? Again, I'm just still focusing on cucumbers for now before we even go into other things. Yes.
Okay, let me say this. There are many things you can do with your 600,000 naira, but it will not be cucumbers. Though I'm talking from the standpoint of, a sustainable farmer. I'm talking from that angle. We have local farmers in Nigeria too, and these local farmers don't even spend up to 200,000 naira for their 1 acre of cucumbers. But what we get, our practice, and the turnover at the end of the production is the difference. Now, let me say this. Local farmers will plant local seed. Local farmer would not use all the inputs I have listed. they don't have any business with fungicide or pesticide. In fact, even if they're going to do all of these things, it's just one part of it. If I'm talking about pesticide now, I'm talking of different active ingredients. We're talking about different active ingredients of fungicide. Sorry. Now we're talking about different active ingredients. Now I'm going to use at least 5 active ingredients of fungicide, 5 different active ingredients of pesticide, 5 different categories of stimulants. I'm going to be using all of these things. Now, the kind of seed I'll be planting are expensive seed, hybrid seed, not local seed. So I cannot plant hybrid seed and do it in a local way. That is the reason for the 2 million naira I mentioned. But if you want to do the local practice, that you don't even need irrigation, because if we are to look at it, the cost of irrigation in Nigeria now for 1 acre or even for 3 plots is plus and minus 300,000 naira. So if you don't want to do irrigation farming, you want to do rain-fed farming, you want to do local seed, which I will also advise some people that does not have that capital. They can start with that. I'm talking about the local seed now. If you get to the market, I do tell people that come for my training, I tell them before you go into agribusiness, especially crop production, please start your production from the market, not from the farmland. Start from the market. Know what the market is demanding. Know what the market wants.
Okay,
For
so Mr.
example,
Sheon, let me just stop you there. You are going to a point where I was still going to come to, so I don't want you to get there yet.
Okay,
But
sir.
you made very strong conversations here around what to do. So a quick question, again, going back, I think your analogy is now clear to everyone, listening, and I think they understand, the area and the perspective with which you are speaking. We can start at every point in time, but you're only looking at the sustainability, and of course, as a young person, what's your time and what's your investment going into, and not just one mega fund. So if I would just ask you, don't worry, you don't have to run through all the data and all the numbers, but just give us an idea. If you spend 2 million in one cycle for cucumber, what's your return like? Just give an idea.
Okay. If you spend 2 million naira, before I can give you the particular amounts you'll be getting, it all depends on the season as well. Because these crops have their gluts and they have their peak. So if you are doing it when you're not supposed to do it, or let me say, if you're doing it at the glut, the period where the prices are crashing. For example, now tomatoes prices are crashing in Nigeria. Habanero pepper price is crashing. It's crashing in Nigeria. And the only crop that is selling fast now, and people are cashing out and making money, is cucumbers and some other short-term crops. Now, if I'm talking about tomatoes now, there was a time people were selling at 120K per crate per basket. Now, if talking about cucumbers now, if you invest 300 naira and this period when the price is stable and is very good for anyone to come into, now you should be getting nothing less than 4 to 5 million naira as the gross income at the end of the gestation period. That's 60 days. That should be your gross income. So of course, is a good one for 45 days or for 60 days.
Wow, this is huge money. So, Mr. Solomon, I know you are holding information, but if you are under my own session, you cannot hold the information. We will fish all the information out. So for cucumber, for example, for a lot of people already saying, "Oh, okay, wow, I can spend 2 million and get 5 million." Or let's be very conservative. Let's say I get 100%, I get 4 million back, right? Based on what you have said, and looking at the time. So can you just advise us, for example, when is the glut period and when is the best period? So we want to learn from you. That's why we are here to talk to you. Yes.
Okay, my advice for anyone coming into the business that want to do cucumber or want to produce cucumber is okay, before I even tell you when the glut and peak period in Nigeria or the one we have in Nigeria, I would like to say this. My production, I don't mind if it is glut or peak. What is a game of number. all I do is, even in the glut, so when the price of this commodity or this produce are crashing in the market, it is a game of number. If you are getting at least 300 to 400 bags of cucumbers per acre on your farm, you would definitely, number one, break even, make profits, and smile back home at the end of the day. But if you're not getting up to that, for example, now in the peak period, you got 100 bags of cucumbers, and we are selling at 20,000 naira per bag. You will sell that 100 bag and you think you are making money. But if you do the same thing in the glut, you would, you will come out there and shout and say that it is not making sense. The business is not good, it's not profitable. It is just because you have not gotten it right. You don't know how to maximize your yield. So the glut for cucumber is rainy season. Anytime the rains, in the rainy season, and the reason for the glut is just because many farmers that cannot afford irrigation farming, now have the opportunity to enter into the business and leverage on rain. So that is the reason for the glut, because cucumbers will be many in the market, will be plenty. So marketers or buyers will have option and they will price at any amount. So that is the reason for the glut. But in the dry season, or during anytime there is drought, currently we are witnessing droughts in Nigeria because the rain is not really helping farmers. Now, in the dry season or during the time, anytime when there's no rain, the rain-fed farmers does not have the opportunity to produce. So we are left with farmers that have irrigation system. So these farmers now are the one making the money because they can produce, not waiting for the rain. So the dry season, the prices would come up. The rainy season, it comes down because of many farmers that come into the business to produce.
All right, very good. Just a quick one. You touched about market approach. Just explain that phenomenon again, the market approach for people going into agric.
Okay, for the markets, are you asking, you mean what kind of market to do or to, I don't understand what, come again with the question, please. Please come again, your question. I want to get that question clearly. Hello, are you
Sorry,
there?
just a minute. I have just my baby who has just run down to me, so just bear with me. So a quick question. Just a quick question. So you talked about for anybody going into crop production need to understand that they need to look at the market first before they even farm.
Okay.
Yeah, so please, I would just like you to respond based on that. Apologies for my child just running to me. Thank you.
Okay, no challenge. Now, let me quickly say this. Before you do any business in, not even just for crop alone, even for other parts of agriculture, have a market. If you don't have a market and you're producing, who will buy from you? Don't just assume, don't just believe that, oh, the market is there. People are consuming this thing. People can buy this. People can, people are eating this in my area. Yes, even if they are eating it, please ensure you have created the market. So you do a market survey, ask around for questions, and make sure you do your best to connect with other producers and let them connect you with markets. Marketing is not my problem. I've been able to create that, that connection, even for some of my trainees and my mentees in the business. We have been able to create good markets, not just the open markets. We have markets for, we have the individual market. We have, some other forms of markets that we supply to, not just the open market. So start with having customers that can offtake your produce, that can buy from you. You are very sure of who you are producing for before you produce. If you don't have who you produce for, when your produce are ready, you will beg people to sell it or you will beg people to buy from you, and you will be begging to sell your produce. And doing that, you know, you will not make money from it, because they will want to price at any amount, and you'll be forced to sell, because these things are short-term crops and they are perishable. So in order not to be fall into the this mess of post-harvest loss, or having people to begging people to buy your produce, why not go and create the market first? Do a market survey, understand what the market wants. For example, in cucumber, one of the fast-selling variety is the dark variety. They want the dark green variety. So the market buy that at a higher price than the light green variety in the southwest. But if you go to the east, the light green variety sells better than the dark green variety. So understand your market, understand what the market wants. There are some parts of the southeastern part of Nigeria, if you produce the dark green variety, they will not buy from you. You'll be forced to move it down, and moving it down to where you will sell it to, there will be some waste, or you will lose some of the produce, and you are losing your money. So understand the market, understand your location, what the people there want, and create a market for your produce. That's why I said your production starts from the market, not from the farmland.
All right, thank you very much. In between I got distracted, so just pardon me, as well as the audience. I sincerely apologize for that. Sometimes that's what you have when you have a baby in the house. Okay, so a quick one that we also need to learn and to also see from here is, you stress the fact that, for example, the drought we are currently experiencing in the Southwest, the North, in the other hand, some part of the North experiencing, significant level of flooding, and so this is, of course, changing the entire dynamics. There are questions and people asking for your mobile, for your contact, for this and for that. So for everybody asking, his full name, go and look for him on LinkedIn. That's the best. And probably, he might be able to mentor one person before we finish, today. But another question, and I think, okay, another thing to say is, when you did your analysis around cucumber, be it in the glut period or in the prime period, as it were, one of the striking things that you said is, as long as you follow the GAP, the good agronomic practices, you are still going to break even, irrespective of whether it is the glut season and whether it is the the prime season. And I think that is also very key for a lot of our viewers that are joining us in this particular session. So there are a number of questions, but I'm looking for the most interesting question that I can okay, some people are saying, how can I come and learn practical? We're not doing just cucumbers, right? It's the entire value chain for horticulture, as it were, that he's been addressing. Yeah. It started from 45 days, 60 days, 90 days, 120, even up to 7 months. These are all vegetable crop, that we are looking at. But a quick one I also want you to respond into, right? As you look at these entire value chains, and for young people who are going into it, can I do this, in absentia, for example? Can I go into this level of farming in absentia and still get the best of results?
All right. Thank you so much for that question. Now, let me say this. Before I can give you an answer, let me say this. What you don't inspect, don't expect it. So whatever you don't inspect, don't expect. Now, crop production requires, even if it is not your presence, it requires someone who is in charge. So some people, I'm saying this because of my experience with many, let me use the word, farm owners in diaspora. They have farms in Nigeria. Whenever people contact me, reach out to me, hello, we want to do a farm, I'll tell them, where are you calling from? Where are you, or where's your location? Say, oh, I'm in the US, I want to have a farm in Nigeria. The first question I ask them is, are you ready for this business? Do you have a team? Do you have a team that can run this business the way you would like, or the way you would have done it if you were around? That is one of the first and most important thing, because farmers in Nigeria that are even in Nigeria are having challenges, issues running the farming business. How much more you in diaspora. At the same time, I'm not saying that people in diaspora cannot run businesses in Nigeria. In fact, I've been able to mentor many people, many of them, and they are having successful agri-businesses in Nigeria, and they are doing fine. Not only in Nigeria, even in Africa. I've been to many countries to set up farms in Africa for people in diaspora as well. So where I'm going is, your business need attention. It might not be coming from you, but it should come from someone who can run the business for you. For your farm, you will need an agronomist, not just an agronomist that is not an agronomist by title, someone who understands how to nurture crops, someone who understands the English the crops are speaking, someone who can relate, someone who can respond, a crop doctor, someone who can, give them what they want, someone who have this X-ray eye that can see, that can communicate and give you your results. That's number one. Secondly, you will need someone who would manage the administrative part of your farm, because many farms now, they are doing fine, but many of them are still not making profits or getting it right. It is just because of lack of administration, understanding farm ergonomics and how to relate with, number one, your farm workers, how to relate with, number two, the input you have. I set up a farm 2 years ago in Abeokuta, under that local government, a 50 acres of land for maize, flour mills of Nigeria. We supply them, and they contacted me as a consultant. And when I got there, I observed, the first thing I observed is the workers are stealing the maize seed, and then we were planting the most expensive maize seed. So I had to block that loophole from them stealing the maize seed, selling to local farmers in the community, selling fertilizers to farmers in the community, making money. So at the end of the day, we have to discover that the farm is not paying the workers, owing the workers for some months. So they are forced to steal to, care for themselves. So you have to understand the administrative part of your business. So if you cannot do this thing yourself, you must have a team. You must have someone or people around you that can run it for you. So once again, if you don't, what you don't expect, don't expect.
All right, thank you so much. Yes, I'm back, fully back, and I'm really, really enjoying myself. Sometimes, I like the number of things that you said. So I trained as an agronomist first before, venturing into some of the things I do today. So I think I have a new name for myself, even though I don't have a PhD, I'll call myself a crop doctor, just like you have said. So I think I appreciate that. So a quick one, I'm just going to digress a little bit and then bring you back. I just saw one of the questions online coming from Happiness. And Happiness says, I don't want to use pesticide. I don't want to use all the fungicide. I'm growing organic. What word would you have for her, and how would you advise her if, for example, she's going into a cucumber or a vegetable, other vegetable commodities?
All right, thank you, Happiness, for that question. It is, if you say you don't want to use pesticide, but you want to go organic, there are organic pesticides, there are organic fungicides, there are organic inputs. Before I go into organic farming, I have my organic farm as well. Before I go into organic farming, I started the organic farming in my home, in my compound, sorry. I have a garden, I do home garden. So that was where I started the organic farming. I did a model farm in my compound, and I was able to do some practicals and get to know how those organic inputs works. For example, let me mention neem oil. Neem oil is an organic input. You use it. We have molasses. We have different organic inputs. I might not be able to mention everything now, but we have organic pesticide, organic fungicide, organic, stimulants, and we even have organic fertilizers too. And we have them. At the same time, you might not even go with fertilizer. You can just go with the compost, or you do organic, the organic waste. I mean, I'm talking about the waste from animals. So, but I've even been able to work on a project. I did that project last year, biogas production for farmers. So whereby we can generate methane gas to power up our irrigation on the farm. So, excuse me, the residue from the biogas, the residue is what you can also apply on your crop, on the soil, as your organic fertilizer as well. That residue has decomposed already. So you apply it, it goes down there and starts working. Rabbit urine, rabbit poo, cow dung, different organic fertilizer manure you can use. So it's not compulsory you do inorganic farming. You can also practice organic, purely organic. But let me tell you one thing. If you are doing purely organic, be ready for the stress. Be ready for to combat a lot of things. Let me say this: in dry season, you focus more on pests, and in rainy season, you focus more on diseases.
Okay, the expert is speaking. So Happiness, thank you for that question. At least you're able to push me away from some of the planned question, and I'm glad that Mr. Shewa has done justice to that. So for a lot of people clamoring to find him, please, for the purpose of this session, I'm his PA, so you have to come through me and you have to pay $20,000 to be able to reach him. Anyway, that's the joke. You can find him on LinkedIn by his name, and then you can continue to reach out to him. But very fantastic insights that we are learning from him here today. So it's very clear in your words. Again, one of the things we are holding: what you don't inspect, you cannot expect. So my follow-up question to that conversation would then be, so does it mean for me as a young person who is working, I don't want to quit my job. I don't have as much entrepreneurial mind, for lack of word, or let me use our local context. I don't have liver like you, to go and start a business, or just leave my paying job and then come and run a farm, as it were. Does it mean I cannot even invest in crop production? Considering you said if I do not inspect it, I should not expect anything out of it.
Oh, so sorry. Let me quickly say this. I didn't say that if you don't expect it, you don't expect anything out of it. You get something, but you don't get up to what you should get. Now, let me say this. There are some other crops that you can do that will not require so much of your attention. There are other crops you can do. But when you want to do, you're talking about the short-term crops like all these, let me call them exotic vegetables and fruits. Now they require attention, daily care. If you cannot handle maize the way you are handling cucumbers, you cannot handle tomatoes the way you are handling potatoes. So they're not the same. So the management are different, and you can also look at some crops you can do that does not require so much of your time or attention. I have people in my farming community in Ogun State where some of them are working in the bank, some work in different offices. In the farm estates close to my farm, there's a farm settlement there close to my farm. Many of them comes sometimes weekend, sometimes a day in a week, just to come check their maize farm, check their potato farm, and check some other crops they are doing. Some are even doing cassava. We never knew that cassava would become, that expensive. So it will become so expensive that you can make your money from it. So people are doing cassava. One thing you need from cassava is initial setup. Get the land, clear the land, prepare the soil, plant your cassava. Though I don't plant my cassava the local way, I do my cassava in a very, in a standard way, in a sustainable way. Let me use that word now, and I get what local farmers don't get on their cassava farm. Now, if you do cassava, the initial stage is just when they are growing. You need to do some weeding. Once you have people that can monitor it for you, just follow up on them, check on what they are doing. Don't leave your money and go rest, sleep, come back and expect something. You not get it. Even if you are putting your money there, at least once in a week, pay a visit to where your money is. Check on the work. Even if you don't have the experience, you should know what is good and what is bad. So that is what I'm trying to say. So even if you're not in or you don't have the time, you can do it.
Okay, awesome. So you are helping to demystify, debunk, so to say, that, if you are not on the farm, you cannot get anything out of it. But again, it is also very important, from what you have said, to note that we still need to at least visit on a regular basis to ensure that what we get at the end at least should be commensurate to what you are getting. So there's another question here from the audience. It's also similar to what Happiness has asked. And this person was very good in writing the question. Said, I'm going to be doing organic. And this is coming from Barakat. Says, I want to do organic. Please tell me how can I cultivate vegetables, particularly like cucumbers organically, and said, and still make good profit like you, so referencing that and buttressing that far. But I know you addressed it earlier on. So I just wanted to, show you that a lot of people want to get it like you. And I'm glad with the numbers that you are calling. Maybe, I will leave my paying job as well and come and get training from you so that I'll probably begin to also produce. So somebody is asking, and this is coming from Latifa Lawal. She's saying, what would you advise in terms of the irrigation system that is cost effective and is also efficient, to run on a vegetable farm?
Okay, now, Barakat, thank you for that question. Now, quick one. What I want you to know about irrigation is there are different kind of irrigation or different types of irrigation. We have drip irrigation system. We have the surface system. We have different kind of irrigation system. And the one I mentioned earlier is the drip system. And every crop has its own kind of irrigation. You don't use the same irrigation for all the crops. So for example, drip irrigation is good for pepper, for tomatoes, for cucumbers, and some other crop. Why I'm saying that is this. I mentioned earlier that in rainy season, most farmers fight fungi, diseases, issues with diseases, different kind of diseases, bacterial weeds, downy mildew, and so on those crops. Now, to avoid, you now doing it yourself, like inflicting those crop with diseases yourself. That's what many farmers are doing. I have a farmer friend that, lease a land around a dredging site where they dredge, sap sand and all of this solid minerals. The dredging machine is always on the water, and the what's it called? The oil, the petrol, the diesel coming out of the engine is flowing into the water, and she's pumping the water to our farm. Now that is destroying the crop and is also introducing them to disease. They are prone to attack, prone to disease. So as a farmer, you must understand, number one, where your water is coming from. That's why most times in cucumber farming or in other crops like tomatoes and the rest, after the rain fall, for example, it's rained this morning. After the rainfall, towards the sunset in the evening, we apply fungicide just to treat them in case, of course, not even in case, definitely the rain, the wind, the water would have brought some diseases, and it has it has brought it into your farm, has infected your crop with some diseases, and you will not see it now. So we have some preventive measures. We have some input to use to attack those diseases, and we have some input you use to cure them, just like we have preventive measures for human beings. So what you need to prevent, that's why I mentioned different kind of active ingredients earlier on. I'm talking about the one that can prevent, the one that can cure, and the one that can defend. So they will not be prone to this attack. So now back to the irrigation question. Well, we have rain gun system, we have drip system, we have different kind of irrigation. So the one that is you can still do that will not require too much money is the rain gun system, or maybe the manual irrigation, but it is stressful. I will advise you still go for the drip system. And if you cannot afford the cost of drilling a borehole, then you look for a farmland that has water. or maybe they have bowl and every farmers are sharing. I have a farm settlement in Epe. I've been there before. I've trained some farmers there as well. They did joint bowl and they share the water, and the water is sustainable for everybody. So, or if you cannot do that, you look for a farmland close to the water body. My farm in Ogun State is close to the water. It's close to a river. The river never runs dry. I don't want to call it Oshimiratata, but it never runs dry. So I have water even in dry season and in rainy season. So that water, even after pumping the water, I treat the water before applying to my crop. So in that case, you have been able to reduce the cost of doing a borehole and the drip system. Just get the drip system. Look, go to the market, get it. Look, come and learn how to install this thing yourself. They are very simple things anyone can do. You don't need to go to school before you learn it. Just come to the farm. We'll train you, practical training, then you can install the innovation yourself.
All right, Mr. Sean. Now you're advertising and you need to pay for that advertisement.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm just joking. So I just want you very quickly. Now I see now we are running out of time. Sometimes you think you have the whole time and then you just see that, oh, you're running out of time. So I need you to help me, right? Earlier when you were speaking, you talked about what to avoid in the wet season, which is of course the diseases. And then in the dry season is the pest. Can you just very briefly just explain a little bit further for the benefit of our audience?
Okay, please come again. What's to expect in dry season?
What you battle during the wet season is diseases, right?
Okay.
And then what you battle during the dry season is pest. Can you just, maybe explain a little bit for the benefit of our audience?
Okay, let me just quickly say why I say that. The reason behind that statement is this. In dry season, these pests are always, they have time to come out. In rainy season, most of them, they don't come out. They are scared of coming out because of the rain. And, some of these insect and pests, they don't, they can be affected by the rainfall. The flood can even sweep them away. Then some of them are, the flying insect or pests can be affected and they can be injured. So they fight for their life in rainy season. So they will go into, let me use the word extinction for some time, or they'll go for hibernation for some time.
Absolutely.
Then in dry season, they will come out. There are some pests you will not see in rainy season. One of my students that came for the training told me, "Oh, sir, this is not what you taught me." I said, "I will not go into the forest to bring all the pests and show you, but I will tell you that pests would attack your farm. So if you are seeing the pest and it didn't show you, it is still a pest. So get ready for it. It is not about the pest, it's about what you do to combat it or to chase them or to take them out of your farm. There are many ways you can do that. So the reason for dry season pest is no rain. That is their period when they come out, search for food, store up for rainy season. So that is when they come around to feed on your crop. So, but in rainy season, we fight more of diseases because this pest would hibernate. Not all, but majority of them will hibernate. And for example, now, squash bug. There's a pest called squash bug. Squash bug most times does not come out in rainy season, but in dry season, that squash bug is a sucking pest.
Insect.
It will suck insect. It will suck the nutrients from the vines, from the leaves, and many things. So white fly, both rainy season, dry season, they are there. Aphids are there. So now where I'm going is in rainy season, because of the rain, the regular rain, and the water touching the leaves and the vines of this crop, they don't really like it. So that's why we have drip irrigation, where the water is supplying the soil and the root system is tapping from the soil, not the leaves, not like your leafy vegetables like the local ones, the shoko, the water leaf, the ugu. Those ones enjoy it when you give it to them. Nothing, you just need to handle them with care and they will be fine. But for the fruits and some other vegetables like tomatoes and cucumbers, they don't want water touching their leaves. So in rainy season, the water, the rain falling the water coming from the sky would touch their leaves and it will infect them with diseases. So that is why we have many diseases in rainy season, and in dry season we have more of pests in dry season. Mind you, pests will still come in rainy season, diseases will still come in dry season as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much. I just wanted you to, give that explanation, particularly, and I think you touched a bit on it, where people had said, oh, but when you had the session, this was the kind of disease or pest we talked about. Why am I seeing other ones? I think your analysis has helped in addressing it. An anonymous attendee, wrote something, and I think it's quite hilarious, the first part, but then it's a big message, the person is passing. And the person says the air around your farm needs to be organic too. It's hilarious, to say the air. How do you make your air organic? But then the follow-up conversation then says, I think a lot of people don't understand what organic means. Yes, organic pesticide, fertilizer, and co. But farming organic is pretty much more than this. Well, if you want to go fully into that, yeah, you need to see the experts, yes, and have more time with our panelists today, to help you probably go deeper into that. But I align and I agree with you that it is a whole lot on its own. So somebody is saying, can we touch soilless farming in the diaspora at the time, but it looks like it became a popular alternative to traditional farming. Do you think soilless farming could solve some of the issues associated with traditional farming? So yes, over to you, our experts. Mr. Sheon.
Okay, before I talk about soilless farming, one of the person that's talk about the organic farming, I mean the air on your farm. Now the person is actually correct. Now, if you want to do organic farming, you shouldn't, pitch your tent close to an inorganic farmer. You should you should give them some distance, at least 300 meters away, or keep a very good distance from inorganic farmers, because the air from your farm or from the inorganic farm can come into your farm and affect your organic practice. Again, the what's it called? The pests at the same time can also come into your farm. They can fly into your farm. They can feed on your own organic crops as well. Talking about the pollinators too, they can pollinate, or they can, pollinate. They can sting and come to your organic farm to pollinate your own crops too. So these are the things you must be careful. So if you are trying to do organic farming, you look for a location where it is far from, inorganic farmers. And that is why we need to also look at soilless farming, look at greenhouse production. So it is a good solution. I'm also a greenhouse farmer. I'm into greenhouse production, and the solution is very good. And what I'm just trying to say is, it is just the major thing there is many farmers cannot afford the greenhouse. The affordability is the challenge now. Talking about the cost of doing it, many Nigerians, young farmers who are trying to start the agri-business or journey, so cannot afford the greenhouse, but is a very good solution. I'm talking about the pest and disease management, control of controlling the moisture, controlling the condition of the crop. So the soilless farming, it is just a practice where we don't, a process, or the process of producing crop without using the soil. So different other substrates or soil nutrients or different solutions that we use to grow some of our crops in a covered environment, whereby we control many things happening there. So mind you, the production is always top notch, it's always better, it's always good. The production will come out well. You will get at least, if not 90% and above yield, if done very well. Yeah, we have seen many failed soilless farming or production farmers as well. I've seen many failed hydroponics farmers in Nigeria as well. I've seen a lot of failed projects in the greenhouse as well. It's not about the having I have a greenhouse, let me go and sleep. No, you still must do some things to take care. Everything still depends on the good agronomic practices. So it is, soilless farming is a good solution, it's a very good one, but how many people can afford it? That is the
All
question.
right. Thank you. I think scaling soilless farm is the basic conversation. We know, yes, it will help you condition your entire environment for the crop to thrive. But in terms of scaling, that's the challenge. I hear Favor is back online. Favor, are you able to speak? If yes, I would like you to address the question. We've had some of our participants ask, where do we get the right seed? We've heard a lot around hybrid seed, around seed being, the basis for your yield at the end of the day. So can you just advise or respond to that if you're online now, please?
All right, can you hear me?
Okay, yes, Favor, you're loud and clear now. Thank God. Yes, you can go ahead.
Yeah, sorry for the whole background issue, noise and everything. Basically, I am part of the National Agricultural Seed Council, and we analyze, we formulate programs that help seed development and research. We're also in charge of testing seeds, registration, release, production, marketing, distribution, certification, and quality control supply in Nigeria, both nationally, local seeds and the one imported. We do all of that. And basically for people who are asking for seeds, just like you have said, there are different kinds of seed. Of course, we have the local seed, the OPV seeds that farmers recycle, and the improved varieties, of course, and we have the hybrid seeds. And our job is to connect farmers to seed companies who can supply quality seeds, and not just supplying those quality seeds. They should be able to, get the characteristics that are true to type. What I mean true to type, of course, there are many. We have over 400 seed companies in Nigeria that are registered, but functional seed companies are around 35. And most times we see in the market, the purification of fake seeds, because farmers, although in the market chain, we have those suppliers that are distributors. Most times because of, their test for gain, they end up recycling or, combining local seeds with certified seeds. So for those who really want good seeds, they could come through us. What we do, we connect them to the seed suppliers, the seed companies, and then their seeds are supplied. Majorly, we don't just, connect you, we help you to understand the characteristics of seed, because it's not enough for you to go for the best seed, but what about the agricultural practices that is needed for that seed to develop, knowing that we have a lot of things that can make even the best of seed not to do well. The climate change is there, and the soil type, the practices. So we help train farmers. If you are using a hybrid seed, there is a predetermined characteristics or farming practice that you should go for. And when you are not able to achieve that, no matter how wonderful your seed may be, you may not get a good yield. So basically, I don't just advise farmers to just go to seed company, get this. We are here to help you understand the kind of seed you're using, understand the region where that seed will thrive very well. Because I see many farmers coming to us, I'm in the South region, I've been able to get premier seeds, getting this hybrid seed of maize, and it's not doing well. Have you ever, sit back to check if the seed it can be able to thrive in that environment? So these are the things we help you to understand. We help you to know the yield per hectare. We help you to know what input you needed to put in to ensure, a good harvest. So basically we do that. Getting quality seed is our own business, and we connect you. We have list of companies who have such wonderful seeds to give you every kind of arable crop you need, and we're there to train you from the beginning to the end to get what you want. Thank you.
Awesome, Favor. We've enjoyed speaking with Sharon the entire time, so we'll need to enjoy you for some few more minutes. You touched on a number of things. You talked on the open pollinated variety, OPVs, and then the hybrid varieties as well. In terms of, of course, I know this sits a lot under your purview and all, but for young people going into agriculture today, like the conversation we've been having, since we started, what would you advise? What variety would you advise, that they need to really look out to? So that's question one. And then question two is hinged on the regional seed genetics that we have. I would like, to say how accessible is, your organization for young people going into, is it something I can just make a call, or we can just send a WhatsApp and you can advise us, or we always have to, look for a way to identify where your office is, meet with the desk officer there, and also, if you could just answer those two questions in one would be very great. Thank you, Favor.
All right, so I want to start with the OPV. We call it the open pollinated variety. There is the improved OPV. Of course, for those who are listening, OPVs are seeds that you could recycle year in, year out. For example, an improved variety of maize, which is an OPV, when you plant by next year, you can be able to use the seed to, recultivate. But have it at the back of your mind, the yield decreased by 10%. That is another thing. And then we still have the issue of cross-pollination in OPV, making a kind of contamination to the genetics. So it depends on what you actually want. So most times when people come to me and say, oh, what kind of seed do I want to plant? What do you advise me to plant? I ask you some series of questions. The first question I want to ask you is that, what is your projected yield per your acquired hectare? Some will say, oh, please, I just have 2 hectares. Some will say, oh, I just have 1. Some will say, just a little plot and all of that. The land area you are cultivating will it's a means for me to advise, okay, why not go for an OPV, knowing that, okay, there might be limitations as to your maintenance, because truly hybrid seed yields high, but of course the inputs and the practice to maintain a hybrid seed is quite different from OPV. Okay, so it needs a more, what we call more training, of course, more inputs, more guide to raise hybrid seed. But for the OPV, I tell people, when you are going into this, kindly go for OPV. Practice, just like the first speaker said, know what, if you are going into this for the first time, use OPV6 and then ask question. I talked about the issue of region, very, very important. Just like I say, it's easy for you to give us a call or send a message on WhatsApp. Oh, I'm in so region. I need an OPV seed. I don't really have money to invest in buying seed the next year. So I just want to go for this seed. So we advise you go for OPV seeds. Maize varieties are very good. You could always keep them and use them for the next year and all of that. But some others will tell you, please, I need a very high yield. I just want one off. Of course, we know use of hybrid seed is something you use once. You can't use it for the next year, okay? So your planning, most times when you want to ask for seed, I will ask you, please, can I get your seed planning and production for the year? I will be able to go through what you have on ground for me to advise you on what to do. So it's not enough for you to just enter the market, get any seed, and you just think at the end of the harvest year, you just reap bountifully. And as somebody will tell you, agriculture has a lot of risk. Yes, it does, but with the right guide and mentorship, you will be able to get it. Like the first speaker said, there are lots of things, involved in all of this that we cannot cover in this webinar. But answering your second question, of course, we are very accessible. My LinkedIn profile is there. My WhatsApp number is there. All you need to do, just give us, send a message, and then we'll tell you how to go about it. In fact, I mentioned seed planning production. That's another skill on its own, because in that seed planning production, your hectareage, your projected seed quantity, per hole will be there. The certified seed that you want to use, the method of planting, the issue of the whole testing, they are all there. And this is not what we discuss in one webinar. It's something that you will need to be trained so that whenever, if you decide to invest 500,000, after you invest in 500,000, you should be able to project your yield at the end of the harvest, putting into consideration climate change, putting into consideration pests and diseases, putting into consideration other external factors that might reduce your yield. So it's far beyond just picking seed, checking the regional, so regional capability of such seed thriving, and a whole lot more. So I don't know if I was able to answer your question.
Yes, thank you so very much, Favor. Even though in between you went very technical, and but we are very glad that you were able to do justice to those questions. So I will still be coming back to you. I think we still have some time, like I've just been told by our host. So we'll still be able to run through a few questions. So I know we've dwelt a lot around vegetable production. Of course, that's what Mr. Sheon does full time, and is so passionate about discussing and sharing his experience there. But for everyone, on this call, some people might say, I do not want to go into planting, but I want to be involved in crop production. So, Mr. Shen, would you want to run us through the available value chains, on that crop production that, young people can say, okay, I don't want to go to the farm. Maybe I'll just be supplying you seeds. Maybe I'll just be liaising with the likes of Favor and be providing seeds. Or maybe I'll just be liaising with, another person. And, so there are different aspects to all of these things. Would you like to just shed some light so that our participant can know, okay, what area they can key into and then begin to thrive in the crop production business?
All right, thank you so much for that question. Now, there are other value chain in the crop production different place. Now, it's not compulsory you go into plant. In fact, there was a time I organized a training, and the training is focusing on people who do not want to even have anything to do with planting or production. So you can go into agro inputs. We have different people that are, playing in this industry, in this sector, agro inputs. We have input dealers. There are many of them. They supply farmers the inputs needed. So you can go into aggregation of produce. Go into aggregation. I have a friend, what she does is, buy from producers. She's the link between the markets and the farmers. So you can go into aggregation. You don't need to plant, you don't need to have a farm, you don't need to do that. So you just need to understand how to aggregate, understand how to uptake, understand the business, understand the markets, and be the link, connect farmers to organization, connect farmers to open market, connect farmers to buyers, suppliers, different places. You can go into commodity trading like produce. You can open a mart where you sell. So I have a friend also in Lagos that has a store. He has a store. He buys from farmers and sell in his store. So you can be you're not aggregating this time around. You are selling like commodity trading. You are selling the commodity. So there are different parts you can play. You can play as a commodity trader. You can play as agro dealer or input dealer. You can also go into what we call cluster farming. Like you can be the one to administer the farmers. Like you can go also into agriculture, or let me just use the word training and mentorship. So though I do tell many people you can't give what you don't have. And the issue of farming or agriculture, it requires, hands-on experience. So most times I've seen many people that have, they have been, people have challenged them saying, oh, you are teaching us what you're not practicing. You are teaching us what you don't know. I'll tell them, no, these people have practiced before. Maybe they stopped at some point, or they got the knowledge, but the knowledge became obsolete because they are not doing it again. So you can go into training and mentorship. You can, that's, enlightening people about agriculture. There are other parts you can also touch. You can go into processing, like processing the produce, food processing, talking about adding value addition. You can pick some of these pepper. I have a friend who does not even want to go into planting. His own is just to uptake chili pepper from producer, dry it, blend it, package it, and sell to the market. So he has added value, that's changed form, and more money has come into his own pockets. So there are other parts you can, still work on. You can even go into agri real estate. People are doing that now, into, getting farmland for farmers, or opening a real agricultural or a farm settlement, whereby farmers can always come around and lease from you. You have been able to create the land. You have given them the access to irrigation and some other amenities like farmhouse and other tractors. Then you can also go into land preparation. That's another part of the one of the value chain as well. Soil preparation, land preparation. I have a friend, he's an engineer. He's into soil preparation. They have tractors and they have some other, machineries they use and give to farmers. Farmers cannot afford tractor, but they can always lease or lend it from these people. So these are areas you can, many other value chain, but these are the ones I would like to just mention for now.
All right, awesome. Thank you very much, Mr. Sean, for even though you tried to play down on the number of value chains, but you still mentioned more than 10 that I have listed here. So it's still a lot. Just to rehash it for people, he said you could begin to sell inputs. You could begin to buy the chemicals and then begin to sell. You could begin to buy the seeds and begin to sell. That's one value chain. You could begin to aggregate. So you are not producing, but you are getting all the output or harvest from the farmers, and you keep it. Maybe when there is now, say, it's the glut season are over, you can then decide to bring it out to sell. You're aggregating. You can do commodity trading, which you try to also explain, which is direct. You already have a buyer to buy the 1 ton of maize. You go and look for the farmer, get the 1 ton of maize, and immediately give it to the person who wants to, who requires it. So you are doing commodity training. You also talked about training, which of course I know he's doing a lot around that as well. You could begin to train. Of course, that is also hinged on the level of knowledge that you also have yourself. You could begin to go into administrative, um, for lack of better word, clustering, so to say. So you manage all the cluster, you set up the cluster and you get them involved. They're able to access better loans, better facility together jointly. You can be the one to facilitate all those. You're not the farmer, you're not going to farm, but then you're able to help them secure the land and every other thing that they need. And then you begin to manage that process for them. That's also a thing you can make your money from it. You can go into processing. Of course, we cannot overemphasize that. We've heard a lot around this value chain. And processing, like they say, is not having a machine or having a processing center. Your processing can just be the cassava is dirty when they harvest it and you just wash it with water. And by the time you bring it to me, you're selling it plus maybe 100 naira difference. It's already, you've done one level of processing to it already, so don't think of processing as, oh, I have to make cocoa chocolate. No, you can just be washing the pot and giving it to the next person. And that's the processing you have done. And it's value for money for you. You can do that. He also touched on, you could do transport, you could do logistics, you could just say, okay, this is your product. I'll be okay to move it to the person who needs it. I'll charge you extra money to move it. And you have a vehicle that does that, well managed, you're making your business. Would they say you're in agriculture? Absolutely, yes. Are you in the business of crop production? 100% yes. You're just moving agricultural or crop production produce from one point to the other, and you're making your cool cash. He also talked about farm machineries. If you are very buoyant, you can afford to buy a tractor. That could be your business. And then you begin to, go to farms to help them plow, harrow, and do whatsoever farming activities that your tractor can support them in doing. And then finally, I think he touched it as well when he talked about preparation. So you could also do a number of things, I'll just cap it in those few things where he has said. There are a number of questions, right? And I'm going to push it. But some people say, how can I access land in Abuja? I want to go into it's not for my facilitator to tell you how to access land. You need to go to the right place to get information on land, right? He's an agric expert. He might have an idea on land, but I'm not going to pose that question to him. But please go to the right channel to access your land, right? If you need to buy, if you don't want to lease, if you don't want to rent, please go to the right channel who would give you the proper legal advice, so that you don't say, Mr. Shenwa has told you, or Madam Favor has told you what to do, and then you get the land and tomorrow you say we gave you the information that is not doing well. Someone here says, Daniel says he farms he farms rice, and he would like to learn more insight on rice production and processing. So just note that question. You might just want to touch a little bit on it. Daniel, if you're hearing me, if you can just note, I don't know, are you doing lowland rice or upland rice, so that you can guide facilitator to just, touch bit on it as well. Someone says, can you shed some light on vertical farming? Just please note all those questions. I'm just trying to run through them in the interest of time so that we can get our final words from our two panelists today. Sir, can we use water that is discharged from catfish pond to wet our plant direct? Yes, wet the soil, not the plant, as he has advised you, right? Yes, it is also rich. At least he has said it at one point. Thank you, Mr. Sheung, like they say, for a time at the question. How do I manage to control the wastage of the cucumbers? Mr. Sheung, just note that question. You'll be able to help. I would love to learn about how to install
the question again, please. That question
Okay.
again. Sorry.
Okay. So
Last one.
yeah. He said, Mr. Sheung, thank you so much for your time. My question is, how do you manage to control the wastage of the cucumbers? So yeah, probably in the place where there's glut and you have so much you cannot sell. I'm assuming, on his behalf. I would love to learn how to install drip irrigation system. He had made an open advertisement, to say come and do his training. So go and find him online, right? How can we prepare your land for ugu farming to ensure good yield? Okay, I'm looking for one additional question. Maybe I'm going to push it to Madam Favor. Okay, are there available sources of funds to finance my agribusiness if I don't have the startup capital? Were you in the session earlier on agri financing? So maybe you just watch back. I know this thing will be posted on the PSAG Nigeria platform on YouTube and also on Facebook. So you have opportunity to rewatch, every point that you probably had missed. You'll be able to get those information and then to move on fully on that. So okay. All right. So I'm getting so many questions. What other ways, can we do the cassava to get better yield? Okay, so obviously, we'll not be able to exhaust all the very personal questions, but I'm sure that after now, you have the opportunity to speak with him on LinkedIn, and I'm sure he will oblige you. Just tell him you were on the Business of Agriculture Masterclass so that he does not begin to think of how to charge you, right? This platform is a philanthropical platform, so he will be able to just, give you all those information. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll just allow you very briefly to respond to that, and then I'll come to Madam Favor to also do one or two justice, and then we wrap up this session.
All right, thank you. I've been able to note some of these questions talking about rice farming, vertical farming, fish waste, the water waste from the fish farm, cassava farming, vertical, then waste post harvest loss, and many others. Now, let me start from the cassava farming question. How to do it to get a good result, in a better way, or everything boils down to number one, your soil preparation. Not just for cassava alone. If you are doing soil-based farming, you must prepare your soil very well. So one of the secrets to maize farming, let me even talk about maize, then I'll connect it to cassava. One of the biggest secrets in maize farming is the soil. If you get it right with the soil, you prepare the soil very well, you will get a good result. Again, not just preparing the soil. After preparing the soil, you feed the soil. You feed the soil. It is what you have in soil. And all these things boils down to understanding the soil nutrient composition, understanding what is in the soil. Don't just, bombard everything with NPK, bombard with, different kind of fertilizer. No. Understand what is in your soil, the macronutrients, the micronutrients needed. So you won't just keep, overfeed your crops. So you understand the nutrients in the soil, then feed the soil, prepare the soil very well. The same as cassava, but cassava farming, once you have been able to prepare your soil, and I don't do these, ridges like other farmers or some other local farmers do. What you do is make sure you can also do this bed system, the long bed system, and you make sure you break your cassava stem into the same sizes, and understand how to insert this cassava into the soil. The soil must be soft and be fluffy enough to receive the root system growing into tuber in the soil. So it will be able to penetrate into the soil very well. That is one of the secrets. Understand how to insert the stem, then the management. Go there, do the weeding as at when needed, and pour more soil on it. After the weeding, you add more soil to the cassava at the base. It will give you the reason to have a big tuber and get more results. Some farmers are doing 30 bundles on 1 acre. I do 60 bundles on my 1 acre. That's for the cassava farming. If you want to learn more, you can reach out to me on LinkedIn or any other social media. Just search for my name there. Now, for the fish water waste, you you can use it, but be careful. I'm a fish farmer. I've done it before, so but be careful, because the particles or the residue from the fish feed and their waste can block your irrigation channel. So be careful. This water is very good, but if you must do that, you must get an irrigation expert that can help you fix your irrigation, add filter at different junction to ensure that the water and the nutrients mixed together is what is going into your crop. You can use it, but make sure it is the waste or the residue or some particles there is not obstructing the water flow of your from the waste to the irrigation channel. So you can use your fish water is a very good source of nutrients for your crop. You can use it, it's a very good one. For vertical farming, what is vertical farming? Very simple. Vertical farming is the practice of growing crops in a vertically or horizontally stacked layers, or let me say vertical system. Or we have the feeding or the trough, we have vertical what's it called, layers in the greenhouse that we use. And it's more or less growing, in the air. Some people say growing in the air, some people call it different. I have not done it before. I have not practiced it, so I can't really talk more about it. I can't say more about it. I know my friend Samson Gole is a good farmer in that area. So he's training people on vertical farming. You can learn more. You can connect with him on LinkedIn as well. So that's for vertical farming. At the same time, before I even move to the next question, is a good model, but it is quite expensive. It's quite expensive. So why not even try start from soil-based farming? Then let's grow and advance into the IRMs. Now, talking about
Session,
rice.
just let me cut you a little bit there. I will come back to those questions. I just want Madam Favor to speak, and then we'll come to you so that we can wrap up very quickly. There are a host of questions. Participant, just note, you're asking me for Madam Favor's number and email. You can see her name. I'm sure anytime she speaks, you can see her name, Favor Agbo. Just check her on LinkedIn, right? And her LinkedIn is so easy that even her phone number is virtually on our profile page, so you will get to see it. You can't miss it. Mr. Shenwa as well, just look for him. I see people already saying they have sent you messages or chats on LinkedIn and you have not responded. I'm like, you are still speaking. How do they want you to respond? But anyway, it just shows how curious our participants want to gain knowledge, and then they want to also improve on themselves. So, Madam Favor, quick questions to you, right? Somebody asked a question on our chat saying, is there anything like organic seed? That's one question. Now, the second part of the question is, you said seeds are regional based, as it were, in terms of the one that will do best in what region and all. And their question is, if I am going into soilless farming, would I still need to consider this regionality in the seeds? Hi, Favor, are you online?
Right. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can. We can hear you now. Thank you.
All right. Organic seed. There is nothing like organic seed, but we have what we call the organic farming practice. It's the same seed you use for both the inorganic farming practice and the only difference is that the issue of putting chemicals is at minimal. Yeah, so that's just the difference. So even with your OPV seeds, you could still achieve an organic produce. The difference is in the pest management, the cultivation, the land preparation. You ensure that every practice you use is strictly organic. Like one question I heard about pest management, and one of the things I advise people is what we call the integrated pest management, whereby you integrate both the biological method. For example, those that were cultivating beans last year in Kaduna, farmers had to introduce ladybug into the field. So instead of investing so much chemicals into the field, they just had to, introduce this. And at the end of the day, they were able to save costs and, have an increased harvest. So there is nothing like organic seed. You could also work with hybrid seeds if your intention is getting high yields and still implement an organic practice. So this is what we do. When clients come that, oh, we want organic produce, we'll tell you the kind of seed, because not all hybrid seeds can give you what you want, and not all OPV seeds can give you what you want. So we just ask you, just like I said initially, what is your objective at the end of this harvest period? You want to go into organic? Yes, we have improved varieties that are drought tolerant in such a way that you wouldn't, necessarily need much fertilizers, much input of chemical for you to get your yield. There are smart, climate seeds that has been integrated. Of recent, we just did the image project on genetically influenced cassava varieties, and we realized some farmers, these days, farmers are, they tend to go for the climate smart seeds. Yes, because to them, to some extent, it saved them from some of this, climatic problem and soil degradation and all of that. So please, there is nothing like organic seed. When you come, we'll be able to guide you, because that is what we do. Let me leave that because there's a whole lot to talk about that. I want to talk about the issue of, I don't know, can you kindly repeat the second one?
Regionality. So it's just the second question, the regionality, that
yes.
If I'm going into soilless farm lab, do I still need to consider region specific variety, like you said?
Yes, you don't really need to, because the idea of soilless farming is a kind of technology. That is what we call the vertical farming system in Nigeria. It's a technology whereby crops are grown in controlled environments, so thereby reducing the dependency on weather or soil conditions. So invariably, when you are doing this hydroponics or aeroponics, whatever vertical layer, stack layers you want to use, you really don't need to consider region at this point in time. But of course, your investment will be hugely on ensuring that this controlled environment has to be, of top-notch, the facility has to be very good. Of course, something like what we have, the farmhouse, or what they call the aeroponics. Of course, there are facilities you need to put in place, and those are cost effective. So I tell people who are entering into agriculture, first of all, consider the soil production of plants. Know what is there, of crops, sorry. Know what is there, know what is obtainable. At least 2 to 3 years, I advise, before you talk about going into the vertical farming. So for region, of course, for region-oriented seeds, it's not needed, is not a factor to be included in vertical farming because it's a controlled environment. Thank you.
All right, thank you so very much. So I think in the interest of time, we just have 2 minutes. I'm just going to rush this to say final words, and I would like your final words to be as short and concise as possible. So Favor, you just want to take the first shot.
Okay, thank you so much. This section has been an amazing one. And I want to talk about opportunities, future opportunities for agriculture. I heard, a lot of people asking questions about how that's the chain, the value chain they could go into. And I tell people that crop production has a future. It has a future, and anybody who is investing in crop production has to be very futuristic. Don't just go into agriculture because you see other people going into agriculture. Go into crop production with the intention that you will be relevant in the next 10, 15 years. Your business will be relevant, and no matter how the economic the economy of agriculture is, no matter how risky going into business is, you will still be able to thrive. So I will still want to talk about the expansion of biofortified crop. This is what we are looking out into. If I were looking, last week, we had different seed companies coming together. We're trying to make them understand that we need genetically modified seed to be able to stand the test of time from now to the next 20 years, 30 years. So, and one of those traits we're looking at is those biofortified crops. So please, if you're going into production, have it at the back of your mind that biofortified crops are crops that not just will bring yield, but you are catering for nutrition, and that is what the world is going into. It's not just about eating, but what is the sustainability like? What's the health factor all about? And then I want to talk about water management in terms of what is happening, flooding and all of that. Please, when you're going into agriculture, consider an effective water management solution. There are so many, systems. I heard someone talking about drip irrigation and all of that, but you could also consider other, low-cost rainwater harvesting technologies that are very cheap for smallholder farmers. So consider all of this. There are also what we call the niche. Don't just go into agriculture because you just want to go into it. Create a niche for yourself. Yes, everybody's going to cassava, going into that's cowpea, going into maize. But have you ever thought that there are also niches? As at last 2 months ago, we were going into implementing the more production of ginger, moringa, and some organic vegetables, just like the other speaker was talking about. So you could look into that. Another area I want us to look into for those who are going to cropping and you don't really want to get involved in, the whole production. What about the renewable energy in farming? You could also provide solar powered irrigation system for these farmers. They are looking for it, and it's a very lucrative area. This will reduce farmers' reliance on costly fuel generators and all of that. And most importantly, agricultural technology. Our young people these days, sometimes when you look at the risk involved, the amount of knowledge needed to go into crop production, they feel discouraged. But what about leveraging on agri-tech platforms? For example, this farm crowding, they connect farmers to investors. How about going into such? How about connecting, farm inputs to buyers through the software? You could develop softwares that could connect, farmers, whatever the value chain. It could be the farmers, the distributors, it could be seed, it could be infrastructure. So we should also look into that. We also have, even if you want to go into crop production, we could also guide you in getting smart fertilizers and soil health innovations. Yes, that niche is really growing, and most people are not looking into it. Everybody is just talking, I want to produce this, I want to produce that. But how about looking out into all of this? So I would, in a nutshell, there are a lot of things to discuss, but because of time, I will just stop here. AI, data analysis. In fact, in Nigeria now, even in the sixth sector, agriculture, we need data. How about going into data in crop production? We could guide you, especially those who have tech skills. We could integrate it. And even the ones I had like contacts of, seed companies that have asked for a list of, innovative farmers who are ready to just become outgrowers. So you're not bringing in any shishi into this business. All you need to do, bring in your zeal, bring in that passion, and we connect you. Those same companies are ready to train you. Those same companies are ready to put you through. They're even ready to guide you and even source for land. So there are a lot of opportunities that are out there around crop production. And I know that if you get the right information, the right guidance, you could even do more. And when somebody asks, are you in the value chain of crop production? You will beat your chest and say, yes, I am in. So I just want to stop here because of our time.
Thank you very much, Madam Favor. How I wish, we had you earlier on, we could have expanded on some of the conversations you have brought on. But thank you so very much. I'm sure that our participants will be reaching out to you on LinkedIn and on other means, just to ensure that they can tap into this opportunity around crop production that you have spoken on. Mr. Shen, if you're still online, just like you, now you have 30 seconds. For Madam Favor, we could allow her because she's been off for a while, but for you, 30 seconds is fine now. Thank you very much. Your final words.
Okay, thank you so much for the time. I want to appreciate the audience as well for those questions. It's obvious that they were following. All right, so for those of you that I want to connect with you on LinkedIn, I'm there waiting for you. Quick one, take home for this session. Understand before coming into crop production. I mentioned it earlier and I'm going to repeat it. Madam Favor has said a lot already. I don't need to repeat what she said. That is exactly what I want to say. But I just want to emphasize on the issue of gaining mastery, knowing this business. Go for knowledge, know it very well, understand the gaps. Don't just jump into crop production because someone is doing it and is cashing out or is making money. Know what it entails. Know your business model and build a structure around it. Again, is you must learn patience. Don't come into the business because you want to because of this get rich quick syndrome, or you just want to get all your money at once, and you want to. It's not a get rich quick scheme. It requires patience, and like people will say, follow who know road. Follow people that understand this thing. Let them let them hold you by your hands and lead you. Like she have mentioned, Madam Favor mentioned, talking about their training. Go for training, go for knowledge, and you'll get it right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so very much to all our panelists. Again, just to reiterate, we had Favor with us, Favor's Agbo from the National Agricultural Seed Council, and thank you for your wealth of knowledge and also initiatives that young people can tap into around crop production. It's like when I hear our host already saying they want to become a farmer by virtue of the conversations that we have had. So thanks to you, moderators. We also had Mr. Seun Solomon, the CEO of AgriWealth Limited, share with us full insight. Of course, he's focusing now in his business more on horticulture, and you can hear he's even doing other things as well. So graciously, you would have had to go through a process to be able to have a one-on-one 30-minute session with our panelists, but they are so gracious, in what they do and very passionate at it. So they really want us to succeed as young people going into crop production. And they have said, hey, you can reach out to me personally online. So we'd like to also thank you for the openness and for the willingness, to support us as we grow in this field. In my final words, just as I end because I'm already past my time already, is just to say to everyone, we have learned from the experts. There is indeed opportunity in crop production. There is indeed thriving, profitable opportunities that we can venture into. We might not go to the farm, we might not put seed into the soil, but there are other things within the crop production value chain that we can go into and tap significantly from. So once again, we'd like to say thank you to everyone for joining. We know there are other sessions after this, so we implore you and crave your indulgence. If you still have some time, please stay tuned for those other sessions that will be coming up shortly as well. Thank you once again to everyone, and do have a great day ahead. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Dari.
Thank you very much for having me.
There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key, there's treasure in the trees. The time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There are 200 billion dreams. Any one of these is able to begin a spark and change the world. There's innovation everywhere, from Aba to Ife to Kaduna. The land is green, the wealth is here. Hey, yeah, this is our nation, this is our land. Yeah. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. If you take a look around, from the north to south, there are opportunities to make it here. But if all you ever dream is to go overseas, tell me how you'll ever know that wealth is here. Oh, yeah, oh. This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. So pass on the baton, pass on the torch, Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. Oh yeah, so this is our nation, this is our land. Yeah, Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key, there's treasure in the trees. The time is now, the land is green, wealth is here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Would like to thank everyone that's still on the call. Thank you for holding on with us up to this time. But I'm sure that it has been time very well spent. Like I said to those that can see the chats that I would love to be a farmer now. Next, we're going to start the quiz. Remember that we have incentives for those that are able to do very well with the quiz. The very first person on this quiz would be winning 30 minutes exclusive mentoring with a panelist of choice. So please go on, fastest fingers. And I think we start. Do we start now? Or are we waiting until the countdown ends? Nduka.
The quiz has started, so they can start responding.
Okay. Sorry.
There's a story to be told, a future to behold. There is more to who we are than what they hear. We have love within our soul, fire in our bones. We've got everything it takes to make it here. There's much more within our soil, more than just our oil. We can grow the food to feed the whole world square. Agriculture is the key, there's treasure in the trees. The time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. This is our nation, this is our land. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, wealth is here. There are 200 billion dreams, any one of these is able to begin us back and change the world. There's innovation everywhere, from Abba to Ife to Kaduna, the land is green, the wealth is here. Yeah, this is our nation, this is our land, yeah. Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. If you take a look around, from the north to south, there are opportunities to make it here. But if all you ever dream is to go overseas, tell me how you'll ever know that wealth is here. Oh, yeah, this is our nation, this is our land. Oh, Nigeria is ours, we have everything we need. If we could only see, the time is now, the land is green, the wealth is here. So pass on the baton, pass on the torch, Nigeria is ours, we have everything.
Good afternoon and welcome back, Nike. The last session now will be moderated by Nike Alao, Chief Research Officer, Business Day Intelligence. Nike.
Thank you for the
Floor is
introduction.
yours.
Yes. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for staying put till the last leg of this business of agriculture. The next session is about agri-branding, cultivating a strong agricultural brand from farm to market. I have here on the panel the distinguished panelists. I have Mrs. Jacqueline Yawa, member of the International Cocoa Diplomacy. I have Mr. Kende Akikomi, strategy manager at Center Spread Gray. And I have Ms. Aderoju Odunsi, Sorello Foods and Beverage Company. You're welcome. Could you kindly introduce yourself, please? Sorry, before you introduce yourself, so just to give some context into this session, we'll be highlighting the significance of branding and in the agriculture sector. There's a perception of agriculture as traditional, where people still view agriculture as traditional low-tech industry, which makes it hard to associate with modern innovative branding. So I guess now firms are trying to shift from the narrative from agriculture being old-fashioned to forward-thinking, with one that requires creativity and education. So our session will entail panelists sharing their perspectives on the business of branding in agriculture, the common techniques employed in agriculture, common challenges in agriculture branding, and the importance of branding in agriculture. So kindly introduce yourselves, please. Ms. Jacqueline, would you like to go first? Okay, can I have Aderoju Odunsi, Mrs. Aderoju Odunsi, if you could introduce yourself and tell us what you do, please.
Hey, good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me. My name is Aderoju Odunsi. I'm the CEO of Sorello Food and Beverage Company Limited.
I think you might be experiencing some.
Beg your pardon?
Okay, we can hear you now. Your voice was deep in here.
All right. So I'm the CEO of Sorello Food and Beverage Company Limited in Lagos, Nigeria. I'm an agribusiness specialist, having graduated in 1979 with a degree in agribusiness from Western Michigan University. I'm also a practicing farmer, started farming as a graduate farmer under the Lagos State scheme in 1986, a fully mechanized 25-hectare farm in Badagry. Aside from that, I am a trainer. I am a master trainer for the International Labour Organization, ILO. I'm a certified trainer for the IFC, of course, all this in business management. I'm also a lead auditor for ISO 22,000 food safety management system and the quality management system. I veered off farming into food processing as a result of what I saw as wastage that was going on in the farm. And then from there, I graduated into processing first of staple foods, but now our company, Sorello Food and Beverage Company Limited, is actually now focused on bringing the ancient wisdom of herbalism of Africa to the whole world, crafting artisanal teas, superfoods, and of course, dehydrated vegetables. So we operate both locally and especially in the export market. I'm glad to be here.
Thank you for sharing that great profile. Thank you. Mr. Kende Akinkumi, are you here? All right, while we're waiting for Mr. Kende and Mrs. Jacqueline, Mrs. Odunsi, I would just like you to help set the tone for this session. If you can just give us a deep dive into and introduce the concept of branding within the agricultural, context, and why branding is essential for the agricultural, business, and how does it contribute to long-term success?
Okay, so branding is everything that helps a customer to identify your products. Branding is what stands you out. Branding is how you get into the heart of your customers. It's not different in agriculture as it is in other products, even though agriculture has its own peculiarities. So for instance, when you are talking about branding, you are talking about a total package. A total package that includes your designs, your about section. What are you about? You first have to determine who you are, know who your target audience is, because that is what will help you to define what will suit them. For instance, if you are targeting the Gen Zs, that is the way your packaging must look before you could attract them. And so while people concentrate mainly on their logo, that logo also must be designed with particular reference to the target group that you are aiming at. It goes beyond that. It also has to do with your color. It has to do with your fonts. It has to do with everything, how you actually present your business to the world. So there are guidelines. You have to have guidelines of how you use your logo, where it can be used. Somebody is creating a website. This is what they need to do. This is your color. We can see examples from great brands. When you see Coca-Cola, it does not matter whether they write Coca-Cola in red, in white, in green, in black. You know that this is Coca-Cola. Nike, immediately you see that check sign, you know that you're talking about them. So what we are saying that even in agriculture, you will need to be able to stand out. Whether your business in agriculture is primary production, which means you are producing the crops, it could be vegetable, it could be cash crops. What are you about? What are your values? What do you want to project? Of course, in agriculture, it can be a bit daunting. Number one, you are just selling vegetables. And you think selling vegetables doesn't need to have any specialty to it. I want to tell you that that's not so correct. Because people are now looking for value in what they are buying. There is a big world out there. There are people that are producing, and they're producing a lot of products, but you can have your own niche. And when you begin to have a niche, then you need to think about branding. You need to communicate what your essence is. You need to communicate the way you have grown your crops. You need to communicate the way you have packaged your goods. You need to communicate whether you have the kind of standards that people are looking up, that they will be comfortable. You know that food is different from buying a shoe or a bag. People who want to buy your products want to know that they are safe buying your product. And so building a brand image in agriculture will actually help people to be able to sell more, to be able to connect to more customers, and to be able to play in a particular niche. I can stop here because I think maybe the other participants.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you for sharing those tips on branding, going just beyond the logo and the visuals, and more about creating a distinct identity. You're welcome, Mr. Kinde. You're welcome, Ms. Jacqueline. Kindly introduce yourself before we go into the questions. Kindly introduce yourself, Mrs. Jacqueline.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Yawa. I have about 22 years of work experience, and basically out of those 22 years, it's been about business development. And you know that in the business of sales, whether you're selling in a bank, you're selling in agribusiness, you're selling in construction, business development is about branding. It's about yourself. And so I am going to be discussing the business of branding and cultivating it, not just in agriculture, but in yourself as a person. So I'm delighted, and thank you for the opportunity to share my experience. I currently work with international cocoa diplomacy, and I've been actually having a very interesting time all day today. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. You're welcome. Mr. Kinde, kindly introduce yourself, please.
Hi, good afternoon. It's really nice to be here. I am Akikumi Kinde. I am the strategy manager for Centerspread Grade. Over 7 years of experience in branding and marketing communications, marketing strategies, how to properly build your brand, what are your archetypes, things like that, and just taking the brand to market. It's been really great jumping on sessions earlier this morning. Just looking forward to sharing my thoughts, hoping my background can actually enrich some more agri-tech brands in this space.
Yes, thank you so much for that introduction. So with your background in advertising and product marketing, can you share some branding techniques such as brand storytelling, visual, identity, and value proposition crafting? Can you share some techniques that the agripreneurs can use in their agribusinesses?
Oh, definitely. So just right off the bat, branding to the layman just seems like it's your logo, it's what people can recognize about you, but it goes far beyond that. It is there's a saying that says your brand is what people say about you when you're not in the room, right? When you cannot speak for yourself, when you're not there to to say, hey, listen, this is not what I intended to say, but this is what I want to say, right? Your brand is the experience people get from your product. It's how they feel about your product when you're not in the room to speak for yourself. That being in keeping that in mind, storytelling is a very important aspect of branding, right? In this day and age, people want experiences. People want to experience new things, right? They're looking for what is the latest restaurant out in the market. They keep searching for new experiences. So your brand cannot just be, oh, this is our logo. And in terms of agriculture, storytelling plays a very vital role in, I'll give an example. You want to show people that your products are organic, your products are from a very small farm, from a generational farm, where you put so much thought into the processes, so much thought into your branding, so much thought into your packaging. That's where storytelling comes in. You take people behind the scenes, you show them how things were put together, what are the processes to get this from point A to point B. For instance, from farm to market, what is the process for a single sack or a single basket of tomatoes, right? It's not just at the point of you got to the market, now you want people to just come and see your tomatoes and say, oh, I like this one, right? People buy things based on, in this day and age, they build trust and familiarity. So to build that, storytelling plays a very strong role in that. As to the other aspects of or techniques to branding, one of the things is you must be consistent across all platforms, right? You can't come on Facebook and then your platform or your logo there is a red, a green, and a yellow, and it carries a tractor. And then you go to Instagram and I say, oh, because Instagram is more flashy, I want to change up my logo, right? There's no consistency on that platform or on these platforms. People do not see you and then go out to another platform and they'll still recognize you, right? Even in terms of your packaging, it has to be uniform across board, right? Then that speaks also to your color. There is a certain hue, and I'll use this brand of yellow that MTN uses, that even if you do not see MTN boldly written on it, you will, that's MTN, right? To the point where, and I think I heard this from the first speaker, where Coca-Cola, no matter how they write their name, because of the ribbon technique, you are going to see and know, oh, that is Coca-Cola. To the point where recently in the market, several people had to use that same ribbon to sort of write their name so that they could have some sort of steal from the branding and get some more sales. That's another story for another day. But when there is uniformity, people tend to recognize your brand a lot more, right? There are so many other techniques. There's partnerships. There's making sure you build personal relationships with retailers and vendors, right? These are the little things that you put together into your branding. That is an aspect to this, but it's usually done by the professionals. That is what we call a brand archetype. And I think I picked this up from the first person as well, and I'll just take it a bit from there. When you have a brand, when you're building a brand, you think to yourself, who are the players in this space? You want to understand the market, right? Number two is you say, who am I speaking to? Who is the target audience? Am I speaking to the Gen Zs? Am I speaking to the millennials, the boomers, the Gen X? Once you understand who your target audience is, we usually break it down in market into, we say generation, so Gen Z, Gen X, millennials. We say age range, right? Age group, so maybe 18 to 35. And that tells you your channels, that tells you all the things you need to do. But it especially tells you what kind of archetype you should have. Now, there's a archetype of the hero, there's a archetype of the everyday man. There's several archetypes, there are 12 in number. These archetypes mirror your brand to sort of say, hey, we understand what you're looking for. So we are mirroring ourselves to be exactly what you need. For instance, if I need a brand that would be my hero in terms of my fit farm journey, that would take up my mission, take up everything I need to become a fit farm professional and say, look, we're here for you. We're here to fight for you to make sure you achieve your goals. That is the hero archetype. It plays into your storytelling. If you are the everyday man, meaning I want you to look at me and see yourself in me. I am everything you need for your everyday needs. That's a lot different from your hero archetype. So you cannot just pick an archetype and say, I want to be this. Do you mirror that person? Does your brand solve solutions in that way? Right? There's the creator, there's the magician, there's the sage. So you need to sit down, understand each of these archetypes, and then select one or two of the archetypes that you can then say, this is what I want to be like. And on that note, I'll just round that up.
Thank you.
Thank
Yes, thank you for giving us some deep dive into the brand ecosystem and how it entails community and engagement. It's about nurturing a community of loyal customers and advocates as well. Yeah, thank you for that. Ms. Jacqueline, you play a key role in promoting sustainable cocoa production and trade. Could you just give us your perspective on how what considerations should be taken when branding an agricultural business for export or global trade?
Okay, so thank you for the question. I would also build on what the last speaker said. I really didn't hear the first speaker when she was speaking, so I won't be repeating the things that they've said. And I'm going to look at this from the context of not a multinational, not even a large corporate. I'm going to look at this from a young agripreneur who just wants to start off their business, whether they're exporting, they're doing primary production, or the logistics angle of it. So I'm going to be viewing this from the nano sense of it and from the SME sense of it. I think Madam Odunsi did mention that evolution, and that's where I'm going to be coming at it from. Whether it's a nano business or a multinational, the fundamentals are the same. And so there's nothing to be scared about. I'd like for us, when I've said this, for us to play something for us to do. So you will start by understanding that a brand is how your customer perceives your product. So how do they feel? Someone had mentioned experiential. If you go globally now, you have places like Diageo having experiential centers globally and other companies. So that's the same experience. So how do they feel when they think about your product? Remember BIC, I don't know if any one of you used BIC here, but I did in secondary school. And I know that that same BIC is the same BIC. It hasn't changed. So they have chosen not to change because it's working for them. So branding does not need to be complicated. In fact, to be honest, less is more for me. So what should happen is who, like he mentioned, who is the export markets that it's going to? What are the standards in that market? Do you understand? So what are you exporting, my darling? Are you exporting chocolate? Are you exporting cocoa powder? What derivatives of the cocoa or the cocoa pods itself? Or is it the waste products that you're exporting? So that will be a function of it. So you've got to do research. You see this, so I'm speaking to the young people now. You see this phone on your hands, you're going to use it and you're going to do a lot of research with it. And you're going to put in the work. Earlier on, people spoke about agriculture. Agriculture requires patient capital. And that patient capital means doing the work. It means paying the hours. And paying the hours means you need to know who's at the other side and what they will take. You're not going to send a product that is not going to be acceptable in the other market. You go online now. Thankfully, the world is a global village. So I can see what chocolate that is produced in Vietnam and is organic would look like. I would see what the packaging would be. I would see whether it's carrying fair trade. A lot of us use Cantu, and he mentioned something about storytelling. So put a bit of that storytelling in your labeling. My grandmother started this chocolate production in her kitchen in Etioni. The Cantu story, that's what it is. That's why I buy Cantu. It's because it says my grandmother started share business in the share market somewhere. Whether that is true, whether it's not true, but that's what I've bought into. So my dear, for the export market, you must know what that market wants. You must understand that it's about how they feel about your product. They're not going to come at you with sympathy. Nobody wants to spend money. That's the first thing you should know. And they're going to be buying because they feel they're buying into something that empowers somebody else. Fair trade is a global phenomenon now. So why don't you take on that story and put it on your product if it is around cocoa and the derivatives? Please, I would like to show that video, and I would end by saying something. If the technical people are there, just show the video. It's like 4 minutes, but please, I just want like 30 seconds of it.
Yeah,
Is it possible?
The video?
I had sent it earlier on to Madame Ime.
Yes, we have it.
Okay, please, could you just play that video so that everyone can see it? It was because you had asked me what the person should do. So, you know, we've spoken about a few things.
Using AI, we can see how each kernel pops from the cob, transforming into a vibrant room with people and activities inside. The lights and colors are magical. The power of AI is truly amazing, making everything look sharp and astonishingly magical. Now, I'll cut this tomato into quarters and then again. Let's see how AI can create with this tomato slice, resulting in a stunning, modern architectural space with lively activities and vibrant lights blending yellow and red. Now let's try with a kiwi. I'll cut it like this. Next, let's see how AI makes the kiwi seeds come to life.
So
a
we
new
can stop the
architecture
video.
emerges with
We
sharp
can
green
stop the
colors.
video. We can
Everything
stop
looks
it.
unexpectedly real.
So we can stop it. So what I was trying to bring out here is that you should leverage the levers of technology, whether it's the internet, whether it's social media, and of course, definitely AI. AI can help you build that branding that you're looking for next to nothing. So if you can turn agricultural produce into beautiful architecture for living, you can imagine what it can do for you. So you don't need that high-tech school, or I know you would need Mr. Akinwumi's expertise, but at least the fundamentals of what you want, because Mr. Akinwumi is only going to translate your ideas. If the ideas don't sit well with you, if it doesn't hit your core, I'm sure if Mrs. Odunsi tells you about her story, if it doesn't hit you, your core, the owner of the business, if it doesn't relate with you and relate with your customers, he can't translate it into a story. So first, you've got to do the work, know the market it's going into, do the research, and of course, put yourself in the other end, which is understand the experience that they're looking for, and note that quality must be standard. So it's not just packaging alone. What is inside is just as important as what is outside. And Akinwumi said it, consistency is very, very key and important. It's not good that they eat the chocolate today, it's sweet, and tomorrow it's bitter, or they find cockroach inside it. That shouldn't be at all. And on that note, I'd like to, yield the stage to someone else, or to the moderator to continue the conversation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for such great insight. Yes, experience is very integral. It's integral to building your brand from farm to market. Just the process it entails from getting your products to the audience. And I like what you said about capital patience and value communication. Communicating the value of your product is very key. Back to Mrs. Aderoju. Can you share some common challenges of agricultural businesses face when trying to build a recognizable brand, and how they can overcome it?
The challenges that agricultural businesses face aren't too different in Nigeria from other businesses. But in addition, because of climate change, we are going through a period that any farmer who is not smart, who does not use tech, does not research, and just think that just having water on the farm alone will get them the profits they are looking for, they have not really started. Number one, in the morning, one of the speakers were actually telling us about this. Some of the challenges happen because there is glut in the market. If you have built yourself a brand, you will go online and say what you are making. You will decide a business model. Are you a B2B, a B2C, or combination of both? If you are branding yourself as that, you already have followers. You have off-takers who are supplying agricultural produce either to supermarkets, either to restaurants and all that. So you can have off-takers ahead of time. And once you see that and you have your logo on your products, because the fact that you are selling everyday goods, even if you are selling vegetables, there's a way to package your vegetables in clear, transparent plastic. There's a way to perforate them so that they do not steam up and then get damaged. You go to some shelves of some supermarkets, you see food thrown carelessly, all over the place. And I'm saying, oh, okay, now that I have some land that I'm going to do horticulture, when I bring my own brand to this supermarket, people must choose it above the others. And it doesn't have to cost even much more money. So there are little steps that people must take. Number one is that you do not produce because you have land. You produce because you have customers, because there is a demand for what you are producing. You also produce, people say quality, and I dare say quality is in the eye of the beholder. Sometimes you may decide to play at a lower level so that you can sell your goods. There is no point in trying to copy people, spend a lot of money, and find out you cannot attract the price. The last speaker just told us, if there is no quality, branding, packaging will attract me to buy from you for the first time. But when I find rubbish inside, I cannot continue like that. So I would advise that people upgrade their knowledge base. Some of these training are even free online. I recollect, is it 2020 that I had my first training in digital transformation from ITC Trades. It was a whole course. It didn't cost me anything. I see that Madam Bosu is on the call. Yeah, we both went through that. They taught us all these things. And I'm not an expert, but when I want to give a job to somebody, I know exactly what to ask them. I know if they're not doing the work, if they are copy and paste, I know they're not getting me what I want. Therefore, people should take advantage of what is available for free. MasterCard, Visa, all these organizations are training people in simple techniques. They tell you the videos online in how to use Canva to create your logo. And if you do not want Canva, just go to your WhatsApp and say, create a logo for my this product. And it will show you. If you don't like exactly what it is, or you want to custom, get a graphic artist to do it for you. But like it says, you start from somewhere. You start from the level that you don't have to spend so much money until you get to a level that possibly you want to become a big player or you want to go into export. And let me say to people that are here that are in agribusiness, the world is actually waiting for Nigeria products. I can tell you that. Prior to now, all we have been exporting are commodities in containers. Jacqueline was telling us that she can identify Vietnam product, Vietnam cashew. Do you know that Nigeria, 4% of Nigeria cashews is only the cashew that is in America as Nigerian. The rest are coming from Vietnam. They have been rooted through there. They are coming from China. But as a Nigerian brand, I had this first hand at an intelligence seminar that I attended in New York. But they are looking for that Nigerian brand. And it's already in the US, but it's bearing the Christian name of Vietnam and Brazil and China. So there is opportunity if we brand and we brand ourselves well. I will also say there are things that people are looking for in your branding. They are looking for whether your branding is eco-friendly. They are looking for how it stands on the shelf. Does it take so much shelf space for the price that is being sold for? Because supermarkets, they're actually selling the space. You need to be, consistent with that. They are looking, we use the term organic loosely. Before you can put organic on your product when you're an exporter, you have a certification, either for NOP from the United States or the Euro certification. You can't say you are practicing organic. My company has not yet, we're just moving into organic certification, but we have other basic certifications that allow us into like a US market. But it will be food fraud if you say because you do that in your branding in Nigeria, you put organic and you are selling on Instagram and the Nigerian is buying it. That's not a problem. But when you go international, you can't do such. Fair trade is acceptable because people know that there is integrity, fairness behind what you are doing. The basic certification you must have to export abroad is HACCP. Nigeria Export Promotions Council is doing a free training for you to be certified. I think this year's own is closed. There will be another one next year. There was one last year. FDA certification. Any country you are going to, they have their standards. And you must meet also the local standard before you can meet the international standard. So I want to pause here. There are many things that I can say because as an SME operating in this business, I've seen quite a few. And I've seen how you can surmount this obstacle if you just keep at it and you want to keep your integrity. You can break through into the market.
Thank you. Yes, I do agree that the internet is bottomless when it comes to resources that can increase people's knowledge about branding. Takes me to my next question, Ms. Jacqueline. In a sector that may focus more on production, than marketing, how can agripreneurs balance both aspects to ensure their brand stands out?
Actually, your brand starts from, let's assume that you're doing end-to-end, so farm to farm gate, right? And you have collaborators along the way, so your logistics provider, your storage company. Your branding starts from production, because let's hypothetically take that you're taking sorghum to Guinness, or you're taking cocoa to Cadbury or Nestle. That's where the branding starts from. So you've got to use the right seed. If you, like she had mentioned, say you're organic, you're fair trade, you've got to do everything consistently in line with that standards. That's why I was speaking to quality assurance. Sorry, I used quality. It should be quality assurance. And like she had mentioned, Mrs. Odunsi had mentioned, it depends on where you want to start from. So if you take clothing market, for instance, you've got Hollandis, that's 140,000 naira for 5 yards, right? And you've also got Ankara that costs 3,000 naira, but then you put it in water and the whole thing, goes with the water. So it depends on where you want to start from. But you've got to know, you have to have your end game in mind, Madam Miss Alao. You've got to have your end game in mind. You can't say, I want to be a tier 1 cocoa producer, and then your production, you don't get it right. No. So the soil itself that you're using to do the production, you've got to get it right. All the things that go with it, you've got to get it right. The pruning, the nurturing. I liked the word here, which was cultivating. Cultivating a strong brand. It entails, a lot of things. So to balance it, Ms. Alao, you've got to start there. There's no balancing. I don't know what context the balancing is coming from, but that's where you start from. You've got to start from the basics, from the foundation, because if you don't get it right at the production stage, your final output, let's even assume that you're selling the primary produce. So I'm taking my vegetables and going to Mrs. Odunsi's store to sell it to her. If I did not get it right with my processes at production, then she's going to reject it, because obviously it would either be there's too much pesticide in it, or something didn't go right, or it's not the right weight, or it's not the right color, and all of that. So Ms. Alao, for branding, that's where you sit down and you have a plan for it. It's not agriculture or agribusiness is a business. It requires planning. It requires sitting down and telling yourself, this is where I want to be in a year. This is where I want to be in 5 years. This is where I'm going to. It's not a walk in the park. It's not something that you just do and then you think you're going to make money overnight. It doesn't work. You're going to crash. So that's where you start from. So that's where the balancing starts from. The balancing starts from the foundation, the primary production.
360-degree approach to branding. Thank you. Yeah. So when it comes to packaging, Mrs. Odunsi, could you tell us how important it is in how important packaging is in the branding process, especially for products like fruit, vegetables, or processed goods?
Thank you very much. Branding is critical for agricultural produce. For instance, if you are doing fresh fruits, and some of those are being exported out of Nigeria, or fresh vegetables, or even yam, apart from the fact that you clean them up, there are certain packages that you must put them in. There are cartons that is able to bear the weight that you put it in. Some of them will be perforated. And this you can find in Nigeria. If you go online, it depends on the crops that you are trying, even the vegetables. You see how different packages are like. And if you are selling finished packaged goods, such as teas that I'm selling, your package must be outstanding. Must be outstanding to the extent, I'll give you an example. I think about, more than 7 or 8 years ago, we started the packing our teas in pouches. I think we're the first person that started doing it in Nigeria. And how I knew about it is that I had read a trend that says in 5 years, light packaging is what was going to be required, and it's going to be like this and that. So I started to experiment with this. I didn't have money to print pouches, but I had a good designer that could do labels that I can paste on the pouches. And there was an investment meeting in Nigeria. And our marketing manager was the one that was there. And the commissioner, the minister for trade and investment, removed the products, our products, and said, we only want Nigerian products to be exhibited here. We don't want any imported products. So I was called and I said, please go and show the assistant to the minister and let them read the label of the factory where this is produced. Because at that time, we have gotten certain certification. We were not even using machine to produce the teas. We were using hand and putting them in tea bags. But from day one, we decided that we want to benchmark ourselves to best practices. And so we paid a lot of money for the person that was going to design. We went for somebody inside a multinational company. And when he called his price, yeah, it's a price that we needed to pay because we want to be above. So after that, then we began to do all these things. Now, about the storytelling. If you are exporting to North America, they are interested only in your story. Anything else, they have it there. But the story that, your region is producing the best ginger with a high level of gingerol or whatever is what they want to hear. My story of how, as a young lady growing up, we have elderly women who mix herbs together to treat us, and we didn't need to go to hospital, is a story they like to hear. And so, as Ms. Jacqueline has said, that's very important. The certifications you have must be written on it. Then the nutritional facts. It is standard and it is not written anyhow. So some of the products, I mentor a lot of women entrepreneurs, a lot of them, who are following me. And I'll say, I see some of the labels and they'll say they want to sell in America. I say, you can't. Your label is not even FDA compliant. And it is there. There's a template. You just plug in your figures and it brings it out for you. So if you want to tap into the market, the United Kingdom had come here. They are looking to us for food. The United States say we have an edge because we have natural products. People are tired of chemically produced products. They are looking for natural. And this is where we have an edge as Africans and Nigerians especially. So we can begin to put that on our brand, how this has been done. There is a GMO free. There is a natural certification. If you are not able to do organic yet, you can do all this. There is gluten free. And if you are producing things that have to do with nuts, there must be an allergen alert. This product has been produced in a factory that also produces nuts or milk or any of those things. These things can happen in Nigeria, but abroad, the kind of swing that you will face, you know, it's going to be much. So even if you are not there yet, whatever, try from now on. If you are just starting or you have started, try from now on to see what are the best practices. And some of these things don't even cost you any money to do. Begin to benchmark. By next year, I will have gotten this. By 2026, I will be at this level. And then slow and steady, you win the race. There is much help now than when we started. And there is help. You can do so many things within 1 week. Not only is there help, there is also money as available as grants to help you. And you have to search for that. There are so many pitching competitions that people can attend. And so I would like to encourage people to please, like my dear sister said, your phone is a veritable tool now. It's not only to be forwarding messages, it's actually to be able to be a powerhouse in knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Odusi. Yes, so I agree with you. We have the resources at our fingertips, but a question for Mr. Kenny on Mr. Kende. Are you there, Mr. Kekumi Kende?
I think he dropped off a while back. I don't think his
Yeah. Okay, I'll direct this question to you, Mrs. Odusi. So someone starting out with the limit.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Okay.
I can hear you. Oh, I can't see you, but I can hear you. Okay.
Okay.
Yes. All right. So my question to you is that with for someone starting out with limited resources, such as 100,000 naira, Mrs. Odusi and Miss Jacqueline have, shed some light on how there's so many resources available. But someone who has 100,000 naira, and how can they begin, building a strong brand identity for their agricultural business?
Right. So, well, with everything going on in Nigeria and inflation, 100,000 naira, you take that to a marketing expert, a branding expert, and half of that goes towards your logo, and that is even at a discounted price, right? So the first thing to do is not to say, oh, I want this really talented designer that did this person's logo for 100K, and then take the whole 100K to go give him to design something for you, right? We're in the day and age where AI and so many learning and developmental platforms exist. For instance, Canva, right? Canva already has AI inbuilt. You let it know exactly the type of logo you're trying to do. I'll make it even better. Go to ChatGPT. Yeah. Explain your company. This is what I'm doing. This is my space. This is my target audience. This is what my branding is like. Develop a logo, right? ChatGPT is going to give you, or develop a prompt to make a logo, or give a description of a logo. Whatever prompt you want to feed into that is going to give you an answer, right? You take that and you go straight to Canva and you develop a logo from there. Now, what ChatGPT has done for you, has given you an idea of what to look for, because you don't have a designer's eye, right? So you don't know how these elements should interact. So ChatGPT is free. To a level, GPT 4.0 is also free, but it's very limited. So you take that, you go to Canva and you develop your logo. That's not going to cost, that's 0 naira, right? You then have some money left aside for your packaging, right? This is core, because when you're taking your product to the market, like if it's perishable, like it was rightly said before, you're not going to, there's a way you need to package it, there's a way you need to present it where it seems more appealing. I went to Spa a couple days ago, and the same pear that I would have bought from the roadside vendor, there's a malam just very close to me, was packaged neatly in Spa, and for a couple more extra naira, it looked very appealing. It was wrapped, it was packaged very neatly, and I just picked it up and I was like, oh, okay, let me get pear. I didn't go to get pear, but the packaging drew me in. I was very interested in what they put there in the store, right? And this is something I see almost every day passing and going back home and to the office and back home, right? So packaging is very important. For your packaging, again, your logo is already designed by Canva. You could design what your package looks like. Go for minimalist designs. Go for things that would not excessively blow out the bank, right? We also talked about storytelling, being able to create a presence on online platforms. All these platforms are free. There is no paid social media platform right now. Your Instagram is free, your Facebook is free, your TikTok is free. If you're targeting the Gen Zs, right, creating your content on TikTok shouldn't cost you money. People think, oh, I'm starting a business, I don't know much about digital. Let me hire a social media manager that's going to take 150K a month to develop 3 contents per day or 3 contents per week, right? If you actually take a course on content creation, there's a course on content creation currently on Udemy, on Coursera. What that teaches you is creative hooks to make people watch your video, right? There are so many saved contents that I have on my own Instagram because I like how they curated the piece, how they drew my attention from the first couple of scenes, right? So I saved it to say, okay, I'm going to watch this later and I'm going to break it down. So that's things that we need to do to save to save more money instead of just hiring and probably not the best thing for me to say, hiring a professional that's going to charge you a lot of money just to do these things. Obviously, when you're developing your marketing strategies, you then pull in a professional to help you properly develop your experiential strategy, your activation strategy, your you're going into a new market, your go-to-market strategies. But these little things here and there, there's things that you could learn on your own. You could also do it on your own. Creating a content calendar for 3 social media platforms: Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. Right? It's the same content that's going to go on all platforms. Just a little behind the scenes of what happens in the space, right? Because somebody will tell you, "Oh, I'm doing 3 platforms. It's so much work." It's the same content that goes across all platforms. You use your Hootsuite. Hootsuite is a scheduling platform that allows you to schedule your posts. So even though you're going to be at the farm by 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, you could schedule your posts on Hootsuite for a month, right? And it doesn't affect, all you have to do is make sure your content is ready, schedule on Hootsuite, and then it posts everything for you, right? One other thing to also look at again is I think I talked about a strong virtual identity, right? Um, Even though your budget limits your options, you have to be consistent. You can't say, oh, we use the logo on Instagram, but because to print out that logo in 2 colors, because the logo at times has 2 or 3 colors, it's too expensive, right? Let me not put logo on this packaging and just write a note, right? I see you, really, I see your ad on Instagram and I see your brand and I see your logo and I go to the market and then I don't see that logo, but I see your product, right? You see big brands saying, oh, scan to make sure this is a real verifiable Big Ben rice. It's not because they don't have the branding or things like that. It's because they are consistent across. You should be able to see a Big Bull rice, right, or Uncle Ben's rice and say, oh, I saw it on Instagram with this logo, with this color, with this hue of green, and I'm seeing it outside in the market, and it's the same thing, right? So consistency matters a lot. One other thing is digital marketing, right? If you're doing social media ads, those are called organic, right? You're posting your content, people come across, maybe 5 people like it. That's still within your space. You've not reached out into a new market. So storytelling through digital platforms and digital ads, for instance, Meta, which is Instagram and Facebook, allows you to run ads across both platforms, right? So you could put out, let's say, let me even put it to numbers, 20,000 naira a month for just digital ads. Your awareness is going to go up. Usually your conversion is 10 to 15% of what your awareness is. Best case scenario, you're doing a 20%, right? If you're converting on an awareness of, let's say, 500,000 to 1 million people, and you're converting about 15% of that, the next month you've made enough sales to then increase the budget and say, okay, we know what we're able to gain about 15% conversion on 500,000 people. If we increase to about 40% or 40,000 naira, we can then increase our awareness and increase our conversions, right? So these are things that are very vital. They don't cost a lot. For instance, you could do Telegram. Telegram has stores. WhatsApp has stores. You could open up your digital stores where people can actually order. Nowadays, WhatsApp has AI that helps you answer your customers even though you're not there in the store, online, right? So these things are what would help you manage your limited resources, but also still be very active in your branding, in your marketing, and at the end of the day, your conversions. And at that point, I would pass the baton over to the anchor.
Thank you for that sample breakdown according to marketing communication channels that can be used. Thank you for the salient points and the return on investment it entails. I'm sure our attendees have, learned enough about that. Yeah, Mrs. Jacqueline, please. So how should an agricultural business evolve its branding strategy, as it grows? Because when you considering, rebranding or expanding into new markets, how would they evolve their branding strategy when expanding into new markets?
Well, I don't think it's going to be any different from any other business. It's just that this is agriculture. And I would like for us to, well, I'm glad that you're saying agricultural business, because I think for a long time, there's this thing around our head where agriculture is really not looked at as a business, but looked as my grandmother or my aunt in the village who plants, that's the mindset that we've got. So again, there's the place for research. You're going into a new market. You're going to have your road to market strategy, what market that is. So I'm in Oshogbo and I am going into Ibadan. That's a totally different market. So you've got to understand the market you're going to, and you've got to have a plan to it. And then, like every other thing that you do, it's a project as well. You've got to have timelines to it, and also provide gaps in the event that things don't go the way you had planned it, that you have buffers to cope for those. So whether it is you are putting aside 50,000 naira for your marketing strategy now, and then for whatever reason, you've gone above budget. So you have to have a buffer, maybe an additional 10,000 or 20,000. So mine would be, first, you do a market research, you run it like a project. So you are the project manager. And when you are Jacqueline Nigeria Limited, you are the MD, you are the CEO, you are the CFO, you are the head of admin, you are the logistics manager, you are the book boy, you are everything. So you've got to run this like a project. So you are a project manager. And for a couple of years, it's going to be quite demanding. So then what happens is, like, you come into an event like this, is what I would say. You latch on to this network and you get a Kehinde Akinkumi and you connect with him on LinkedIn or even on Instagram. And then you have that challenge. What do? You buzz him. My dear brother, this is what I'm doing. So that's one way that you can use to mitigate bumpers along the road, because there will be bumpers. It's a project, and for every project there will be curves and there will be challenges along the way. But the question is, how do you bounce back from those challenges? So, Ms. Adenike, the first is you must understand the market you're going into. You must understand what is contemporary, and you must also do some, even though you're a startup, you don't have that capacity, but in your network, you might have friends that you can bounce these things off. You should actually, one of the things I think you should do in building your business is you should have what we call a personal board of directors. Beyond your own personal career development or business development, you have experts. So I have this spice making company, right? So for my spice making company, so who would be my go-to SME, subject matter expert in branding? Because branding is very important. The truth is, if you don't tell your story, you might be the best products in the world and nobody would know you. You've got to advertise. You've got to tell your story. You've got to put yourself out there. I know that particularly for a lot of women, we grew up in this background where, oh no, you don't advertise yourself. You know, you've got to be covered. Your skirt has to be to the ankle and all of that. It whether we like it or not, I'm sorry, it actually kind of like translates into the kind of work we do and the businesses that we run. But I am here to tell us that you've got to advertise yourself. You've got to put yourself out there. And in putting yourself out there, you have to do the research, and you've got to have people around you that will help you. Your personal board of directors. So pulling these SMEs, you're not going to be going to them with every little tiny thing, you know. But the question is, when you've tried to solve the problem and you can't solve it, I always say, go to someone and let the person help you. That's one way you can evolve. And please note that every market is different. No two markets are the same, whether it's internal market in Nigeria. So Isaleko, Balogun is not the same thing as Dugbe market. And it's not the same thing as Kaduna Central Market. There are nuances for all of those markets. So you must do the market research. Adenike, sorry, with branding, it's a lot of research. You've got to understand the nuances and how to overcome those nuances and run it like a project. And please have project sponsors who are the SMEs in that space. That would be my counsel.
Great, thank you for that inspiring and engaging contribution. 3 things I picked up: ecosystem immersion. So understanding ecosystem immersion in terms of your market research, understanding the nuances of the territory you're entering, personal board of directors shepherding you along the way. Thank you for those insights. Back to you, Mrs. Aderoju. Sorrelo Foods is committed to driving growth and in the agro-processing sector and promoting sustainability and empowering local farmers through business initiatives. My question here is actually about, brand lessons we can learn from well-established agricultural businesses and how young agripreneurs can apply them. So I guess you can use Sorrelo Foods as a case in point here. You're muted, ma'am. You're muted.
We didn't start as Sorrelo Food. We first started as Excel Farms in Badagry. Then we became Rehoboth Agro-Allied Ventures, which is a business name registration. I mean, we're just moving from one level to the other. By the time we got into the export market, we became a limited liability company. A lot of things that I would have said, Mr. Kiwumi has said it, but if I'm looking at ourselves, I didn't have the pictures here. We started with, in our food packaging, we started with a drink called Sorrelo, which is actually Zobo-based. And I like them with ginger. But because I understand what Ms. Jacqueline was telling us, I actually did a project. I did a market research, physical. In those days, the business centers that had large systems were owned by Indians. And I knew one in Ikeja that had like 200 systems. Young people used to come there. They were drinking this in my house. All my children's friends, they come and drink tons of this. Anything I made is what they drank. So I would have gone with the one with the ginger. But the market research, when we went to do it, they would throw our bottle up like this. We didn't label it. And they would say it's good. Oh, wow, this is nice. But how? Now, this is kind of peppery. This is kind of peppery, but it's nice. So I began to see, is this why Dr. Pepper failed in Nigeria? Number one, I went for the young people because at that time, I wasn't even this old then, but at that time, I just managed 1 bottle a day if I'm drinking. But young people drink from bus stop to bus stop. So I know that these are the people that can help me move their product. We just started with that one variant. And we did that variant for more than 8 years before we introduced the ginger variant for people like myself and the people that are normally older. You will have thought that they are the people that should be, but you know, my target audience were people that will really, you know, help me to move the market, and they were not interested in anything peppery. So that's how we transitioned. We changed the bottle because I have millennial children, I have Gen Z children, and I have older ones also. So at the table, I normally will bring, this is my idea. And they were the ones that told me to change my bottle. The bottle is roundish, doesn't have, they say it does not have an elegant shape. And they are looking for elegance. So we had to change. I had to invest in making a mold, you know, for ourselves, for our company. And nobody has that mold anywhere. You cannot find anywhere. But it has to, they said you must be able to hold it. At the waist, it must be slim enough for you to hold when you are, you know. So I'm saying it's not every time that we need to pay an expert. If you call people that are in your target group, call the meeting in your house, cook some things that they will like. It can be group of women, it can be young people. Give them a free taste, a free idea. Brainstorm with people, they will give you idea of what it is that will sell. So I think that's how we have gone. But I am somebody that does research a lot, and I do also travel a lot. But these days, you don't even have to travel to see these things. When I travel, I go and I'm looking. Even in Nigeria supermarkets, I go and I'm looking. Every time I'm in any market, I am looking. What is new? What is being done differently? Why are people choosing this over that? I will go into a supermarket and I say, I saw you bought this honey, but there are also these ones there. So why did you choose it? They say, this one has this and this and this. This one does not. I chose this because you see this one, even from how they packaged it. And let me tell you an experience in a local market when we first started. We took our products there and they had it in one side. And they had some other products on another side. By the way, this market is in Agege. So when I saw the woman and I said, okay, what's the difference between, he said, these ones that are here, they're expensive. I said, what makes them expensive? He said, but they're imported. I said, why? She showed me the barcoding. She said, you see, this one is like a roller. The ones that they are local. It's part of branding. The way you have coded your products, she's able, an illiterate woman was using that to tell me that your own products, we were coding on our cap. He said, see this one now. She didn't know who I was. See this one now, they are like the imported ones. You see how they did their number. When you see that number, that's how they do it. But this one, they look like a roller. You already know they are made in Nigeria. So that's why we separate them. You know, the people that are buying, they have a perception. So we have to do some things. And you don't have to arrive in one day. But my own is that, you know, I've gone to different places to ask questions. I've gone to Coca-Cola to ask questions. There are people that have gone before you. You can go and ask questions. And don't get into the business of being a copycat. You can create an identity for yourself when you understand Nigeria is such a big and massive market. Don't sell to the old world. When I'm mentoring young people and I say, so who is the target market? They say every male and female in Nigeria. I say, okay, let us even take where we are now. Maybe it's Ikeja. What is your daily production? Even in this your streets, can your daily production service your streets? They say no. I say, so that is why you just be beating about the bush. Targeting your audience is important. You must find the people that will pay for your service in a way that you will make profits. If you have not found those people, you have not found the right market. And it works backwards. You first find out what your customer wants. Even in farming, if you think I want to grow this product and you want to sell in a particular market, please go and ask them, what is it that they will want? Even if it is crop, not packaged goods. Find out what they will want. In packaged goods, there are many questionnaires that you can use to get information from people. I guess some of those things, they'll say, okay, we are trying to do so. Do you buy in 50 cl? Do you buy in 1 liter? Or do you buy in 5 liters? Why are they asking me that? They want to know the size they should do, because they are going to go through NAFDAC. And for every pack size, they are going to pay money. But I always answer it because I know what they're trying to do. And I have done the same, and I know it will help. So market research, as Madam Jacqueline has said, is extremely critical. If you have not done it and you have started selling, please go back and do it. The drinks company would have died, and aborted. We would have aborted if I did it to my taste, which was putting ginger in. Because the people that I was aiming at, they didn't like the fact that it was peppery. And so we might think we assume, sometimes we think we know, but until you test the market, you really don't know. Thank you very much. Let me stop.
Thank you. Thank you for that comprehensive insight. And on that note, we're going to transition into the Q&A. There's some questions that are related to what you just shared with us, but I'll first pose this question to Mr. Kenny. So Oladeni Ayobami is asking if you can address automation of messages online using WhatsApp and the likes for agribusiness. I think the person is trying to...
Yeah, so I think I talked a bit on that when we're talking about channels. Currently on Telegram and WhatsApp, you could create your online stores. I'm sure most of us in the audience, you've been trying to buy somebody from an online vendor, right? They give you a link on Telegram, and then you click that link, it takes you to a WhatsApp store, right? So this is a instructions, or a guide on WhatsApp. You just go to WhatsApp Business, you download it, you set up a store, you put in all your branding. Whatever I mean, all your branding, I mean your logo is what you use for your display picture. On your bio, you have your website, you have your company name. It's even an opportunity to upload products. So if you have packaged products already, pictures of them, you can upload them into your store, where at the end of the day, you now either the Telegram AI or WhatsApp AI for automated responses. Now, for instance, with your phone, somebody has seen an ad you did on Instagram, click the link, it takes them to the WhatsApp store. The first message that should come out is, hello, welcome to how may we serve you today? Right, that's the first message. That doesn't come from you, that is in by step. So the first thing you do is you download your WhatsApp Messenger, your WhatsApp Business rather, or your Telegram. You download either of them, and then this thing just follow the steps, follow the instructions as you go, and then it's very easy to set up.
Thank you for sharing. This question is directed to Ms. Jacqueline. Debo Olatunde says, I'm a bespoke grower on the verge of entering the local market. My primary target market is B2B, hospitality, institutional, eventually expanding into B2C. My challenge is data, mainly the lack of it. How does one get around this impasse in data collection that allows me to dial in our products mix to brand and align with market needs? Our market research tells us there are many gaps we can step into and fill.
Well done. Congratulations, Mr. Olatunde. You've already identified the gaps. And so assuming that you've done some level of research. So my take will be, like everything you do, please start small. So, it's easier when you fail small. I'm not saying you're going to fail, but please, I also need to put this out here. A lot of people speaking to you, I have failed repeatedly. So, and I am not afraid to fail, but I am hoping that every time I fail, I'm going to fail forward. I am not going to fail on my back and collapse and never be able to get up. No. So I'm glad you've done that. So can you take those gaps that you've identified? Because MBS is not going to give you any data research. It's not going to tell you that, okay, there are 500 hotels in, let's assume hypothetically, in Lagos that need, what do you grow now? I'm trying to figure out. Let's assume you grow cabbage. Do you understand? You grow exotic cabbage and broccoli and all of those vegetables. It's not going to give you that kind of data. So since I have identified the gap, now I don't quite know where you want the branding to come from. The branding we're talking about here is so please, let's not think that branding is packaging alone. No. Branding is how people feel when they think about your product and when they use your product. So that's what branding in, even just thinking about it. So the question would be, what is it that you want them to think? So it would help me, let's assume it's vegetables. So if they want to talk about Olatunde Farms, for instance, they should think, if I'm thinking exotic vegetables, I should think Olatunde Farms. And I would know that Olatunde Farms is somewhere in Ekpe. And I have seen that picture before on his WhatsApp group, his WhatsApp message. I've seen a bit of the farm. I've seen how he goes around cultivating it. I've seen how he treats his workers. So I buy into that. So that's the niche you want to create for yourself. So the question first is, the fundamental is, what do I want to do? What is the need in the market? What is that gap that I want to fill? First of all, people always say, find your passion. Sorry, if you follow your passion, there might be no food on the table. My mother used to ask me when my children said they wanted to read. My daughter said she wanted to be a creative writer. And my unlettered mother said, please, does that put food on the table? You get the joke. So please, it's okay to run after money. Passion can come in later. Do you understand? But however, if you're a trust fund baby, you can follow that passion. Do you understand? And then the money can come in, later. So trust fund babies can be of, different levels. So Mr. Olatunde, this gap starts with the gap, no matter how small it is. Identify what it is that you want to do. Start small and grow. Start small and grow. That would be my counsel. And your branding is not just packaging alone. It is how people feel when they think about your product. So you're going to have to start from whether it's your factory now or your farm space, or if it's a logistics company, because I think I'm making this too much of farming. Sorry, that's my primary constituency. So I'm biased towards it. So perhaps somebody else has something to build on that. That would be my take. Start from that gap, fill that gap. And you were not here in the morning. Data is the biggest challenge we've got. And data is king. In fact, it's emperor. That's how I put it. And yet, all of us are struggling. So in that your small space, with that small information you have, please start with that small one so that you don't crash so badly that you become so discouraged and you don't want to continue. That would be my take. Thank you very much. Please, if any one of the facilitators want to help build on what it is that I've said, please kindly jump in and do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that impactful contribution, Ms. Jacqueline. As we wrap up, we're going to be sharing some insight on final branding advice. I will start with Mrs. Aderoju Odusi. What key advice would you give someone trying to build a lasting brand in the agricultural sector?
Okay, thank you for that. Before I go to that, I would like to just give a hint to Mr. Olatunde.
Sure.
I was on a panel last week with some technology gurus. It was AI inclusivity hosted by the US Consulate, and Business Day people will have access to these people. But I had a particular person who is in the same line of business that Mr. Olatunde is trying to do. And I heard him saying we are sharing data. Number one, because we can't even meet the demand that we have. So Mr. Olatunde can either try to get in touch with Business Day to ask, there were two people on that panel. One especially was saying that, or if you reach out to me, I'll be able to connect you with the person because they are big in the business, and he could be able to give you some information. And he said they have gathered data. They gathered the data with their sweat, but they are willing to share. They're willing to share. So it might be a place that you will start. What are the last 3 thoughts? It's summing up everything that everyone here has said. Slow and steady wins the race. You don't need to reinvent any wheel. Many wheels have been created. Latch onto them. Choose platforms that are easy to latch on, that you don't have to pay. And there's so many things you don't have to pay for. In fact, in this country, now, if you're a woman, you can get away with murder without paying a dime. Some of my platforms, they'll be asking, is it only women? It's only women but it's the season. So there's preferential treatment for women. So please, there are things you don't need to spend money for, but when you need to spend money, please spend it. But be focused, know what you want to do. Don't be a copycat. Find mentors that will be able to hold your hand. Mentors also don't like lazy people. People that they give assignment to and they will not do it, and they want you to be. Call Mr. King today about that Canva you said, hey, I'm trying to do it, I cannot do it. I will send you a video of how to do it. I'm not going to help you to do it. If you start tomorrow, you ask the same, how can that be? When you give an assignment, you come back and say, see what I have created, then I know you are serious. And then I can spend more of my time, with you. I want to appreciate everyone on the panel. I've really learned so much from them. And, my notes are full also because I'm also in the learning process. So Ms. Jacqueline, Mr. Akinwumi, I'll be reaching out to you too.
Thank you. Mr. Akikome, can you share your key advice on building a lasting brand in the sector?
Right. So one thing that I think I hold very dear to my heart in agriculture or in advertising as a whole, and put it this way, is understand that branding never remains the same. The more you increase your product lines, the more you would have to update your branding, right? So if you started out with one product and your product is geared towards sustainability, or your agriculture or your farming is geared towards sustainability practices, and now you brought in something new, right? A new product or a new innovation to your market, you need to take that element and find a way to infuse in your branding, right? Now, take this back. It doesn't mean change your logo. It doesn't mean change your colors. It means in terms of your storytelling, you must find a way to let your audience know that, hey, the latest innovation in terms of growing crops, in terms of packaging, latest innovation in terms of delivery, in terms of supply lines, we now do this. Increase but not remain in the same position as you grow. Because time where you brand say we are doing it, and you just want to start there, you just continue another same brand. Okay, the refresh. But at times it just means you've grown way more than you were 5 years ago, right? So there's a need for a refresh. There's a need for a rebrand to let people know that, hey, there's so much growth going on here.
Thank you, Mr. Akikome. Over to you, Mrs. Jacqueline. Share your final advice.
Okay. So, first, I'd like to say thank you to Business Day and your partners for putting this together and for inviting me. I'm really humbled. I'm being on this panel with Mrs. Odunsi and Mr. Akikome. I've got my thing here. So a lot of us are life learners, and that's where I'm going to take it from. There's a place in the Bible where it says, and lately I'm beginning to learn that. the place of communication. It says, and to communicate. That's the King James Version. Forget not. So please, in everything, I'm not exactly, I'm not preaching here, but that's my core. And that's what I believe in. So I would like to encourage us to be nimble and to be adaptable. And like Mrs. Odunsi said, copy what is good, stay the course, be focused, and honestly, just be a lifelong learner. Be nimble, be adaptable. Just, you know how plasticine, when we were growing up, how it was. You know, you can mold it into it. Don't be stereotyped in, oh, this is how we used to do it. Oh, Mrs. Jacqueline said this is, I should do research. If you've done the research, is not hitting the goal. You might just need to start the thing anyhow. The research will be in the, you know, when they, how do they say it? When the rubber meets the tar, you know, there's a way they put that thing, you know. So don't be waiting to do the research. It's not going to be perfect. Sometimes you've just got to start. So please stay focused and believe in yourself, believe in what you're doing. Know that if you do stay the course, you will unlock the opportunities and you will be the Dangote of the agribusiness space, honestly. And I am really looking forward to that in the next generation of agripreneurs that we would have in country. And please remember to buy local, because it is when we buy local. I learned this at a host event recently, where I was hosting an event. It is when we buy local that we can then now export internationally. We did it with our music. We did it with our Hollywood. We've done it with our tailoring. Our tailoring is going global as well. But somehow we didn't do it with our football, but we also exported international stars. So, you know, I like to balance things. So please buy local so that we can also export the same products. So bless you all.
I hope they get that message. Thank you so much for your precious time. Thank you for taking time out to equip our attendees with tools and success tips for building a long-lasting brand. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your expert
motivation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Adenike, you were a brilliant host.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Odunsi. It was wonderful. I will try and connect with you.
Yes,
I hope you don't mind if I get your phone number.
Yeah. Her tea is sold in Harrods, by the way.
Oh, really? So I will go into Harrods just to get that. That's fantastic.
Do you know that it might be selling in Harrods, but I'm not the one that exported it? Yeah.
Oh, so these are the conversations to elevate now.
Yes.
So how can the Nigerian government, because somebody mentioned it, Madam Ime, at the event we had in NEPC building, where the lady said, look, what we want from the government, we've done the heavy lifting, is for them to facilitate trades for us, have those trade fairs where we can go and interact with buyers, you know, directly without having a middle person, you know?
That's correct. But when you want to do international trade, sometimes you need a middle person.
Yes.
For instance, exporting to the United States and you are in food, product liability insurance, some are asking for $1 million.
Ooh.
Whereas if you have a distributor who already has products,
insurance,
you know, America, they are the #1 in suing litigation in the world.
Well, you see, their style, so their style also, I don't know.
Yeah, that is, the government has to